Simon & Schuster Audio presents The River is Waiting, a novel by Wally Lamb, read by Jeremy Sisto.
Suffering comes to us as an interrogator. It asks, "Who are you?" David A. Feenzy. Part 1. The Unimaginable. Chapter 1. April 27th, 2017. It's 6 a.m., and I'm the first one up. Spotify's playing that Chainsmokers song I like, "If We Go Down, Then We Go Down Together." I take an Ativan and chase my morning coffee with a couple of splashes of 100-proof Captain Morgan. I return the bottle to its hiding place inside the 20-quart lobster pot we never use, put the lid on, and put it back in the cabinet above the fridge that Emily can't reach without the step stool. Then I fill the twin sippy cups and start making French toast for breakfast. If we go down, then we go down together. I cut the music so I can listen for the kids, but that song's probably going to play in my head all morning. Emily's up now and in the bathroom getting ready for work. When the shower stops, I hear the twins babbling to each other in the nursery we converted from my studio almost 2 years ago. My easel, canvases, and paints had been exiled to the space behind the basement stairs. It wasn't much of a sacrifice. I made my living as a commercial artist and had been struggling after hours and on weekends to make serious art. But after the babies were born, the last thing I felt like doing was staring at a blank canvas and waiting for some abstraction to move from my brain down my arm to my brush to see what came out. Maisie was the alpha twin. Nico, who would learn to creep, walk, and say words after his sister did, was the beta. In the developmental race, Nico always came in second, but as their personalities began to emerge, his sister became our more serious, more driven twin, and he was our mischievous little laughing boy. I loved them more deeply every day for who each was becoming. How could some artistic indulgence of mine have competed with what our lovemaking had created? It wasn't even close. Yoo-hoo, peekaboo. I call into them playing Now You See Me, Now You Don't at the doorway into their room. "Daddy," they say simultaneously. Their delight at seeing me fills me with momentary joy. My elation aided, I guess, by the benzo and booze. I lift them, one after the other, out of the crib they share. The twins often hold on to each other as they sleep, and sometimes even suck each other's thumb. I lay them on their backs on the carpet and take off their diapers. Both are sodden, and Maisie's has 2 pellet-sized poops. As I wet wipe and re-diaper them, I say, "Hey, Miss Maisie, where's your nose?" We were playing that game yesterday. "Very good. And how about you, Mr. Nico? Where's your ear?" He puts his finger to his nose. "No!" I groan in mock horror. "You can't hear with your nose." Both kids giggle. I start singing Wheels on the Bus, that song Emily sometimes sings with them when they're in the tub. Maisie listens attentively and does a few of the gestures with me, while her brother kicks his legs and blows spit bubbles. I lift them up, one in each arm, and walk them into the kitchen, just as the smoke alarm starts screaming. The room is hazy and smells of burnt French toast. Frightened by the blare of the alarm, both kids begin crying. From down the hall, Emily calls, "Corby!" And I call back, "Everything's good, I got it." I slide the kids into their high chairs and snap their trays in place, point up at the alarm and tell them Daddy's going to stop the noise. "Watch," I say. Climbing onto the step stool, I reach up and silence the damn thing. "Daddy to the rescue," I announce. Jumping off the stool, I do a little dance that turns their fear into laughter. "Daddy funny," Maisie says. In my best Elvis imitation, I slur, Thank you very much." Of the two of us, I'm the fun parent, and these two are my best audience. When I give them their sippy cups, I blow raspberries against their necks. They lift their shoulders and squeal with delight. By the time Emily comes into the kitchen, I've already put her coffee and a stack of French toast on the table. The old piece is on the bottom, and the fresh slices I'd made to replace the burnt ones on top. "Mama!" Nico shouts. Emily kisses the top of his head. "How's my favorite boy today?" she asks. Then turning to his sister, she kisses her head too and says, "And how's my favorite girl?" She loves both of our kids, of course, but she favors Nico, whose emerging personality is like mine. Maisie's clearly her mother's daughter. She's less silly, more self-sufficient. Nico and I are the needy ones. As Emily sits down to eat, I feel a surge of guilt thinking back to a morning a few weeks earlier. Emily told me she and some of the other teachers were going to Fiestas after school for drinks and an early dinner. "I'll be home by 7:30 at the latest," she'd said. I reminded her that Friday is family night. "I'll have had them all day, not to mention all week. Did it occur to you when you were making your plans that I might need a break?" She gave my shoulder a sympathetic squeeze. "I know you do, Corby, but Amber's really struggling right now. People have already RSVP'd to the wedding. She's been fitted for her dress. Their honeymoon is booked. Amber's a fellow teacher who was going to get married next month until her fiancé told her he was gay. He completely blindsided her. She just really needs our support right now." "And I don't?" She stared at me, shaking her head. "If you're going to make a big deal about a couple of hours, then fine," she said. "I'll tell the others I can't make it." "No, you go ahead, babe. Fiesta's that Mexican place, right? Enjoy yourself. Have a margarita on me. What the hell, have 3 or 4. Get hammered." She was almost out the door when she pivoted, her eyes flashing. "That's your thing, not mine." Touché. She said goodbye to the kids, but not to me. At the front window, I watched her get into her car, slam the door, and drive off. My regret kicked in a few minutes later. Probably before she even pulled into the school parking lot, I texted her, "Sorry I was being a jerk. Go out with the others and help your friend. No worries." Her terse return text, "Kay, thanks," let me know she was still pissed, which, in turn, pissed me off all over again and made me feel justified in taking another Ativan to calm down. That was what that doctor prescribed them for, wasn't it? Emily didn't get home that evening until after 9. I heard her in the kitchen before I saw her. "Hi, Corby," she called. "I got you an order of chicken enchiladas if you haven't eaten yet." I hadn't eaten, but told her I had. "Okay, I'll put them in the fridge and you can have them tomorrow." She entered the living room with that tipsy glow she gets on the rare occasion she has a second glass of wine, but her face deflated when she saw Nico asleep on my lap instead of in the crib. "He's sick," I said. "Earache." She sat down on the couch beside us, stroked his hair, and asked whether I'd taken his temperature. 101, I told her. The thermometer actually read 100.4, but I'd added the extra 0.6 of a degree. Yeah, I can be that small. "Did you give him any Tylenol?" I nodded. "About an hour ago. So how did group therapy with nachos go?" Instead of answering, she stood and picked up empties from the coffee table. She'd mentioned before that she doesn't like me drinking beer at night if I'm watching the kids, but she didn't call me on it that night. Her guilt was at a satisfactory level. I'm sure Emily is keeping track of my nighttime beer consumption, but I'm confident she's unaware that I've started drinking the hard stuff during the day. Tuesday is when the recycling truck comes down our street, so I've begun hiding the empty liquor bottles until then. I wait until she leaves for school, then take them out of hiding and bring the blue box out to the curb, feeling embarrassed by the evidence of my growing reliance on alcohol, but proud of myself for pulling off my daytime drinking deception. She knows I'm taking that prescription for my nerves, of course. In fact, she was the one who urged me to see someone because I'd become so edgy and sleep-deprived. What she doesn't know is that I've begun taking more than one before bedtime and/or as needed. I tell myself that and/or as needed is the loophole I can use if that doctor questions my need for an early refill. I'm not too worried about my growing reliance on better living through chemistry. It's just a stopgap thing until my situation turns around. It's not like I'm addicted to benzos or booze. There was that DUI, but there were extenuating circumstances, namely that I lost my job that day. Everything will right itself once I get back to work. And okay, maybe I'm not looking for another position as hard as I was at the start, but I'll get back on the hunt soon. The morning after Nico's earache, he was back to his rambunctious self, and Maisie wasn't sick yet. I let Emily know I wasn't over it yet, communicating in single syllables. Emily took the kids to lunch and then over to the playscape in the park while I watched basketball. March Madness. Gonzaga versus Xavier, Oregon versus Kansas. But I didn't have skin in either of those games. Back when I worked at Creative Strategies, Declan from accounting was always in charge of the brackets pool, and he or Charlie, one of the salesmen, would have the rest of us over to watch the games. I haven't been gone that long, but neither had bothered to see whether I still wanted in. Out of sight, out of mind, I guess. I stretched out on the couch with my six-pack of Sam Adams on the floor for company. What was that TV show where you could phone a friend for help? Who would I have called? My friendships at Creative hadn't lasted past my being employed there. My high school and college buddies and I hadn't stayed in touch. I'd never been that close with the guys on my softball team. Try maintaining your male friendships when you've got 2-year-old twins and have lost your job, while every other dude is out in the world, working during the week and hanging with his bros on the weekends. I'm Mr. Mom, 24/7 for a couple of toddlers. By mid-afternoon, I was half in the bag. Emily and the twins were still out, probably over at her mother's. When I got up to take a piss, I swayed a little on my way to the bathroom. Mid-pee, I saw the envelope she'd left, propped against that stupid doll with the crocheted skirt that covered the toilet paper roll. We'd both laughed at it after Emily's great-aunt Charlotte gave it to her one Christmas, but for some reason it survived several purges of domestic detritus. Inside the envelope was a letter on lined paper. Hey, babe, I'm sorry about yesterday. You were right. I should have asked you if you minded my going out after work instead of telling you I was going. I hope you realize how much I appreciate your caring for the twins while you look for another job. I know it's hard, and I know you're going to find another position soon, Corby. I hope you realize what a talented artist you are, and a great dad, too. Let's do pizza tonight. Hope we can have some close time after the kids are asleep. XOXO, me. I appreciated what she'd written, particularly her offer of close time, code for makeup sex. And sure enough, we had it that night. But it was a bust. As usual, we did her first, but she was taking so long that I gave up, got on top, and plugged in. Went from 0 to 60 and was pounding away when she grabbed my wrist and whispered, "Hey, take it easy." I stopped cold, began losing my heart-on, and pulled out. Threw on my robe and headed out the door thinking, shit, man, I can't do anything right. Can't find work, can't get through the day without drinking and drugging, and now I can't even satisfy my wife. "Where are you going?" she said. "Come on, let's wait a few minutes and try again." I appreciated the offer. I still love her, still want her. 12 years and 2 kids after that summer we met, I still can't believe she said yes when I asked her out that first time, or that she committed to me when I drove cross-country to California and showed up out of the blue at her college apartment, and that she stayed committed. Of the two of us, I definitely got the better deal, and here she was in our bed, offering me kindness and understanding. So, of course, I sabotaged myself. "Not feeling it," I told her. "I'll take a rain check." I went downstairs, walked around in the kitchen, opened the fridge. I microwaved those enchiladas she had gotten me, but kept them in so long they were dry and tough. After a few bites, I scraped the rest into the garbage, reached up for the lobster pot and made myself a stiff drink instead. By the time I got back to bed, Emily was asleep. In all the years we'd been together, I don't think we'd ever been this much out of sync. But the next day, things got better. We sat on the floor and played with the kids, danced with them to that silly Baby Shark song. When they went down for their afternoon naps, we went back to bed and tried again, successfully this time for both of us. We cooked supper together, the twins watching us as they wandered around underfoot. Things have been better since then. The usual minor ups and downs, but nothing more. Marriage is all about that seesaw ride, isn't it? We're okay. Now Emily cuts 2 slices of French toast into bite-sized squares, dotting each piece with syrup. "Yum, yum, yum," she says, divvying up the finger food between the kids. I love watching her with them, more so when I'm feeling relaxed like this. Maisie resembles her mother, dark hair, dark eyes, Em's dad's Mediterranean complexion. At her 24-month checkup, she was in the 30th percentile for both height and weight, so she's probably going to be petite like Emily. Nico's got my reddish hair and lighter skin tone. His height and weight are a little higher than average, the pediatrician said, but compared to his sister, he looks like a bruiser. Turning to me, Emily asks why the smoke alarm went off. I hold up the 2 burnt pieces I threw on the counter, dangling them like puppets. "Here you go," I say, sliding the new stuff from the pan onto a plate. "Be right back." I head to the bathroom and brush my teeth so she doesn't smell my breath. I wait a half a minute or so, then flush and walk back into the kitchen. She asks me what I'm smiling about. What? You're smiling. What are you thinking about? What am I thinking about? I don't know. Nothing much. I'm smiling because, thanks to the rum and Ativan, I'm pleasantly buzzed. Maisie, the more fastidious eater, finishes without making a mess, but her brother's bib is saturated with milk and he has somehow managed to get syrup in his left eyebrow. Half of his breakfast is on the floor. Emily looks at the clock, then starts cleaning up the mess. You know something, kiddo? She asks Nico. I think Mommy and Daddy should get one of those Roomba things and program it to follow you around all day. Would you like that? Without having any idea what she's talking about, he nods enthusiastically. I tell Emily to leave it, that I'll clean up. That would be great, she says. I'm running a little late. She heads back to the bathroom to brush her teeth and blow dry her hair. Just before she leaves for work, Emily addresses the twins. Be good kiddos for Daddy and Grammy today. No naughty stuff, okay? She models the correct response, a head nod, which they both mirror back to her. Too bad we can't get that in writing, I quip. The day before, Nico led his sister in a game of crayon scribbling on the kitchen linoleum, and it was a bitch to scour off those marks without scratching the surface, which I did anyway. Okay, I'm off, she says. Wish I could stay home with you guys. Love you. Love you too. I made sure to start the breakfast dishes when I saw she was about to leave. Better a sudsy-handed wave goodbye than a boozy kiss. Have fun on your field trip. She's just finished a dinosaur unit with her third graders and is taking them to the Peabody Museum to see prehistoric bones and footprints. Good luck with those leads, babe, she says. Maybe today's the day, huh? I shrug. Maybe. Theoretically, I'll be job hunting today, although, truth be told, I've pretty much surrendered to the status quo. When I hear Emily's car back down the driveway, then accelerate, I say, aloud to no one in particular, there goes the family breadwinner. Then I reach up for the lobster pot, take it down, and refresh my coffee and Captain cocktail. Get the twins dressed and pack the diaper bags. Guess what? I tell them. Today is a grandma day. Maisie claps her hands, but Nico shakes his head and says, No gamma, no gamma. Dude, I feel your pain, I tell him, chuckling. Emily's father once referred to his ex-wife as the iron butterfly. I lied to Betsy, telling her I dropped them off somewhere around 8:30 so I can chase down a couple of imaginary leads, one of them in Massachusetts, north of Boston. Traffic permitting, I said I'll pick them up sometime between 3 and 4. I added the traffic permitting caveat as a cushion in case I need an extra hour to sober up. I've lied to Emily, too. Told her that after I drop the kids off at her mom's, I'll send out another round of resumes, make some follow-up calls, and then drive over to Manchester because Hobby Lobby has advertised an opening in their framing department. In truth, having been defeated by several months' worth of humiliation in my search for employment, and now dreading the possibility of actually getting the Hobby Lobby job, and having to mat and frame people's shitty, mass-produced poster art at a big box store, I will not be driving to Manchester or doing anything else on my make-believe agenda. When I was laid off from the 2-person art department of the advertising firm where I'd worked for 5 years, Rhonda, my manager, delivered the news at lunchtime and told me to take the afternoon off. In fairness, she didn't realize she was shit-canning me on Maisie and Nico's first birthday, for which we'd planned a party with the 2 grandmas plus a few of our neighbors and some of Emily's work friends. The year before, it was Rhonda who had arranged for the lunchtime celebration of the twins' birth. Cake, gift cards, packs of Huggies, jokes about sleeplessness. I want you to know that it's not about the quality of your work, Corby, Rhonda assured me as she raised the axe and let it drop. It's about the company's bottom line. It was a difficult decision, but I was told I couldn't keep you both. And, of course, she wasn't about to lay off Brienne, the golden child who'd been hired 3 years after me, but had been getting assigned to the bigger accounts. Like me, Brienne had been a scholarship student at the Rhode Island School of Design, but unlike me, she had graduated with honors and won awards for her work, whereas I'd quit midway through my senior year and driven across the country to secure Emily's love. For a while now, I've been nurturing this scenario whereby a bigger and more lucrative agency lures Brienne away from creative and I get my old job back and excel, showing them what a foolish mistake they made when they let me go. What's that called? Magical thinking? Meanwhile, my unemployment benefit has run out. We've refinanced our mortgage and done 3 sessions of marriage counseling. Last month we acknowledged the twins' second birthday with presents, cake, and candles, but skipped the expense of a party. Hey, it is what it is, as they say. With an assist from rum and Ativan, I've lately held panic at bay by embracing the Alfred E. Newman philosophy, what, me worry? So, after I drop off the kids, I'll be heading to the liquor store for another fifth of the captain, then back home to consume it while watching some daytime TV. CNN, The People's Court, The Price is Right, and, if I can find it again, that station that carries reruns of Saved by the Bell. Once my rum and benzo mini vacation really kicks in, I might watch some porn and jerk off, maybe grab a nap. I'll pick up Maisie and Nico at Betsy's sometime around 4, start cooking supper by the time Emily gets home, or more likely pick up Chinese or Chipotle for dinner, plus McNuggets for the twins. There's starting to be an embarrassing number of Happy Meal toys gathering on the windowsill in the playroom. That's my plan. But none of this will happen. I put the bag I packed for the twins' day at their grandmother's on the bottom porch step, then go back inside, brush my teeth and gargle twice so that Betsy won't smell anything when I drop them off. It's a chilly morning, so I put the kids' hats and spring jackets on, lock the front door, and walk them out to the driveway. The usual order of buckling the twins into their car seats is Nico first because he's the more restless of the two, but the order gets turned around this morning when I see Nico on his belly, watching a swarm of ants in the driveway crawl over and around a piece of cookie that got dropped the day before. I buckle Maisie in. Then I remember the bag on the porch step and hustle back to get it. I place the bag on the passenger seat up front, wave to our across-the-street neighbors, Sean and Linda McNally, as they pull into their driveway. Linda gets out of the car shaking a paper bag. "Mr. Big Spender just took me out for breakfast," she calls over to me. "Egg McMuffin to go, woohoo!" I laugh. Promise Sean I'll return the maul I'd borrowed from him. The weekend before, I finally finished splitting and stacking that half-cord of wood that had been delivered a few months ago. "Yeah, good," he says, instead of "no rush" or "not a problem." Some guys are so possessive of their tools. Linda's outgoing, but Sean always seems standoffish, suspicious, almost, toward me anyway. He's a recently retired state cop. That probably explains it. I have the feeling that Make America Great Again sign on their lawn last year was his idea, not hers. "How are my 2 little sweetie pies?" Linda asks. "You mean double trouble? They got a hold of some crayons yesterday and scrawled all over the kitchen floor. When I busted them and asked, 'Did you 2 do this?' Maisie looked at her brother and he shook his head, so she did too. The little monsters were still holding on to their Crayolas. Gonna be artists like their daddy," she says, laughing. "Or politicians," I say. "They've already got the fibbing thing down." Linda concurs. "When he was 3, our Russell took a magic marker to our brand new duvet, swore up and down that he didn't do it, that it must have been his sister Jill, who hadn't even started to creep yet. He almost didn't live to see age 4. I roll my eyes and laugh. Ask her how Russell likes living out in Colorado. "Fine," she says. "He's been taking classes and bartending part-time, but he just got a real job at a TV station in Fort Collins." I tell her to say hi from Emily and me next time she speaks to him. "Well, I better get going," I say. "Have a good one." I climb into our CRV, start it up, and put it in reverse. When I feel the slight resistance at the rear right wheel, I figure a piece of wood I stacked must have fallen off the pile. That's what the obstruction must be. What are they yelling about over there? I pull ahead a few feet, then back up again, depressing the gas pedal just enough to make it over the obstacle. In the rearview mirror, I see them running toward us, arms waving. What the fuck, man? Why is she screaming? And then I know. Chapter 2, Summer 2005. Emily and I met the year before my desperate cross-country drive to save our relationship. We'd both gotten summer jobs at Old Mystic Village, A self-consciously quaint New England colonial-era tourist trap with a town green, a duck pond, and small shops selling the kind of high-end stuff and souvenirs that nobody really needs. I was on the two-man landscaping crew, and Emily was working the front counter at a bakery where they sold these oversized molasses cookies I liked, Joe Froggers, cellophane wrapped in a basket on the counter. That was what I bought the first time I went in there, a coffee and a Joe Frogger. "Nope," she said, looking at the cookie I'd selected. She put it back in the basket and replaced it with another. "This one's bigger." "Hey, do you think there's a Mrs. Coffee?" What?" She was wicked cute, but a little weird. She tapped her painted fingernail against the carafe she was holding, the place where it said Mr. Coffee. "I mean, you hear a lot about Mrs. Santa Claus and Mrs. Doubtfire, but never anything about Mrs. Coffee. Do you think he has a wife?" I shrugged, gave her a half smile. "By the way, I'm Emily." "Hey," I said, catching up. "I'm Corby. I think Mr. Coffee's a bachelor, but he's got a thing for Mrs. Butterworth." "That slut," she said. "I hope he's using protection because she's also got something going on with Mr. Peanut. $3.75. I handed her a $5 and told her to keep the change. "You know who you kind of look like? Except he's not a redhead? Heath Ledger. Wasn't he Billy Bob's son in that prison film? Shoots himself in the head after his father humiliates him. What was the name of that movie?" She shrugs, says she's thinking about 10 things I hate about you, Heath Ledger. "You're not as hot, though, so don't get a swelled head about it." "Okay," I promised. For the rest of my shift that day, I thought about her as I picked up litter with my trash stabber and hosed off the walkways around the duck pond. Stupid birds, why couldn't they just shit in the water? I figured she probably had a boyfriend. Every lunchtime after that, I bought another Joe Frogger, but mostly I went into the bakery to flirt with Emily. She had dark wavy hair, big brown eyes, olive complexion. She had a cute little heart-shaped butt below the bow tied at the back of the apron, too. And a low, sexy voice you wouldn't expect to come out of someone not much over 5 feet tall. If there was a line at the register, I'd look at her and calculate which pigments I'd use to capture her skin tone. Bronze, beige, maybe some flecks of Mediterranean green and Tuscany yellow. Not that it was likely she'd ever pose for me. How could I ask her to do that without sounding pervy? "You eat many more of those, you're going to turn amphibian," she warned me one time about my cookie consumption. "As a matter of fact, you're looking a little green around the gills." She had a great deadpan delivery. "Actually, we only have gills when we're tadpoles," I said. "As adults, we breathe through our skin." It was some random fact I remembered my father telling me out by the stream across from our house after I'd just caught a frog. Another time at the bakery, I was standing in line behind a woman and her little kid. "You see that guy in back of you?" Emily asked the kid. "He's part human and part frog." The kid swiveled around and faced me with a skeptical smile. When I nodded and gave him a couple of ribbits, the smile dropped off his face. I think that was the day I finally got the balls to ask her out. Half the summer was over by then, and she hadn't once mentioned a boyfriend. "You get off work at 6, right? I was wondering if you wanted to grab something to eat this Friday and maybe go down to the Andrea. There's an REM cover band playing there this weekend. I saw them in Providence last semester. They're pretty decent." I could feel my face getting hot while she kept me waiting. "Sorry, I've got plans," she finally said. "Oh, okay, no worries." "Yeah, on Fridays my mother and I get into our PJs early and play Scrabble." Scrabble with Mom? Seriously? If she wasn't interested, she could at least have left me with a little bit of dignity. "Sure, no problem," I said. "Well, back to work." I couldn't get out of there fast enough. "Hey, Red," she called. "You planning to pay for that cookie?" I looked down, and sure enough, I was holding a Joe Frogger. "Oh, sorry," I said. Flustered, I pulled a $5 out of my wallet and handed it to her. "You know I'm kidding, right? I'd be eternally grateful if you rescued me from another Friday night of board games and jammies." "And did you say food?" "Do you know what I've been dying for all summer?" I shrugged. "Fried clams." "I was thinking pizza, but yeah, that's cool. Strips or whole bellies?" "Whole bellies," she said. "Eating clam strips is like stopping at kissing." Whoa. I was taken aback by her cheeky remark, and she noticed, laughed, and told me I looked shocked. Shocked? I said. Who's shocked? I spent that afternoon weeding and deadheading the flower beds, thinking about what kind of signal Emily might have been sending me with that crack about kissing. I was doing math in my head, too. A couple of whole-belly clam dinners were going to cost me 3 times as much as a pizza, I figured. But whatever. For a lot of guys my age, sex was all about hookups. The more the better. Not me. The summer I met Emily, I'd had sex with a grand total of 3 women. On that first date, we ate in the car at the clam shack she suggested. I didn't dare tell her, but I preferred strips to whole bellies. Are you done? She asked. I told her, yeah, I just wasn't that hungry for some reason. Those bellies in my mouth felt too squishy. She ate the rest of mine and all of hers, dipped her fries in tartar sauce rather than ketchup, and polished them off, too. On our way to the dance club, we talked about school. I told her I just finished my junior year at RISD with so-so grades except for advanced studio and topics in architectural drawing. She said she was going into her senior year at UCLA, majoring in educational studies, and that she'd wanted to be a teacher since she was a kid. Except for a brief time when I was 8 and thought I'd like to be a nun. She'd gone to grammar school in Connecticut and high school in Southern California, where her parents had relocated to save their marriage. When it failed, nevertheless, her mother returned to her family in Stonington, Connecticut. Emily had stayed in Cali with her dad so she could access the free tuition offered to state residents. She missed her mother, though, and was glad she got to stay with her during the summer. You closer to her than to your father? Now I am, I guess. When I was growing up, I was a daddy's girl. Mom is type A all the way, and my dad's more laid back. I was living at his place and commuting, but now his girlfriend, Anna, and her daughter have moved in with us. Anna's nice enough. It's not like we don't get along, but she and my dad kind of assumed I was their live-in nanny, so when I get back, I'm sharing an apartment with some other UCLA students. How about you? Which parent are you closer to? No contest, I said. My dad's a dick. I didn't want to go into the particulars with her, so I changed the subject. At the bakery the week before, she'd mentioned she was taking a night course at the UConn Extension campus, so I asked her about that. World religions, right? She nodded. I signed up for that class just to get my last Gen Ed requirement out of the way, but it's been really interesting. This past week we've been looking at Hinduism, karma, dharma, reincarnation. As she talked about the theory that we've all been here before in other forms, I pretended to be interested, but what I was really focused on was how good she smelled and how much I wanted to kiss those plump, talking lips of hers and what it would be like to fuck her. Don't you think? She asked. Busted. I had no idea how to answer her. Possibly, I said. At the Andrea, we danced a couple of times. She danced cooler than I did, and drank a few Heinekens, but the band was too loud for conversation. When they let rip with an eardrum-shattering cover of What's the Frequency, Kenneth, I pointed to the beach out back and she nodded. The just-past full moon illuminated the shore that night. We dropped our shoes and her purse in the sand, threw my hoodie over them so they'd be concealed, and started walking. So, she said, you're closer to your mother than your dad. What's she like? My mom? Well, she's got red hair, like me, except hers is starting to gray. Good sense of humor, likes to garden. I edited out the more exotic stuff, that Mom grew her own weed and was into tarot, that the summer between my high school graduation and my first year of college, she'd gotten a tattoo, turned Wiccan, and told me she might be bisexual. She's a bit of a free spirit, I added. Does she work? Yeah, waitresses at Newport Creamery. She's been there for years, has a bunch of regulars she jokes with. What's your mom like? She said, well, she reads a lot and writes poetry that she never lets anyone see, vacuums her apartment twice a week and hates that I'm such a slob. She belongs to this women's church group where they get together and sew patchwork quilts. Girls gone wild, huh? So if you wanted to be a nun, you guys must be Catholic, right? Nope. I'd been over at my friend Erin Houlihan's house when her aunt was visiting, Sister Julia. She was young and pretty and had just taken her final vows. When I got home, I told my mother that Erin and I had decided to enter the convent when we were old enough. She reminded me that we were Methodists, not Catholics. And did I know that nuns had to shave their heads and kneel on hard surfaces when they prayed, sometimes for hours at a time? I decided Erin would have to go it alone. She laughed at the memory. My grandfather was a brigadier general in the Army, and both Mom's brothers were commissioned officers. My Uncle Frank worked at the Pentagon until he retired. The whole family votes Republican, including Mom. Like mother, like daughter? I asked. Politically? Oh, God, no. I can't even go there with her about politics. What about you? Were you Bush or Gore? When I said I hadn't bothered to vote because all politicians were the same, she punched my arm. Hard. That attitude is part of the problem, you chooch. I can tell I have a lot of work to do if I'm going to straighten you out. As in, maybe you and I might have a future. That this night might go somewhere. Maybe you should have been a nun after all, I said. You've already got the scolding thing down, and you can land a pretty decent punch. Plus, you're pretty enough to rock a shaved head. She said she bet I used that line with all the girls. All what girls? I said. Oh, come off it. Those broad shoulders and the lanky frame, those long lashes that any girl would kill to have. Her compliments made me feel embarrassed, but pleased. Lanky? I said. Gawky, you mean. She scoffed. Cute butt, too. Not that I noticed. When she reached over and slipped her small hand in mine, I folded my fingers around it. Had it happened as early as that? Was that the moment? The gesture that made me fall in love with her? By the time we got back to the place where we'd left our stuff, the tide had crept further in and soaked everything. No biggie, she said. Most of my stuff's in my other purse, and folding money dries. Up at the Andrea, the band must have been taking a break. The jukebox was playing an old tune that I recognized. You are here and warm, but I could look away and you'd be gone. We decided not to go back inside. Holding our wet shoes, we walked barefoot to the parking lot, made out in my car, touching each other until the windows fogged up and I was getting close to launching. She whispered that we'd better stop. Is that what you want? I whispered back. No, she said. But yes. When I dropped her back at her mom's, I asked her on a scale of 1 to 5 how good a time she'd had. 5, she said. You? I told her 10. The following morning, I was still asleep when my phone rang. I squinted at the time, 7:15. Who the fuck? Yeah. Good morning, she said. Thanks again for last night. Hey, would you like to go out for breakfast? I was thinking the Arrow Diner on Route 2 in half an hour. I said yes, swung my legs out of bed, and headed for the shower. After toweling off, I looked at my naked self in the mirror. Long lashes? Check. Broad shoulders? Nah, average maybe. Nothing special. But because the work I was doing that summer was physical, my stomach looked cut, and my biceps were bigger. Still, I had a t-shirt tan, not cool. And an overbite, as the hygienist always reminded me when I got my teeth cleaned. And in my opinion, my frame was still on the scrawny side. It was a draw, I figured, and slipped on some clean boxers. What counted was that Emily liked what she saw. I glanced again at the clock. I had 15 minutes to get to that diner on Route 2, and there'd probably be beach traffic. There was no time to shave, so I hoped she liked the scruffy look. Apparently she did. We got together almost every night for the rest of that dwindling summer. Went to the beach half a dozen times, made love whenever the opportunity let us, given that we were both staying with our moms. Emily's mom was iffy about me from the beginning, and she wasn't exactly reassured when she found a couple of the nude sketches I'd done of Emily. He could post these on the internet, she warned her daughter. How many schools would hire you to teach if these went public? Emily's theory was that Betsy would come around once she got to know me better, so I went over there for dinner one rainy Sunday in the middle of August. Emily made a lasagna, and Betsy contributed a green salad with nothing in it besides arugula, oil, and lemon juice. Hope she hasn't tired herself out making it, I thought. To impress her, I had splurged on a $30 bottle of red wine and purposely left the price tag on. But I could have saved the money. Betsy barely touched her lips to her glass. After I'd finished a second helping of lasagna, Emily said she'd made a blueberry pie for dessert. When she stood and started clearing the plates, I got up to help her. Betsy insisted I sit back down because I was their guest. With Em in the kitchen, that left the two of us. After an awkward several seconds, I said, So your daughter says you write poetry? Oh, here and there, she said. I'm much more of a reader than a writer. Yeah? What's your favorite book? Oh, goodness, I have so many. I've been rereading Jane Eyre. That's one of my favorites. Masterpiece Theater has been running a marvelous series based on the book. I don't suppose you've seen it." "No, but my mother's been watching it," I told her, which was a lie. For Mom, must-see TV on Sunday nights was Desperate Housewives. "So tell me," she said, "is art something you're hoping to make your living doing?" "Maybe," I said. "I'm not really into planning my future at this point. I guess I'm more of a live-for-today kind of person." "Aha, then you're the grasshopper, not the ant." When I shrugged, she said, "Aesop's Fables? You're very young, aren't you?" As in immature and stupid, I figured. I poured myself more wine. A $30 bottle of Cabernet? Someone had better drink it. I felt like letting her know that my high school girlfriend's parents had been crazy about me. Her dad had even taken me fishing. Where the hell was Emily? Reaching for my glass, I knocked it over, spilling wine on their white tablecloth. Ignoring my apology, Betsy jumped up, rushed to the kitchen, and came back armed with paper towels, a dishcloth, and a bottle of club soda. Blotting, pouring, and scrubbing, she let me know that the tablecloth, a gift from her favorite aunt, would be ruined if the stain was allowed to set. "Again, I'm very, very sorry," I said. Instead of acknowledging my apology, she continued to scrub aggressively. When Emily returned with the pie, she apologized that it was so juicy. She'd forgotten the cornstarch. Aware that blueberries stained, I ate my piece super carefully. As soon as I had my last bite, I stood and said I had to go. "Already?" Emily said. I made up a bullshit excuse about having to feed a neighbor's dog. At the front door, I whispered to Emily that I was pretty sure I'd flunked the audition. "Good thing you're not dating her then," she quipped. "And don't worry about the stupid tablecloth. Big deal." When I kissed her, she kissed me back. It was pouring by then, and the ground was saturated. Backing up, I accidentally veered off their driveway and onto the lawn, made a little bit of a rut, which by morning might not even be noticeable, and if it was, Betsy would have to just fucking get over it. "You're very young, aren't you?" What a bitch. At the end of August, Emily and I promised each other we'd call and write as often as our upcoming semesters allowed. I'd fly out there for the 4-day Thanksgiving break, and she'd spend the month between semesters back at her mother's. So at the end of our Mystic Village summer, we returned to our schools on opposite coasts. Chapter 3, 2006 through 2013. We talked to each other 4 or 5 times a week, ending calls with "I love you" and "I love you more." Thanksgiving out in California went well. Emily's dad, Pat, and his girlfriend, Anna, were cool and a lot friendlier than her mom. Emily flew back to Connecticut for Christmas at the end of the fall semester, and I picked her up at the airport. When she came around the corner and saw me in the crowd, she made a mad dash, leapt into my arms, and bracketed her legs around my hips. A few of the people around us hooted and applauded. We spent most of our 3-week break together. Took the train into New York for the day to see the tree at Rockefeller Center and the holiday windows. Home again, we went tobogganing over at the golf course. We met my mother for lunch at Village Pizza because she wanted to meet Emily. She had invited us over to her place, but Mom's trailer was as messy as Betsy's place was neat, and it sometimes smelled of cat pee, so I lied. Told her Emily was allergic to cats and that Ajax and Trixie might give her a sneezing attack. When we went Christmas shopping at the mall, Emily and I were looking in one of the jewelry store windows when a saleswoman came out to the entrance and said she could show us a much bigger selection of engagement rings inside. Emily blushed and shook her head. "Not quite there yet? Well, we have some lovely pre-engagement pieces and friendship rings. Come in and have a look." I told her no thanks, and we walked away hand in hand. The next day I went back there and bought Emily a bracelet, 14-karat gold with a diamond chip. We exchanged our gifts out in my car on Christmas Eve. "You sure you don't want to come in?" Emily asked. I didn't. I was going over to her mom's for Christmas dinner the next day, and there was only so much Betsy I could take. Emily said she loved her bracelet and put it right on. She didn't say anything about the diamond chip, and neither did I, but I hoped she had gotten my intended message, a preview of coming attractions, For my present, Emily had reserved us a room at the Three Rivers Inn for New Year's Eve. I had never stayed in a hotel room that fancy before. We made love in the warm, bubbling water of the hot tub and, later, in the plush bed. Emily had gone on the pill by then, so there was no fumbling with condoms. When she came, she burst out crying. "What?" I asked. "What's the matter?" "Nothing's the matter. It's just, I don't know. I've never felt like this before." "What do you mean, like this?" "Like feeling a little drunk when I haven't had anything to drink. I'm just so happy, Corby. It's a little overwhelming, in a good way." Cuddling, we watched a show about the major events of the year just ending: Katrina, Iraq, the death of Pope John Paul, the birth of YouTube. Then the ball dropped in Times Square, we kissed the New Year hello, and fell asleep in each other's arms. 2 days later, we were back at the airport, and I watched her plane take off and rise, flying her back to California. While I was packing to go back to school, Mom came in with a tin of brownies. She told me how much she liked Emily. "But long-distance relationships can be pretty hard to sustain," she said. "Yeah, I thought absence was supposed to make the heart grow fonder." I was being a wise guy, which Mom sometimes liked and sometimes didn't, and sometimes ignored if she was trying to make a point. "I'm not trying to be a wet blanket, Corby," she said. "I just don't want you to get ahead of yourself with this girl. You're both very young and—" "You know something, Mom? You worry too much. Maybe long-distance relationships get tricky for some couples, but that won't happen with us." "Okay then, I just don't want to see you get hurt. And don't forget to share those brownies with some of the boys in your dorm. There's 12 dozen. Any wacky weed in there, Mrs. Feelgood?" She gave me a look. "Okay, thanks, Mom. And stop worrying about Emily and me. We're fine." And things were fine for the first several weeks of the semester. When Emily's letters and callbacks began to taper off, I chalked it up to her student teaching. She had a 40-minute commute to her school, taught all day, and then drove back, prepared lessons, and graded papers into the night. She and I were rock solid. She was just super busy. But then came the night when, over the phone, she said basically what my mother had said, that maybe we needed to tap the brakes on our relationship. "I don't get where this is coming from," I said. "I thought being with me made you feel intoxicated. Was that because you'd just gotten laid and were feeling the afterglow?" Instead of taking the bait, she let her silence do the talking. But I couldn't stop. "You breaking up with me? Is that what this is?" "No. I'm just wondering if maybe we should slow down a little, you know? Jesus Christ, how much more slowed down can we be with you out in California, me in Rhode Island, and 3,000 miles between us?" "Corby, why do you sound so angry? All I'm saying is that maybe we both should have the freedom to go out with other people from time to time." If there had been Skype or FaceTime back then, she would have seen my despair. "I don't need that kind of freedom because I know for sure that I want to share the rest of my life with you." "Okay, but Corby, I'm not sure we're in the same place about that. I don't even know what the rules are for us as a couple. It's confusing." "So who is he?" "Okay, if you must know, it's Brad Pitt." I couldn't resist. "No, seriously, who is he? And have you slept with him yet?" "There's nobody, Corby. You're jumping to conclusions." "Am I?" There was a long pause on her end. "One of my housemates. Mason, he and I were eating breakfast yesterday, and he said, out of the blue, that he has feelings for me, which was awkward because the only thing I feel toward him is annoyance. I mean, he clips his toenails in the living room, and when he's studying, he clears his throat so many times that I find myself counting instead of concentrating on what I'm supposed to be studying." "Okay, who else?" "No one else. The guy who runs the coffee shop I go to asked me if I wanted to go to some art show opening with him, and I told him no, that I was seeing someone, but it's gotten me thinking that if someone better comes along, you want to keep your options open." "Okay, forget I even said anything, and stop being so fucking insecure, because this is already a really stressful time for me with student teaching, okay? The kids in one of my classes keep testing me, and their regular teacher's this hard-nosed disciplinarian who won't even let the kids breathe. Yesterday she told me that if my classroom management doesn't improve, she can't see how she'll be able to give me a good grade. But the thing is, she never leaves the room. She just sits on the sidelines and scowls. Whenever that class is coming up, I turn into a nervous wreck. I didn't want to talk about her student teaching. I wanted to keep talking about us. As if I were qualified to give her advice about her situation, I said, "Just tell her you've got your own style and that you need her to leave the room when you have that class because it makes you nervous." "Oh yeah, that would go over big," she said. The thing I said about not knowing what the rules were, for us as a couple, what if some guy I know, someone who's just a friend, wants to go for a walk or to a movie? Is that... I barged in before she could finish. "Let me ask you something. That bracelet I gave you, do you wear it or is it shoved in a drawer someplace?" "I have it on right now, Corby. I wear it every day. Look, I know I'm not doing a very good job of explaining what I'm trying to say, but I'm just under so much pressure right now about the teaching stuff," and I told her I had to go, but that we could talk later. Hung up on her. Paced back and forth. Guy at a coffee shop. I thought about that barista at the Starbucks on Angel Street. Guy was so good-looking and gym fit. You noticed him even if you're a dude. Mr. Personality, too, with dollar bills and fives stuffed into his tip jar. Like I'd have any chance if I had to compete against that guy. I went downstairs and stormed out of the dorm, hoofed it from campus into downtown Providence, and bought a pack of cigarettes. I only smoked when I felt anxious about something, a habit I picked up one exam week in high school. For a good hour or more, I kept walking, smoking, and thinking about what I could do so I wouldn't lose her. By the time I got back, my throat burned from tar and nicotine, but I had figured it out. I'd never loved RISD, and this semester really sucked. I'd gotten a D and a C- for midterm grades. The first, in spatial geometry. If I wanted this much math, I'd have majored in it. The other in ambient interfaces. Too many missed classes, plus the prof had an annoying laugh and bad breath. Then things had gone sour the first week of the new semester when I was hauled before the disciplinary referral board for something ridiculous that happened before Christmas break. Having volunteered with some other guys to decorate the common area for the holidays, I'd gotten shit-faced. We all had, but I was the one who had written in spray snow on the picture window, "Fuck you and the sleigh you rode in on." Some dean had walked by, seen it, and made a complaint. The students on the discipline committee, a trio of dweebs, listened to my lame defense about having exercised my First Amendment rights. "I'd like to think this is a college, not a prison," I said in closing. I concluded that me and RISD were a bad fit. I didn't bother to withdraw. I just drove away in my rusted-out Chevy Chevette and headed west. I was that sure that Emily was the one for me, and the grand gesture I was making was going to convince her that I was the one for her. How many other dudes would ditch their college education for love? Even gunning it, the trek from Providence to San Diego took me almost 4 days and earned me 2 speeding tickets, one in Pennsylvania, the other just outside of Little Rock, Arkansas, plus a loitering fine somewhere along Route 40 for napping on the shoulder of a highway. I played the radio all the way out there, listening a billion times to Rihanna, CeeLo, and that sappy James Blunt song, "You're Beautiful," on the pop stations, and as I drove west, Kenny Chesney, Rascal Flatts, and a bunch of stations hawking Jesus. The news was redundant, too. The Patriot Act gets renewed, the polar ice caps are shrinking, the trouble at Abu Ghraib prison, and if you're planning to go quail hunting with Dick Cheney, better think again. When I couldn't stand the radio anymore, I'd turn it off and enjoy the silence for a while until my father's voice would start playing in my head. "But deciding to leave isn't the same as flunking out, Dad," I'd insisted, interrupting his usual refrain about me being a disappointment to him. That earworm had begun in middle school when I'd gotten caught shoplifting upper-deck basketball cards at the hobby store in the mall. The night my buddies and I had gotten pinched at Lantern Hill for underage drinking, I had been an embarrassment to him and myself, he'd said. Of course, when he picked me up at State Police Barracks, he reeked of scotch. I'd humiliated him the day he found out I'd gotten fired from my summer job at the A&P for helping myself to handfuls of cooked shrimp while, instead of herding empty carriages out in the parking lot, I was chatting with the hot blonde behind the fish counter. He reminded me that he'd gone out on a limb and asked one of his golfing buddies, an A&P district manager, to see that I'd get hired. He might as well just face it, he'd said. His son was a non-starter, a slacker, a dud. During my freshman year at RISD, I'd gone to a counselor for a while because of my anxiety, and we talked about my relationship with my father. I don't get it, I told her. Supposedly his students love him, and last year his university gave him some big award for this program he started down in Haiti. But at home, until he left my mother and me, he was always riding my ass about something. Hers too, but she got it worse than I did. A lot of people are like that, Corby, she'd said. They have a public persona that's different from who they are at home. Have you ever considered that you might have been a victim of verbal abuse? I'd stuck up for Dad. He just wants to wake me up when he says shit like that. Give me a reality check. So are you saying you are a loser? That is your reality? Because you and I haven't known each other for long, but I'd have to disagree. Why had that shrink's attempt to defend me against my father during that session pissed me off? Why had I stopped going to see her after that? But anyway, that flamboyant gesture I made, shit-canning school and driving cross-country to rescue Emily's and my relationship, it worked. Oh my God, she said when she answered the door. Corby, why? Because the only thing that matters to me is you. Will you marry me? When I began to cry, she reached up, put her hands on my shoulders and pulled me close, rested her head against my chest, and said she didn't care that my showing up made no sense, that the only thing she knew was that she fucking loved me. As for marriage, she didn't say yes or no. Emily's housemates weren't happy about my arrival, even though I began kicking in toward the rent. The shy one, Becky, tended to freak out if I went into the kitchen shirtless or left the bathroom wearing just a towel. Mason, the dude who had feelings for Emily, kept making cryptic remarks in my presence that Em said were passive-aggressive. Odessa's beef was that I left dirty dishes in the sink, which I had done like maybe 2 times, tops. They had a meeting one afternoon when Emily and I weren't around and voted us out of the house. Emily was hurt, and I felt bad for her, but another part of me was like, hallelujah, no more having to put up with the bullshit of community living with these prima donnas. We moved into a 2-room apartment over a garage near campus. I started to love living in SoCal. The easygoing vibe, the unbelievable weather. Emily's student teaching went so well during her last month that she got an A, and the principal at her school offered her a job for the following year. I'd gotten a job, too, selling suits at a men's warehouse in Redlands. Every other weekend when I was off, I tried selling my paintings at the street fairs around the Embarcadero Pier. Most of the Saturday and Sunday tourists were buying seascapes, and no one was interested in the abstract expressionist stuff I was doing at the time. I wasn't about to lower my standards and start churning out that kind of cheesy shit just because it sold. Instead, I lowered my standards and started sketching rock icons in charcoal. The usual suspects: Hendrix, Janis, Prince, Cobain. I got $50 a pop for them, sold 3 or 4 a day on average, and put most of that money toward buying Emily an engagement ring, making it official. Emily didn't go back east to her mom's that summer. She stayed in Cali with me. I think it was mid-July when she developed something called deep vein thrombosis. Fearing a blood clot down the road, her doctor took her off the pill and prescribed a diaphragm instead. It wasn't until she got pregnant that we read the fine print that said diaphragms had a 4% failure rate if you'd used them correctly every time, and a 12 to 18% failure rate if you hadn't. A few times in the heat of the moment, we might have gotten careless, I don't really remember. But whatever the reason, the home test kit said Emily was pregnant. When I took a knee and showed her the diamond, she cried, said yes. But when Emily called to tell her mom we were engaged, Betsy had news of her own. She had breast cancer and needed a mastectomy. Between wanting to be there for her mom during her recuperation and wanting her mom closer during her pregnancy, Emily lobbied for us to go back east. You can fly back when she has her surgery, help out for a couple of weeks while she recuperates if you want, but you and I have a life out here now, babe, I said. Maybe after the baby's born, your mother can come out here, and she shook her head, told me her mom needed her and she needed her mom. Yeah, but what about the teaching job you just got? What are you going to do, resign before you've even started? And that's just what she did. I gave in. We rented and packed up a U-Haul trailer, typed Betsy's address into MapQuest, and hit the road. There went our California life. The trip back east was hell. I had bought the cheapest trailer hitch kit that U-Haul sold and hadn't installed it right. We were just over the state line into Arizona when the trailer broke free, just missed the car behind us, and then went flying off the side of the highway and into a gully. That sent us back a whole day, plus the cost of a better hitch and a nondescript motel room that had bed bugs. Emily's nausea came and went as we traveled all those miles. We fought. She had a couple of crying jags. We were driving through Missouri when she began spotting. The doctor we saw at an emergency room in Oklahoma City examined Emily, ordered an ultrasound to be on the safe side, and assured us that a little bleeding during the first trimester was something a lot of women experienced. Maybe 25%, and most go on to deliver healthy babies down the line, so there's no need to panic, Mom and Dad. I think everything's going to be fine. In the blurry picture he gave us, the fetus looked like a lima bean with an eye. It was about 1 inch long, he said. Emily miscarried the next morning, about 100 miles outside of Nashville. She alternated between crying and sleeping, and I tried to comfort her as best I knew how, but it was guesswork. I was in over my head. She said she didn't want to see another doctor. She just knew. All she wanted was to see her mom. So I fought sleep, pounded Red Bulls, and drove almost nonstop the rest of the way. Betsy had good news. The cancer had been contained to her breast without having metastasized. She was solicitous with Emily, and surprisingly with me, too. "Do you need a hug?" she asked me when we were alone together in her kitchen. I hesitated. I didn't want one because I kept picturing her severed breast on a stainless steel tray. But I told her I did so I wouldn't hurt her feelings. "No bear hugs," she warned. "I'm still pretty tender there." When she put her arms around me, I found myself unable to reciprocate. Instead of hugging her back, I reached around and gave her some little one-handed pats on her back. Emily and I were married at the Stonington Town Hall on August the 1st. Emily's dad couldn't get there on short notice, but he mailed us a check and asked us to send pictures. Emily wore her sleeveless yellow sundress, and I wore my lucky plaid shirt, the vest from my one suit, and my least faded jeans. Our witnesses were Em's high school friend Leanne and her boyfriend. Both of our mothers were there, my mom still in her waitress uniform because she'd had to dash over from her shift at Newport Creamery. Betsy was decked out like it was the big church wedding she had wanted her daughter to have. After the marriage license was signed, she sprang for lunch at the Flood Tide, one of those upscale places where they put guys in toques at the carving stations and you get your Caesar salad tossed tableside. No honeymoon. We both had job interviews. West Vine Street Elementary hired Emily to teach 3rd grade. That same week, I got my job as a graphic artist at Creative Strategies, a startup agency that was happy to hire me based on my portfolio and the fact that they could lowball me salary-wise because I had no degree. My RISD buddy Matt, the only one I'd stayed in touch with, had graduated, landed a job at Cutwater, one of the big agencies in Manhattan, and sublet an apartment in Brooklyn, where all the cool kids lived. My job was in working-class Connecticut, and I presumed he was making a lot more than me. But it was a trade-off. I had lucked out at love, and Matt hadn't. Not yet, anyway. Had I not abandoned school to save my relationship, I would probably not be married to Emily. But I was. I was more in love with her than ever, and if she wasn't quite as committed to me as I was to her, something I worried about from time to time, it didn't mean she wasn't committed. She was just a little reserved, that was all. Not aloof, like her mother, not by a long shot. She just held a little something back for herself, that was all. Nothing wrong with that. We postponed getting pregnant again, telling ourselves that we had plenty of time, and that we both wanted to establish ourselves in our careers first. We needed to be practical, not impetuous or haphazard like the first time, she said. But fear was involved too, I think. More so for Emily than for me. Having had that miscarriage under such difficult circumstances made her gun-shy. I asked her maybe 3 or 4 times if she wanted to talk about it, but she always just shook her head and got quiet. She still kidded with me, showed me that wise-ass side of her that I'd enjoyed so much during our first summer, but it surfaced less often. We were 50-50 on the household chores, and sometimes when I did the laundry and put stuff away, I'd look at that blurry ultrasound photo she kept in her underwear drawer, the tiny lima bean of our non-baby, It wasn't like Emily was hiding it. She knew that I knew it was there. She just never wanted to discuss it, that traumatic cross-country trip back east. During the summer of 2014, we rented a cottage up in Truro on the Cape. It was during that week when Emily told me she thought she was ready to try again. We stopped using birth control and Em was pregnant by the end of that month. If I were you two, I'd start shopping around for one of those double strollers Emily's gynecologist told us the day we went in for the ultrasound. What? Are you kidding us? I said. I started laughing. When I glanced over at Emily, she looked scared. Chapter 4, April 27th, 2017. And now I know. I swivel around and look in the back seat to prove to myself that I'm wrong. But there's Maisie, strapped in, clutching her Mr. Zebra. Nico's car seat is empty. Too late, the image of him on his belly behind the car, studying those ants. Opening the door, I stumble out of the car, lose my balance, and fall to the ground. On hands and knees, I force myself to look beneath the undercarriage, see him and have to look away. I beg a God I don't believe in to make this not be happening, to make these shouts of denial not be coming from me but from some other child's father. I hear Sean McNally's agitated plea to 911, see Linda coming around from the back of the car, her hand over her mouth. I go to my son, drop to my knees beside him, averting my eyes but then forcing myself to look again. He's on his side, his head turned to the left, a puddle of red under his crushed body. I watch the rapid rising and falling of his little chest, his fight to stay alive, and have to look away. This isn't happening, is it? Don't leave us, Nico. You have to hold on. When I move to pick him up, cradle him, Sean stops me, tells me to leave him where he is. He pulls me up onto my feet and bear hugs me. Maisie. She's still in the car. But no, she isn't. Linda's got her out and is holding her, shielding her from the horror. Looking confused and frightened, Maisie reaches for me. Taking her in my arms, I try to hold it in but can't. When I start to wail, she does too. What do? I ask Linda. I don't know what to do. You need to call Emily, she says. I shake my head. I can't. How can I tell her it happened because of... You have to tell her, Corby. She needs to know. I nod and rummage in my pockets for my cell phone. Must have forgotten my phone in the house, I tell Linda. Can you hold her for a few more minutes? She nods. Daddy has to call Mommy first, I tell Maisie. Then I can hold you. Feeling a surge of nausea, I run toward the house, trying not to hear her screams for Daddy. Where is it? Where's my fucking phone? In a frenzy, I run from the kitchen to the bathroom, from our bedroom to the kids' room. I'm stopped by the photo on the shelf by their dresser. The two of them standing up in their crib, wearing the sleepers we gave away after they outgrew them. Maisie's smiling sweetly. Nico, the comedian, is making a goofy face. Oh God, what if... How can what's happening be real when 20 minutes earlier I was wiping syrup off his face and lifting him out of his high chair? I don't want to go back out there. I want to stay in here in the safety of before it happened. Before I put it in reverse and... In my second sweep, I see my phone sitting in plain sight on the kitchen counter. I grab it and tell it to call Emily, but it rings unanswered until Em's voice kicks in and says to leave her a message. I text her, "Emergency, come home now." There's no immediate text back. God damn it, she must have turned her phone off. I run back outside. The ambulance is here. The EMTs are bent over Nico, blocking my view. Daddy! Maisie screams. I stand there confused about which kid to go to until Linda walks toward me, holding out my daughter. Arlene from down the street is with her. I take Maisie and begin walking toward Nico until Arlene grabs my arm. Are you thinking clearly? She asks. You don't want her to have to see this, do you? I shake my head, walk Maisie to the far end of our lawn to shelter her, both of us, from what's happening on the driveway. It's okay. I keep telling Maisie to stop her crying. Everything's okay. This may be the biggest lie I've ever told in my life. No, I tell myself. His sister needs him. His mother and I wouldn't be able to cope if... And Nico's a tough little guy. He's still breathing, still fighting to live. Emergency responders are trained, and these two look like they know what they're doing. Maybe he'll need surgery when he gets to the hospital. But doctors perform miracles. He's going to make it. He is. I look past the ambulance's flashing lights at the end of the driveway to the neighbors, huddled together on the McNally's front lawn. Arlene and her husband, J.G., Dylan and Rashawn, the couple who bought the Olmstead's place, Mary Louise and her daughter, Jody, who sometimes babysits for us. The week before, Jody walked her new puppy over to let the twins see her. Why are they still working on him here? Get him in the ambulance. Get him to the hospital. 2 cruisers pull up in front of the house, one after the other. 2 pairs of cops. The first pair walks to where it happened, squatting, examining the right rear tire. One of them begins to take measurements. The other takes cell phone photos. The second pair of officers approach the neighbors. Linda McNally's voice is the only one that carries over to me. We screamed for him to stop, but he didn't hear us. The police must have asked where I was because I see Sean McNally pointing in my direction. As they cross the street toward Maisie and me, Linda calls to them. It was an accident! A terrible accident! He's a wonderful father! Oh God, Emily still doesn't know. Someone call my wife's school, I shout over to the neighbors. Westvine Elementary. She's got a field trip today, but maybe they haven't left yet. Rashawn waves his cell phone at me and says he's on it. Hello, sir, the stocky, older cop says. This is Officer Longo, and I'm Sergeant Fazio. You're the boy's father? Yes. And you were the operator of the vehicle? Yes. He waits for me to compose myself. This one yours too? He asks. I nod. Twins. She and the victim. The victim. Don't call him that. His name is Nico, I say. The younger cop focuses his attention on Maisie. I have a little girl just about your age, he says. What's your name, sweetheart? Maisie buries her face against my chest and mumbles. Don't see me. Think you can have someone else take her while we talk to you? The sergeant asks. I nod. Call Jody and her mom over. When I ask whether they can take care of Maisie for me, Mary Louise says of course whatever I need. No, I want Daddy, Maisie shouts. But Jody reminds her about the new puppy. Does she want to come over to their house and play with Cupcake? Maisie hesitates, but then she nods and detaches herself from me. When I put her down, Jody and her mom each take her by the hand. We can keep her for as long as you need us to, Mary Louise calls back as they walk her away. We'll pray for Nico. The sergeant does the talking. We need to ask you some questions, Mr. Ledbetter. I pull out my wallet and, with a shaking hand, offer my driver's license. The younger one takes it. I'll get started on this, he says. Walks toward their cruiser, my information in hand. The sergeant gets close to my face and says I should tell him exactly what happened and everything leading up to it. And I need you to be as specific as you can, all right? Don't leave anything out, even if you think it might not be important. I back up a step or two, begin with the French toast, the smoke alarm, Emily's field trip, the plan to take them to my mother-in-law's. I listened to myself retell the lie I had told my wife that I was planning to spend the day job hunting. I don't mention anything about the liquor-laced coffee or the extra Ativan. When I finally stop talking, I notice he's looking down at my trembling hands. At the end of the driveway, the EMTs are on their feet. They've placed Nico in the middle of an adult-sized stretcher and are rolling him into the back of their ambulance. One of them climbs in back with him. The other heads to the front and gets in the driver's seat. I need to go with him to the hospital, I tell the sergeant. As the ambulance pulls away, lights flashing, I shout, Hey, hold up! The siren begins blaring. They pick up speed. Turning back to the sergeant, I plead, He needs me. I'm his dad. Why don't Officer Longo and I give you a ride over there, he says. That way you can continue telling us what happened. Yeah, but I'll have to sign things, give them information. He might need surgery. Who knows how long we're going to be there. I should take my own car. You mean the SUV? He shakes his head. That stays put. When they get here, the detectives are going to want to have a look at it. And anyway, you're probably not in good shape to drive right now. My stomach heaves. I wait. Too shook up maybe, huh? We'll give you a lift. I don't understand why detectives have to... Standard procedure, sir. Especially if your boy doesn't make it. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it's not going to happen. But he needs his father. I should be with him in that ambulance. Is he conscious, Mr. Ledbetter? His question stops me cold. What? Because if he was unconscious, or if they sedated him, he wouldn't know one way or the other if you were there. I just stand there, silenced by his logic, his fucking cruelty. Come on, Mr. Ledbetter, he says. You're right. He's going to need his dad. His mother, too. Has she been contacted? I say I'm not sure, that her phone is turned off, but I had someone call the school. He probably got the office secretary. Okay, good, so let's go. Cruiser's over here. What's his name again? I glanced at the name tag pinned to his shirt pocket. Fazio. Sergeant Fazio. As he walks me toward the car, I hear the other cop talking into the radio. He may be ETOH, too. Not sure, but it's a possibility. Copy that. I'll see if I can get someone at the hospital to draw it for us. Officer Longo, Fazio says. Longo turns around, surprised to see us right there. Fazio opens the back door of the cruiser and tells me to watch my head. Then he walks around to the other side and gets in the back seat next to me. As Longo pulls away from the curb, I watch 3 people, a woman and 2 men, jump out of a white van that is pulled up in front of the house. I recognize her, one of the reporters from the local TV news. Fazio watches them too, shaking his head. He advises me not to talk to any reporters, something I'm not about to do anyway. So why don't you give me the particulars again on the way over in case you forgot something, Fazio says. That way you'll have the sequence of events clear in your head when our detective interviews you. But you're interviewing me, I say. Yeah, well, the thing is you'll probably have to go through everything 2 or 3 times. There has to be an investigation so they can rule things out. What things? Well, negligence, intentionality. Intentionality? Like I might have injured him on purpose? What kind of sick person would... It happens, Mr. Ledbetter. You'd be surprised. But we're not accusing you of anything. The opposite, actually. We just want to help you to get your story straight so that when our detective interviews you... Longo interrupts him. They've assigned Sykes. She's meeting us at the hospital. Copy that, Fazio says, as if his partner said it from a radio, not the front seat. So like I was saying, Corbin. Can I call you Corbin? I shrug. You want to get your story straight so that when Detective Sykes talks to you, she can determine that the injury to your son happened accidentally, especially if your boy doesn't. Don't keep saying that, because he will make it. He's like a little bulldozer, that kid. Last week, he banged his head on the coffee table, but got right up and kept going as if nothing happened. His sister's a different story, but Nico... How did he bump his head? Fazio asks. What? He fell. Clunked his head on the way down. What made him fall? I don't know. Kids that age fall all the time. Why am I getting the feeling that you're reading into whatever I say? I don't know, Mr. Ledbetter. Why are you getting that feeling? Look, I tell him, I don't think you get what I'm going through right now. I can't focus on these things you want me to talk about when part of me is still trying to convince myself that any of this is really happening, and all the other part can think about is what's going on at the hospital and how I'm going to break all this to my wife. And I'm trying not to lose it in front of you too, but... And then my anguish overtakes me, and losing it in front of them is exactly what I do. When I get a hold of my composure, Fazio says, Okay, Corbin, we can talk more about this when we get to the hospital. And what do you mean when you say I should get my story straight? I don't need to practice anything because it's not a story, it's what happened. No reaction from the sergeant. Not so much as a fucking nod. I lean forward, address the driver's right shoulder. Officer, when you were talking on the radio before, what were those initials you said? He glances in the rearview mirror at me. E.T. something? You said you'd bet that he was an E.T. something? He keeps me waiting, then finally answers. ETOH. Yeah, what's that stand for? Were you talking about my son's condition? No, I wasn't. Hey, speaking of initials, I have a question for you too. When I fed your information into the system, it said you got a DUI a while back. What was that about? Sergeant Fazio looks over at me, waiting for my response. I tell him it happened the day I lost my job. Company downsized. I stopped off at that tavern on North Main Street to drown my sorrows. Bids? Fazio says. Was that where you stopped? Yeah. I ran into some guy I know, and we took turns buying pictures. I was feeling no pain when I left, but I was still able to drive. Thought I was, anyway. Got about halfway home when they pulled me over. I'll leave out the part about it being the twins' first birthday party and forgetting to pick up their cake. Bids has great sandwiches, don't they? Fazio says. The Astro, the Supreme, good bread, too. I like a crusty grinder bread better than the soft kind. And how about Betty's pickled eggs? Try not to pucker up when you're eating one of those babies. Up front, his partner is nodding. It's surreal. My kid is fighting for his life, and he's talking about sandwiches. I still haven't gotten an answer about what ETOH is, but I shut up after that, close my eyes, and try to imagine I'm not riding in the back of this squad car. That I dropped the kids off at Emily's mother's like we planned because I buckled both of them in and nothing bad has happened to Nico. When I open my eyes again, we're moving at a faster clip, past the Wendy's on Perkins Avenue, then the Little League field, then that laundromat Emily and I used to use before we could afford to buy our washer and dryer. It dawns on me that this is the same route we took after I phoned Dr. Delgado to tell him her contractions were coming about 5 minutes apart and getting more intense. Time to rock and roll then, he said. I'll meet you there. Emily worked so hard in that delivery room. Have they gotten a hold of her, or is she still in the dark? Still on that bus heading to New Haven? She must be, or else she would have called me. Oh God, this is going to wipe her out. If he ends up disabled, in a wheelchair or something, how is she ever going to forgive me? How will I ever forgive myself? I start shaking, just a little at first, then uncontrollably. At the emergency room entrance, I get out of the cruiser and run on wobbly legs, passing through the sliding glass doors. Sergeant Fazio is a few steps behind me. Officer Longo has dropped us off and gone to park. Corby, wait. Emily is running toward me. What's going on? The vice principal flagged down the bus just as we were turning onto the highway, but all he'd say on the way here was that there's a family emergency. Is it my mother? When I shake my head, her eyes go wide with fear. With a trembling hand, she reaches out and grabs my arm. Please tell me it's not one of the kids. Chapter 5. In tears, I tell her it's Nico. He's hurt, Em. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. Fear flashes in her eyes. Hurt how? Did he break something? Were you in a car accident? I shake my head. What about Maisie? I tell her Maisie's fine, that I left her with Jody and Mary Louise so I could be with him here at the hospital. I don't understand, she says. Aren't you just getting here? Where is he? The ambulance took him. When the EMTs got to the house, they worked on him in the driveway. Then they... EMTs? Why were they called? Is it that serious? I tell her yes, that he lost a lot of blood. She shakes her head vehemently. When her eyes roll back and her knees buckle, I catch her before she falls. She's back a few seconds later, demanding to know what happened and why I said it was my fault. We're both crying now. He was belly down on the driveway, looking at ants. I remembered the bag I'd packed for them was on the step, and I went back to... And the McNallys had just come back from... And it slipped my mind that I hadn't buckled both of them in yet. I'd gotten her strapped in, but... Oh no, she shouts. Oh God. So I started the car and... She closes her eyes tight and shakes her head. Stop it, Corby. I can't hear this. Stop talking. Then she embraces me, holding on for dear life. Listen, I think he's going to come out of this okay, I tell her. Sometimes it looks worse than... Please just stop. I coax her into one of the chairs and tell her to take some deep breaths. I don't need deep breaths, she snaps. I need to find out what's happening. I need to see my son. I see Sergeant Fazio at the receptionist's window. Then he approaches us. Excuse me, folks. Sorry to interrupt, but they need you to check in, answer some questions, give them your insurance information. Message delivered, he joins Longo, who's standing halfway across the room. With a shaky hand, Emily takes the card out of her wallet and hands it to me. I approach the window, answer the receptionist's questions, and ask her some, too. Is our little boy in surgery? Who's the doctor? When can we see him? She says she's sorry, but she doesn't have that information. She imagines the doctor who's seeing him will be out to talk to us soon. When I sit back down again, Emily asks if I got any answers from the receptionist. I shake my head. Why are they here? she asks, nodding toward the two cops. I tell her they gave me a ride here after the ambulance left. But beyond that, I'm not sure. I guess there may be an investigation. Emily says she can't believe this is happening. I'm so scared, Corby, she says. What if he ends up crippled or brain damaged? You said there was blood. Where was he bleeding from? Don't go there, Em. She rests her elbows on her knees, covers her face with her hands, and sobs softly. I knead her shoulder for a minute or so, then stop. She sits up and leans against me. In the silence that follows, I take in the waiting room, an elderly couple, a high school kid on crutches at the soda machine, a middle-aged woman with knitting in her lap, a homeless-looking guy. Like peeping toms, they've been watching us, but when I look back at them, they avert their eyes. Fazio and Longo do not look away. Emily and I are being watched. A young woman in scrubs and a lab coat calls my name from the doorway. That's me, I say. She tells me to follow her. Emily asks her whether she should come too, that she's the mother. Looking confused, the woman says that won't be necessary and this won't take long. Emily nods, a puzzled look on her face. When she asks where they're taking me, I tell her I don't know. I follow the woman in the lab coat. Longo, the younger cop, gets up and starts walking behind us. Fazio stays in the waiting room with Emily. Were you in the ER just now? Do you know anything about my boy's condition? I ask. The woman shakes her head, says she's a phlebotomist and has been told to draw a couple of vials of my blood. My blood? Well, is he going to need a transfusion? I know we're both O positive. That's good, right? She nods. I look over my shoulder at Officer Longo. His face is unreadable. We go into a small, windowless room. The phlebotomist motions toward a chair. I sit. Longo positions himself against the door. You've had blood drawn before? The woman asks. I tell her I've been a donor since high school. Nodding, she grabs my wrists and pokes at my veins. Then she pulls on latex gloves, readies the needle, and attaches the vial. Little pinch, she says. She repeats the procedure twice more. Okay, you're done, she says. When I get back to Emily, her mother is in my chair. Betsy looks pale, red-eyed, and ready for combat. Just answer me one thing, she says. Why didn't you check to see that they were both buckled in before you put that car in reverse? What the fuck are you implying, Betsy? Realizing that I've raised my voice, I glance over at Fazio and Longo. I'm not implying anything, she hisses. I'm asking you a simple question. I look at Emily, hoping she'll defend me or tell her mother to stop with the third degree. Instead, she says, That's the thing, Corby. You always double-check. First you look in the rearview mirror, then you turn your head and look back. It's second nature to you. I've seen you do it 1,000,000 times. I just don't get why this morning. I stare at her, saying nothing. There's nothing to say. A doctor enters the room and walks toward us. He's young, NBA tall, blonde crew cut. Mr. and Mrs. Ledbetter? We nod. He gets down on his haunches in front of us, pity overtaking his face. I'm Dr. Stefanski, one of the ER docs. How is he? Emily asks. You know what? Let's go someplace where we can talk in private. There's a family room just down the hall where we can have some privacy, or if you prefer, we can use the chapel. The family room, I say. Betsy tells him she's the boy's grandmother and wants to come too. The doctor looks from me to Emily, who nods. Of course, he says. He glances back at me as if to assess the family dynamic. Follow me, he says. Mercifully, the two cops stay put. We sit around a table on cushioned chairs. The doctor on one side, the three of us across from him, Emily between her mother and me. I'm so sorry to have to tell you this, but your little guy didn't make it. He died in the ambulance on the way here. By the time he got to the ER, there was nothing we could do for him. He's still talking, his lips keep moving, but I can't take it all in. I hear broken pelvis, pancreas and small intestine, but I'm still on. He died. Nico is dead. I'm hit with a strange sensation that I'm falling from some great height. Grab the arms of my chair to steady myself. Emily gets up, arms straitjacketed around herself, and, shaking her head, walks to a corner of the room, her back to us, to me. Betsy stands and goes to her. She places her hand on her daughter's shoulders and murmurs something that I can't quite hear. I should be the one comforting her. He's our little boy. But what kind of comfort can I offer when I'm the one who caused his death? I turn back to the doctor. I got distracted, I explained. I always double-check before I start the car. But the one time... He nods and says he's a dad too. He mentions something about 2 grief counselors on staff, one spiritual, the other psychologist. Do we have a preference? Before I can answer, Emily pivots and approaches the table. Where's my son? She asks the doctor. I need to see him. He says she might want to think about that because of the nature of his injuries. Maybe it would be better for you to remember him the way he looked before the accident. Turning to me, he says, Don't you think so, Dad? As horrifying as my last look at Nico was, at least he was still drawing breath, fighting to live. I nod. Emily shakes her head. No, I have to see him. I'm his mother. I need to comfort him no matter what he looks like. He must be so scared. What she's saying makes no sense. I'll go with her, Betsy says. The doctor hesitates, then says, Come with me then. The 3 of them start toward the door. When I stand to follow them, Betsy swivels around and says, No, not you. Ignoring her, I turn to Emily. She shakes her head. That falling sensation hits me again. After it passes, I go to the doorway and watch them head down the corridor. The doctor, walking between them, towers over both women. He says something to Emily and places his hand on her back, a gesture of comfort for the poor young mother whose husband has caused the death of their child. As they turn a corner and disappear from sight, it's all I can do to not shout out in agony. The corridor is busy. Hospital workers in scrubs, lab coats carrying cups of coffee, food on foam trays. 2 guys in scrubs chatter on either end of a gurney as they wheel a patient into an elevator. What time is it? Afternoon already? Morning still? I have no idea, but what will be the use of checking my phone to find out? Nico has died, no matter what time it is. I go back into the meeting room, close the door to the corridor, and sit. Rub my burning eyes. I need to comfort him. He must be so scared. Is she in denial? In shock? I caused his death, but I lost him too, Emily. Can we still hold each other, cry together, grieve together? I let myself imagine that I did look back, saw his empty car seat and got out of the car, picked him up off the driveway and buckled him in. I see him over at Betsy's, playing with blocks, eating the Cheez-Its I packed and drinking from his juice box. See him over at the neighbor's house, laughing with Maisie at the antics of Jody's new puppy. Oh God, poor Maisie. They've hardly ever been apart. How can we ever explain Nico's abrupt disappearance? Will she remember him by the time she's 4 or 5, consciously, subconsciously? And if she does remember him, what then? And what about later when she can understand? I'll go with her, Betsy said. No, not you. What right did she have to put herself in charge? There's never been much love lost between Betsy and me. She disapproved of my having left college, just shy of my degree, my claim on her daughter. I'm someone she tolerated, for Emily's sake, although she warmed up a little after her grandkids were born. At least I was good for something. But ever since that day, I got laid off and came home drunk to the kids' birthday party. I want you to know that it's not about the quality of your work, Corby. The layoff will begin in 2 weeks, but why don't you take the rest of the afternoon off? Not wanting to give Emily the news that in another 2 weeks I'd be unemployed, I stopped off at bids for a few, then a few more. Then a guy from our summer softball team strolled in. How are things going, Ledbetter? No complaints, how about you? He bought the first picture, I got the second. Yeah, I guess I'd better take off too. Keep in touch, bro. Good seeing you too. I ended up getting that DUI and a ride home in a taxi. Right here's good, I told the driver. Handed him a 10, got out 6 or 7 houses down from our blue raised ranch. When I walked into the house, still 3/4 in the bag, I was momentarily confused. Had Rhonda called my wife with the news that she was shit-canning me? Why in the world did Emily think balloons were appropriate? Where have you been? She asked. Everyone's going to be here in another 20 minutes. Don't tell me you forgot to pick up the kids' cake. Where's your car? Jesus Christ, Corby. Behind me, I heard a car door slam, and when I looked around, there was Betsy, struggling a wooden rocking horse out of her back seat. Need a hand? I called, more to dodge the third degree from Emily than from any burning desire to come to the aid of my mother-in-law. When she handed over the rocking horse, she told me I smelled like a brewery. You're soused, aren't you? At your children's birthday party. Honestly. My father chimed in from somewhere. Non-starter. You're pathetic. Mr. Ledbetter. I opened my eyes to a blur of black skin, close-cropped hair, huge hoop earrings. As she comes into focus, I take in the business suit, an ID hanging from the lanyard around her neck. Are you the grief counselor? I ask. No, sir. I'm Detective Tunisia Sparks, 3 Rivers PD. She flashes a badge. That's when I notice Sergeant Fazio and Officer Longo standing behind her, their hands behind their backs. Chapter 6. I understand your little one didn't make it, Detective Sparks says. I'm very sorry for your loss, sir. It sounds rote, but I manage a thank you. My officers tell me your wife wasn't at home when the accident occurred, but she's here in the hospital now, is that correct? I nod, tell her the doctor we talked to has taken Emily and her mother to see our son. I think she's having trouble accepting that he's... I squint hard, but the tears come anyway. She waits, watching me. When I regain my composure, I apologize. She shakes her head. I can appreciate what a difficult time this must be for you, Mr. Ledbetter, but we need to go over some details about what happened, okay? I can't respond. Your first name is Corbin, right? Can I call you Corbin? I don't give a shit what she calls me. That's fine, but look, I've already told these officers everything. She pulls up a chair and sits, facing me, close enough that our knees almost touch. And I'll go through the report, of course, but I always like to hear things firsthand from the people who were involved, for their own protection, so why don't you tell me in your own words how it happened, okay? Yeah, okay. She slides a small notepad from her large black bag, pulls out the pen stuck in the metal spiral, says, Go ahead, whatever you can remember. Well, like I told these guys, I got the kids ready because they were going to their mother-in-law's. She was going to babysit them for the day, and I buckled his sister, Maisie, into her car seat. See, I usually buckle him in first, then her. But he was looking at the swarm of ants in the driveway, and so I buckled her in first. They're twins, right? Yes. Any other children? I shake my head. And these are your biological children, right? Yours and your wife's, not stepchildren or children you adopted? Why did that matter? No, they're ours. How old? 25 months, close to 26. Okay, go on. So our neighbors from across the street drove into their driveway, and when they got out of their car, they said something to me and... Said what? Do you remember? Nothing significant, just chit-chat. Can you be a little more specific? I nod. Linda, the wife, called over and said they just picked up some breakfast at McDonald's. And I remembered I had borrowed a splitting maul from Sean, the husband, and I told him I'd bring it back to him. Sergeant Fazio breaks in to tell her these were the 2 eyewitnesses, and he has their names and contact info. Sparks nods and tells me to go on. Linda, the wife, asked how the twins were doing, and I told her how they'd scribbled on the floor with crayons the day before. It was just friendly neighbor talk, you know what I mean? But I guess our conversation distracted me. I got in the car and I must have just assumed. I must have thought. I closed my eyes tight to squelch the tears I feel coming. Do the deep breathing thing. This is just so fucking painful, I say. He was still alive when they put him in the ambulance, and I thought. And then I find out he died before he even got here. Now I'm here, answering your questions while my wife is... That doctor tried to talk her out of it, but she said she needed to see him in, what is it, maybe an hour since we found out he didn't make it. You say you can appreciate how hard this must be, but then you pull out your notebook and make me relive. Just doing my job, sir, she says. Yeah, well, don't say you can appreciate how hard this is when you have no idea what it's like to know that your little boy has just died and it's your fault because you got distracted, made a simple mistake. We stare at each other at a standstill until I ask her whether she has kids. I do, yes, 2 daughters. What are their ages? 12 and 15. But let's stay focused, okay? The more we get sidetracked, the longer this interview is going to take. I nod. All I want is for her to leave me alone. Leave us alone. Emily is bound to be a mess when she comes back from seeing him, and I need to protect her from this third-degree bullshit. Sparks flips to a new page in her notebook. Okay, so let's back up a little. I'd like you to take me through your morning before the accident. You wake up, get out of bed, and... I went out to the kitchen, started making breakfast while my wife was getting ready for work. She's a teacher. And what about you, Corbin? What do you do for work? I'm a commercial artist, but I was let go a while back. Laid off, not fired. I was planning to spend the day looking for another position, which is what I do on the days when my wife's mother can take the kids. It's a lie, yes, but in fairness, it's what I had been doing in good faith in the beginning. In all those weeks of trying, I'd only gotten as far as showing my portfolio twice, and neither of those times led to anything. By the way, I tell her, Corbin's my official name, but most people call me Corby. Okay, she says. So on the days when your mother-in-law babysits, you do what? You send out resumes, do internet searches, make follow-up calls? Yeah, all of that. And otherwise you're a stay-at-home parent? Yes, for now. Do you enjoy that role, Corby, or has it been difficult? Not one or the other, I say. Both. She jots something down. Okay, so you were making breakfast and your wife was getting ready for work, then what? I heard the twins babbling to each other, amusing each other, you know. They almost always wake up in a good mood. She smiles. So I went in to change them and pack the bag for their day with their grandmother. But I had forgotten to turn off the burner and the friggin' smoke alarm started wailing, so... Why do you think you forgot to do that, Corby? I would have thought if you were going to leave the room, turning off the stove would be something you'd do automatically. I shrug. No. Guess I was just spacing out a little. Huh, she says. Were you drinking this morning, Corby? Curveball. Don't panic. Was I drinking? Yeah, I was drinking coffee. But not alcohol. At 6:30 in the morning? No. Why would you? Because Sergeant Fazio said he thought he smelled liquor on your breath when he and Officer Longo got to your house this morning. I can feel the thumping of my heart. I mean, it's probably... I had insomnia in the middle of last night. Woke up a little after 2 and couldn't get back to sleep for, I don't know, an hour and a half maybe. So I got up, had a stiff drink, well, 1.5 so that I could knock off again, which I did. I look over at Fazio. Maybe that's what you were smelling. Now that I think of, I may have forgotten to brush my teeth when I got up. He stands there poker-faced, says nothing. What were you drinking to put yourself back to sleep, Corby? Sparks wants to know. Whiskey, vodka? My palms feel clammy. I grab onto the arms of my chair so they won't see my hand shaking. Rum? Okay, what proof? I'm not sure. Another lie. I graduated from 70 to 100 proof 2 or 3 bottles ago. And you said these were stiff drinks, so maybe the equivalent of 4 regular-sized pours? I shrug. Probably more like 3. Okay. She's writing all this down. Any explanation for why your pupils would have been so dilated this morning? Were they? I shrug again. I took an Ativan when I got up. I have a prescription. You took just one? 2, maybe? Yeah, 2 now that I think of it. I take them for anxiety. You were feeling anxious this morning? I nod. I am a lot of mornings. Since I got laid off, I get nervous about our finances. That's why I have trouble sleeping some nights, too. So you're saying that when you can't sleep at night, you use alcohol, and when you feel anxious during the daytime, you take your medication? Yeah. Although some nights when I have insomnia, I just take some over-the-counter thing like Tylenol PM, which I don't like doing too much because when I wake up, I feel groggy. Do you ever take a drink with your anxiety medication? Together? No. It says on the prescription bottle not to mix them like that. It does say that, although I've never paid that warning much attention. Lately, when one or the other hasn't been doing the trick, I combine them. I can still function fine, coast through whatever I have to do, whatever I have to deal with. And you're telling the truth about the alcohol, right, Corby? Because those blood samples are going to tell the truth whether or not you're lying. Except I'm not lying. Jesus Christ, lady. I'm cooperating as much as I can under some fucking brutal circumstances. Hey, Fazio says, lower your voice and watch your language. Ignoring him, I get up and go to the door, then turn back to her. What are you trying to get me to say? That my son is dead because I was drunk? Strung out on benzos because that's bullshit. And I mean it, too. I was fully functional, despite whatever those blood tests are going to say. It was an accident. And if they're getting ready to accuse me of something that isn't true, I'll get myself a lawyer before I say anything else. I open the door and look down the corridor to see whether Emily and Betsy are coming back. Don't see them, but mercifully, there's a commotion coming from the other direction. That homeless guy from the waiting room is heading toward where we are, batting away the 2 guys in scrubs who are trying to subdue him. Yeah, and you could go to hell if you think I'm going to put up with your shit. You think I'm not on to you two? I know who you are. Excuse us, Fazio tells Detective Sparks. We better see if we can give them an assist with this individual. And with that, he and Longo leave the room. All right, Corby, Sparks says. I guess that's enough for now, provided you're willing to come down to the station for some follow-up questions. How about tomorrow afternoon at 3? Do you think you'll be able to do that? Yeah, I tell her, if I have to. Oh, and your vehicle's been impounded so that the forensics team can examine it. Like I said, dot the I's and cross the T's. They'll probably have it for a couple of days. Would you like me to arrange for a cruiser to pick you up? I say no, that I can take my wife's car. What are they looking for in my van? Empty booze bottles? Heroin in the glove compartment? Hey, maybe they can lift some DNA off the steering wheel so you can solve 2 or 3 outstanding crimes while you're at it. She doesn't react, other than to say, okay then, tomorrow at 3. She closes her notebook and drops it back in her bag, stands, thanks me for talking with her and asks me to extend her sympathy to my wife. Then in the doorway she turns back and says, you know what I think, Corby? I think you were most likely drinking and maybe drugging too this morning. I hope those blood test results will prove me wrong. But if I'm not, and your impairment is a contributing factor to... She stops when she realizes Emily and her mother have come up behind her, steps aside and lets them come in. My head is spinning. Em has just come back from seeing our son's mangled, lifeless body. Did she just hear Sparks' accusation? Is the blood they drew going to prove what she suspects? I'm nauseous, lightheaded. My heart is pounding. I order myself to refocus, to forget about Sparks and take care of my wife. How are you doing? I ask her. How do you think I'm doing, Corby? She rushes me and begins shoving me, cursing me, punching me. When Betsy tries to pull her away from me, she resists, then collapses against me, taking short, ragged breaths between her sobs. I put my arms around her. How can he be dead? She cries out. How could you have? When I look over Emily's shoulder, Detective Sparks is standing in the corridor, watching me. Chapter 7. We're at the hospital until mid-afternoon, signing paperwork, listening to both grief counselors' spiels, making decisions about what we will or won't let the hospital do with Nico's body. Some social worker whose office we've been sent to asks which funeral home should be notified once the body is ready for release. We have no idea. Nico isn't Nico anymore. He's just Nico's body. Along with having to put up with all the hospital's procedures and permissions, there's a lot of sitting and waiting in uncomfortable silence, just Emily and me. We make Betsy a list of tasks neither Em nor I feel strong enough to handle. Finding a funeral home, calling my mom to let her know what happened, picking up Maisie from Mary Louise's. She's going to wonder where her brother is. What should I tell her? Betsy wants to know. Emily and I look blankly at each other. One of the grief counselors addressed this, but neither of us could focus on what she said. Well, I read Dr. Roseman's column in the paper faithfully, Betsy says. He always has common sense advice. I'll Google him and send you a link if I find something. Emily reads that column too, usually taking exception to the doctor's advice about spanking and toilet training. Now she just nods and says, Thanks, Mom. In the midst of all the waiting, Emily and I don't say much to each other. We're both too numb, I guess, or maybe too bewildered and afraid of what's in store. I turn to her at one point and say I can't wrap my head around his not being here anymore. She looks at me without speaking, her expression unreadable. We've been brought to 2 or 3 offices by then, and it hasn't escaped me that in each, she's put an empty chair between us. All of this silence and separation frees my mind to wander. It's going to be on the news and in the papers, on social media too. Everyone giving their anonymous bullshit opinions. The circumstances around Nico's death are going to define who we are now. We'll be that family. I imagine wheeling my cart past shoppers in the grocery store. That's the guy. Did you hear how it happened? Maybe we should move someplace where people wouldn't know us, where we wouldn't represent every parent's worst fear, where Maisie won't have to be the other twin, the one who didn't die. That detective is clearly out to get me. They can make those blood test results say whatever they want them to. I should probably get a lawyer, one that specializes in DUI arrests. What's the name of the attorney on that billboard I used to pass on my way to work? The one who boasts she can help clients BEAT DUI. But how many thousands will that cost? And I wasn't impaired, no matter what conclusion Sparks wants to jump to. I had a little bit of a buzz going on when I was making breakfast, but I'd come down from that by the time it happened. When Betsy called my mother to give her the grim news, the 2 grandmothers coordinated their efforts, something that rarely happens. Mom watched Maisie while Betsy called around to a few funeral homes and got an appointment for the next morning. Now she's driven back to the hospital to pick us up and bring us home. Emily sits in the front seat, me in the back. Mid-ride, Betsy asks how she's feeling. I have no idea, Emily says. I'm just blank. Well, I can't imagine a worse shock to the system, sweetheart, her mother notes. At least it will be a relief to get home after that long ordeal at the hospital. Emily shakes her head. Home is the last place I want to be right now. Whatever room I go into, he's going to be there. Whenever I see Maisie, I'll look around to see where he is. We'll figure it out, I promise. Neither woman responds. I'm the backseat pariah, the guy who caused all this pain and loss. When Betsy takes the left onto our street, I dread what I imagine we're about to see. Yellow crime scene tape, reporters, and cameramen waiting to ambush us. I dread the possibility that Nico's blood might still be there, something I'll need to shield Emily from having to see. But I'm relieved that our driveway has gone back to just being our driveway. Who scrubbed it clean of Nico's blood? The police? A neighbor? Maybe Sean McNally? I'm grateful to whoever it was. My mom meets us at the door. She holds out her arms and wraps Emily in a long, silent embrace. Does the same with Betsy. Then she turns to me, takes my hands in hers and squeezes. Hey, she says, pulling me in closer. I fall against her, releasing the sobs I've been trying to hold in all afternoon, trying to be the strong one for Emily. When I can finally speak, what comes out is, "Mom, how am I supposed to live with myself?" "I know this is overwhelming right now, but once the initial shock..." Emily cuts her off. "Where's Maisie? Is she asleep?" "The poor kid was exhausted," Mom says. "She kept trying to fight it, but she couldn't keep her eyes open." "The sitter said she wouldn't go down for a nap," Betsy says. "I wasn't sure if you wanted me to pay the girl or her mother, and I had no idea what the going rate is these days. I tried to give them a $20 bill, but the mother kept saying no." "You didn't put her in their crib, did you?" Emily asks Mom. The question sounds like an accusation. Looking confused, my mother apologizes. "I just assumed that..." "It's okay, Mom," I tell her. Emily's probably thinking that when she wakes up and her brother's not there. Emily cuts me off. "For Christ's sake, Corby, I'm standing right here. I could speak for myself." Addressing her own mother, she says, "I'm not going into that room right now. I can't. From now on, Maisie can sleep with me." Turning back to me, she says, "You'll need to sleep somewhere else. I don't want you rolling on top of her in your sleep, Corby. You're always so goddamn restless." "Yeah, all right. I'll set up the sleeper sofa." The kids curling up in our bed with us has never been an issue, but the message comes through loud and clear. She's going to keep Maisie safe from me. Betsy says, "I'll get Maisie and put her on your bed." Mom must sense the tension, because she changes the subject to the food neighbors have dropped off. A green salad, a fruit salad, a roast chicken, meatballs, brownies. "I took down all the names," she says. "Someone brought a lasagna, and I've got that warming in the oven. Is anyone hungry?" Emily shakes her head. "I just want to go lie down. I need to be there with Maisie when she wakes up." Betsy thinks she'll just go home. That leaves Mom and me. She suggests I pull out the sofa and grab some sheets so she can make up my bed for me. I tell her I'll get it later. "Okay," she says. "Come on then, you need to eat." I tell her what I need is a drink. "How about you? You want a beer?" "No thanks," she says. I can feel her watching me as I go over to the fridge, but instead of opening it and grabbing a beer, I take the soup pot out of the cabinet above, pull out the bottle, grab my mug, and pour myself a couple of inches. Drink half in one gulp, and sit down to eat. Mom says nothing. I eat a few bites of the lasagna and move the salad around on my plate. Then I ask her the question I'm not sure I want her to answer. "Did you call Dad?" She shakes her head. Says she meant to, but the day got away from her. "I'll let him know tonight, unless you'd rather it came from you." So he can congratulate himself about having called it a long time ago? That his son's a loser? No thanks. I don't think I'm up for that right now. "Oh, honey," she says, "I can't defend the way he treated you back then, but..." "Why should you defend him? It's not like he treated you any better." "I let all that go a long time ago, Corby. I just wish you could too." "You know how many times he's seen the twins?" "A grand total of once. He showed up unannounced with some presents that Natalie, wife number 3, had bought, newborn outfits that the kids had already outgrown. And he didn't drive here just to see them. He hadn't switched dentists when he moved to Rhode Island and was in town to get his teeth cleaned." Mom pursed her lips. "Eat before it gets cold," she says. She doesn't seem to have an appetite either. At one point she puts her fork down and asks if she can say something. I nod. "Nico's death is going to hurt like hell for a long while. There's no way around that. But you and Emily are going to have to weather this tragedy, keeping Nico in your hearts without letting his death paralyze you. Eventually, you'll have to move on for Maisie's sake." "Yeah, you know what, Mom? I know you mean well, but the last thing I need right now is a pep talk." I grab my mug and take another good-sized gulp, swish it around in my mouth and swallow, letting the burn in my throat comfort me. "Well, I'm sorry if that's what it sounded like, Corby, but I'm worried you won't be able to move forward if you allow yourself to be consumed with guilt." "Except I am guilty, Mom. I'm the one who put the car in reverse." "Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to say the right thing, but instead I'm at the hospital today." This detective showed up to interview me, and it looks like they're going to arrest me." She shakes her head, but I see the fear in her eyes. "For what? Being human enough to let your guard down for a couple of seconds? Anyone who knows you can vouch for the fact that you're a loving and capable father. Their primary caretaker." "Mom, he died under my care." She steeples her hands and places them against her mouth. I count the number of times I inhale and exhale as I wait for her response. "Do you think you need a lawyer?" she finally says. "I don't know. Maybe. I have to go down to the police station tomorrow afternoon. They want to ask me more questions." She goes over to the counter. Her back is to me, but I can tell from the way her shoulders are shaking that she's crying. After she's composed herself, she comes back and sits. "Do you remember that horrible story in the news a few summers ago? About the mother who forgot her baby in the backseat of her hot car for hours because she'd gotten mixed up about what day it was? They didn't charge her with anything because they said she was only guilty of human error and that the death of her child was punishment enough." "Yeah, I remember that," I say. "And I also remember everyone's outrage because they thought she'd gotten away with murder. Emily had her suspicions too, I remember. And Jesus, they crucified that woman on social media." "You know what?" she says. "I think I'd better just keep my mouth shut." "I'm glad you're here, Mom. It's helpful to have you to talk to." She smiles sadly, then gets up and starts clearing the table. I grab our plates and go to scrape the uneaten food into the garbage. Sitting at the top is the French toast I burned that morning. Without warning, that sensation I experienced earlier comes back. I'm falling in space, hurtling toward an inevitable crash. As I grab onto the counter to steady myself, the plates slip out of my hands and smash against the tile floor. "I'll get it," Mom says. She grabs some paper towels, gets down on her knees, and starts scooping lasagna off the floor and stacking broken pieces of pottery. I crouch down beside her to help with the mess, but instead, a choking sob rises up from my throat and I burst into tears again. She grasps my hand. "I know you're in unbearable pain, Corby. Time will help it become less intense, I promise. But for now, all you can do is be there for your wife and daughter and keep putting one foot in front of the other." "I love him so much, Mom. How can we not have him anymore?" She strokes my head and quiets my sobs. "And how is Emily ever going to forgive me?" "She'll find a way, because you need each other, Corby. And Maisie needs you both. Your family." Once the kitchen is cleaned up and the sofa bed is made, Mom says she's going to go home. At the door, she hands me a baggie with 2 pieces of candy inside. I look at her, puzzled. "Pot gummies," she says. She's always relied on weed, but years of waitressing have given her the back spasms that made her eligible for a medical marijuana card. "I'd rather you use these instead of drinking yourself to sleep," she says. "Don't forget alcohol is a depressant, and that's the last thing you need right now. I'll check with you tomorrow after the breakfast shift to see what you guys need. Just remember, you're going to get through this, and you don't have to do it alone. Good night. Get some sleep. I'll call your father when I get home. He may have already heard, but if not, I'll let him know." Standing at the front door, I watch her drive away. Across the street, there's an upstairs light on. Their downstairs is dark, except for a flickering light from a TV. I close my eyes and see a soundless movie of that morning. Sean and Linda in my rearview mirror, running toward me, waving frantically. Why did I keep backing up? Why didn't I stop? I close the door and lock it, go into the bathroom and flush my mother's gummies down the toilet. What if Maisie somehow got a hold of one and put it in her mouth? Or what if I took one and they did another tox screen at the police station tomorrow? They probably already have me pegged as some kind of substance abuser. Having THC in my bloodstream won't do me any favors. If I have trouble getting back to sleep, I'll take a couple of my Ativan. How can they fault me for that when I have a fucking prescription? As quietly as I can, I walk down the hall to our bedroom and stare at the light beneath the closed door. I hear Emily murmuring. Has Maisie woken up? Is Emily trying to soothe her? Emily's voice is just barely audible, but it suddenly dawns on me that she's singing. The wheels on the bus go round and round. I knock softly. The singing stops. I hold my breath, waiting. I guess she's waiting too, for me to go away. Then the song resumes. The wipers on the bus go swish, 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 all through the town. Back in the living room, I flop down on the sofa bed, thinking I'll just rest my eyes before I get up and... What time is it? Why is my cell phone still ringing after I answered it? Oh, the landline. Someone's calling on the landline. Hello. Terrible. Just terrible, Corby. Natalie and I can't even imagine. It's Dad, offering his version of condolences. He sounds drunk, or on his way. Your mother says the police questioned you and they want to talk to you some more. I hope you didn't say too much, but do not agree to any more questioning without your lawyer being present. When I tell him I don't have a lawyer, he says, yes, I do. You got a pencil? Take this name and number down. Rachel Dixon, 860-779-4689. He repeats the number, spells the name. Her father, Bob, runs a charity golf tournament at our club, and we write him a pretty nice check every year. Natalie knows him better than I do from Rotary, so she called him, and he called her right back. Got you an appointment for 8 a.m. tomorrow morning before she goes to court. Her dad says she's such a ballbuster in court that the prosecutors are practically in tears by the time she's through with them. Of course, that's her father talking, so he's going to crow about his own kid. Some do and some don't, I think. And some sons don't give their fathers anything to crow about. Yeah, but hold on, Dad. How much is this going to cost? Don't worry about that. We'll figure it out first things first. Her office is downtown, across from the post office, upstairs from some bakery, he says. You got all this? 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and don't be late. She's doing us a favor by squeezing you in. She told her father she's got a heavy docket tomorrow. I know we have that appointment at the funeral home, but can't remember what time of day, so I don't mention it. Plus, I'm supposed to go to the police station at 3 o'clock. I feel ambivalent about accepting his help, but thank him anyway. Least I could do. Hang in there, Corbin. Get some sleep. He hangs up. Now that I'm awake again, I'm good and awake. I look out the front window. No lights on across the street now. I go down the hall to our bedroom. I can still see the light beneath the door, but it's quiet in there. I go to knock, but change my mind. If she's gotten to sleep, I don't want to wake her. Or Maisie. Nico slept through thunderstorms, but his sister will sometimes wake up scared, needing reassurance that we'll keep her safe, needing to have us put on the light to show her that her brother is safe too, asleep in their crib. How the hell will either of us be able to reassure her now? I walk back down the hall and pace from the kitchen to the living room, back and forth, until I stop to look at that framed photo of the twins in the bookcase, one of the gifts I'd given Emily for her 35th birthday. J.C. Penney was running a special at their portrait studio. I dressed the kids in their matching Carter's overalls that Betsy had bought them and bundled them up against the cold. We were early for our appointment, so I wheeled them to the food court to kill some time. Got myself a coffee and opened the bag of pirate's booty I'd brought along. A woman saw the double stroller and came over to have a look. Twins? She asked. I nodded, smiling. This happened a lot when we were out in public. Strangers who otherwise would have walked right past would stop because they were twins. Boys or girls? She asked. One of each, girl on the left, boy on the right. Well, they certainly aren't identical. She leaned in and spoke directly to the kids, addressing Maisie first. Sweetie, you must take after your mommy with that dark hair and those big brown eyes. Maisie watched her warily as she continued eating her pirate's booty. Turning to Nico, the woman said, And you, young man, look just like your daddy. And I bet when you grow up, you're going to be just as handsome. I scoffed and said I wouldn't wish that on the poor kid. Aha, handsome and modest, she said. You tell your wife she's a lucky gal. Silvery gray hair, mid-50s maybe. Compliments always fluster me, so I was grateful when Nico started shouting, "Bah, bah, bah," and grabbed the pirate's booty bag, upending it. As I squatted down to scoop the mess off the floor, the woman said, "Daddy's got a nice behind, too." I didn't look up until I could feel my blush subsiding. By then she'd walked 2 or 3 stores down and was looking in the window of Godiva Chocolates. Holding the photo that was taken that day, I study Maisie's expression first. The photographer and I got a half smile out of her, but I'm struck by the sadness in those big brown eyes. It's almost as if, at that instant, she foresaw her future as the surviving sibling, the solitary twin. It takes me another couple of seconds before I can look directly at Nico. Other than our chestnut-colored hair, I've never been able to see that my son looks much like me. But now, the resemblance is obvious. Despite the fact that I have no belief in an afterlife, I indulge myself with a little magical thinking. Imagine that when he died, his spirit rose from his broken body and escaped into the ether. "Hey, buddy," I whisper to his image, choking back sobs. I tell him it's Daddy. "Where are you, silly head? Where did you go?" Holding on to that framed photograph, I pace some more. Later, face down on the sofa bed, I twist, turn, and try to fall back to sleep. It's no use. As exhausted as my body feels, my mind is still wide awake, replaying the events of the day just past, and imagining all the shit that will be happening in the days to come. The appointment with that ballbuster lawyer, the continuing investigation, the dreaded decision about whether to bury or cremate his body, and how much everything is going to cost. I meant to avoid taking something to get to sleep, but I have to get free of the spinning hamster wheel in my head. A couple of those Ativan will knock me out for several hours. I can set the alarm on my phone so that I wake up in time to get to that lawyer's office. The SUV isn't here, so I'll have to take Emily's car. She left her purse on the kitchen counter, so I get up, grab it, and fish around until I feel her keys. The problem is that my prescription bottle is in the nightstand on my side of the bed. When I go back down the hall, there's no light seeping out from under the door. Good. I'll tiptoe in, grab my prescription, and tiptoe out again. But the knob won't turn. She's locked me out. I go back to the kitchen. I hadn't put the rum back yet. I fill my mug half full, take a couple of long gulps, pour some more and drink that. I pull out my phone and set the alarm for 6:45. That'll give me enough time to get cleaned up and dressed and drive to the lawyer's office. I'm already beginning to feel the booze's soothing embrace, the opening of the escape hatch that sleep will give me. As I begin to doze, I wonder what Mom thought when she saw that I'm hiding my liquor. She's in on my secret now, I figure. But I'm glad she didn't say anything. Chapter 8, April 28th, 2017. I don't remember going into the twins' room, but that's where I wake up. A failed sentry face down on the carpet alongside the empty crib. That picture of the twins is on the floor beside my head, and my cell phone is next to it. I grab the phone, squint at it, then realize the alarm hasn't gone off because I set it for 6:45 p.m. God damn it, I heard my father say. She's going out of her way to help you and you stand her up. You know something, Corbin? You could fuck up a wet dream. I stagger onto my feet, grab the crib rail to regain my balance, hurry into the bathroom, splash cold water on my face, and take a big swig of Listerine. Tasting the burn of the alcohol, I swish and spit. Our bedroom door is still closed, but I don't have time to change anyway. No time to make myself a cup of badly needed coffee either. Out in the kitchen, the first thing I see is the empty rum bottle and the mug beside it. I retrieve Emily's car keys, scrawl her a note that I've got an early appointment with the lawyer. I rinse the mug and grab the bottle. Take it with me. I know I'll be late, but she's allotted me 15 minutes, so I might make it for the last 6 or 7. My hands on the steering wheel won't stop shaking, and my headache is banging away like a jackhammer. When I'm about halfway there, the houses and stores give way to a wooded area. There's no one in back of me and no cars coming the opposite way. I pull over, grab the bottle, and fling it as far as I can into the woods. Hear the smash, then get back in the car. I've lost maybe a minute, but figure it's time well spent. I find her building, park down the street, and take the stairs 2 at a time. When I get to her office, I barge right in on her. Overweight, oversized glasses, 40-ish. Her spiky hair is pink on top, shaved close on the sides. "Mr. Ledbetter," she says. She looks down at her watch. "You're late." In the middle of my rambling apology, I become aware that she's checking out what a mess I am. Slept-in clothes, crazy hair, shaky hands. And then when I finally did get to sleep, it was like I fell into a coma or something. I don't mention that I got plastered and woke up on the floor in the twins' room. "I'm so sorry for your loss, Mr. Ledbetter, especially under such tough circumstances. You must be going through hell right now." She's slipping manila folders into her attaché case as she speaks. "Unfortunately, I can't talk with you now. If you want me to represent you, we'll have to carve out a good hour minimum for an initial consultation. But I did hear that the police are questioning you about the circumstances of your son's death." I nod, tell her I spoke with them yesterday and agreed to meet with them at their headquarters later today. Tell her, too, about how they had my blood drawn while I was at the hospital. "Oh, shit," she says. She glances again at her oversized watch. Is that Wonder Woman on the dial? "So what are those test results going to show, Mr. Ledbetter?" "Not that much. I had poured a couple of shots of rum into my morning coffee just to take the edge off, and I'd taken an Ativan, which I have a prescription for anxiety. I'd taken 2, actually, and just lied automatically." "Why is it that you had to take the edge off first thing in the morning?" "Why? Well, I've been out of work for about a year now, so we've been getting by on one salary, and Any DUIs in your history?" "One. On the day I found out I was getting laid off, I stopped on the way home to..." "Was your drinking why you lost your job?" "No, not at all. The company was downsizing." "And that's what your former employer would tell the police if they inquired?" "Absolutely. I never had any drinking issues at work." "Okay, good. But just between you and me, would you say you have a drinking and drugging problem now? Maybe because of your unemployment?" I shake my head. "Not really, no. What happened yesterday happened because I was distracted by my neighbors across the street, like I told Detective Sparks." "Tunisia Sparks was who you talked to?" "Yes, why?" She checks her watch again. "I don't have time to go into it now. I've got clients waiting over at the courthouse and I need to talk with them before they appear in front of the judge today. I'll be tied up for the rest of the day, but I should be able to make time for you tomorrow. Just call my receptionist, Virginia, and make an appointment." She hands me her card. "But in the meantime, here's what you need to do. Get a hold of Sparks and tell her you have to postpone your interview because you want your lawyer to be there and I'm not available today. That's all I want you to say, all right? Don't volunteer anything else, but make sure you mention me by name, okay? I've gone head-to-head with Sparks a number of times and my win-lose record against her is better than 50%. It won't hurt to put her on the defensive." "So you're going to take my case then?" "Unless you tell me otherwise. Come on, I'll walk you out." I wait while she locks her outer office door, then follow her down the stairs. Out on the street, she stops at the front window of the Cupcake Bakery and says, "Their death by chocolate with ganache icing probably will kill me someday, but at least I'll die happy. Don't forget to call Ginny and make that appointment. Tell her I said it has to be tomorrow." I promise I will, and thank her for her help. We start off in opposite directions when she calls my name. I stop, walk back to her. "How many vials of blood did they draw from you at the hospital yesterday?" she asks. I hold up 3 fingers. "Okay, so they wanted you tested for both alcohol and chemical substances. Oh, and one more thing. After the accident happened, did you go back inside your house for any reason?" I shrug. "Not that I can remember. Why?" "Because, let's say, theoretically, that you were so shook up by what had just happened that you went inside and took a drink or another benzo to steady yourself, or maybe you took one of each because you were so distraught." "I was distraught," I tell her. "I am." "Yeah, but think again. Did you go back in the house after you realized what had happened?" Wait. Come to think of it, yeah, I did, to get my cell phone so that I could get a hold of my wife." She nods approvingly. "Anyone see you do that?" "Yeah. Some of the neighbors had come out when they heard the ambulance, saw the police cars. I was holding my little girl and had a woman from the neighborhood take her so that I could get my cell and call my wife." "Did you reach her?" I shake my head. She had turned off her phone. "Well, that must have made you crazy, huh? Your little boy is lying there fighting for his life at that point, right? I nod. You need to let his mother know, but you can't reach her. It's understandable that at that point your anxiety is so acute, so off the charts, that you might need to pop a pill or take a drink to try to hold yourself together. I shake my head. I might have, but She puts her hand up to stop me. Like I said, I'm just talking theoretically. Because if that's what happened, it would be helpful, something we could use. What are you getting at? I ask. Well, you told me you'd done a little drinking and drugging before your son got hurt. But if you did a little more after he was injured, then whatever those blood test results are going to say, a judge might rule that they're inadmissible. Theoretically speaking. I'm confused about what she's saying. Her expression is unreadable. Okay, gotta go. Talk to you tomorrow. As I watch her hurry off, I figure it out. If I lie about what happened when I went back in the house, tell Sparks I couldn't face the fact that I just critically injured my son without fortifying myself, then there's a decent chance they'd have to invalidate the blood tests. Or whatever they're planning to charge me with would be that much harder to prove. They might even decide it wouldn't be worth it to charge me at all. And with no arrest hanging over my head, I'll be motivated to drink less, cool it on the Ativan, get serious again about the job hunt. None of that will bring Nico back, but it would be a way forward for Emily Maisie and me. Tempted by Attorney Dixon's theoreticals and still feeling the effects of my 2 a.m. alcohol binge, I walk the street for several minutes looking for my car before it hits me that I've taken Emily's. I didn't notice before that I parked across from a diner. I need coffee badly, and I ate almost nothing the day before. Large coffee, cream, no sugar, and a corn muffin to go. I tell the woman at the register. Back in the car, I stuff half of the muffin in my mouth and wash it down with a big gulp of coffee. Take a second swig, a third. Caffeine. Glancing at the dashboard clock, I realize that at this time yesterday, Nico was still fighting for his life. What right do I have to be sitting here enjoying the taste of coffee? I start the car. The mirrors are still positioned for Emily, so as I pull out into traffic, I get a blast from someone's horn. Look again to make sure it's clear, then hit the gas and drive off in the opposite direction from home. If I don't turn around, I might miss the meeting at the funeral home. It isn't right. I'm his father. But Emily will probably prefer to go with her mother. I'm not sure I could handle it anyway. Bringing them his clothes, choosing a casket, deciding about calling hours, a service, cremation, or burial. I drive south without any destination in mind. Maisie will be up by now, missing her brother. She'll be confused, in need of reassurance. And where am I? Her daddy is missing too, driving away from her because I'm a coward. They'll probably be better off without me. Maybe I should put the pedal to the metal and aim for some tree, but I'm too weak to do that too. I'm 8 or 9 miles past Three Rivers when the traffic begins to slow down near the exit for the Waconic Moon Casino. Spur of the moment, I put on my blinker and follow the line of cars to the entrance, then to the massive parking lot. I have no idea why I'm doing this. But the answer comes to me once I'm inside and have joined the stream of morning gamblers. As I walk past the craps tables, the clamoring slot machine halls, and off-track betting parlors, I'm not the father who backed over his kid. I'm just some anonymous guy hoping, like everyone else, to score with Lady Luck. The problem is, even if nobody else knows who I am, I know. That calls for a drink. I go into one of the bars and sit down at a table for 2. The cocktail waitress who comes toward me is wearing a fringed buckskin top and matching short shorts. "What can I get you?" she asks. I order a Jack and Coke. Waiting for my drink, I look around. 2 old duffers at the end of the bar are talking Red Sox. Their hopes that Rajai Davis's base stealing will do for Boston what he did for Cleveland last year. A trio of older ladies are sharing laughs and cocktails at a table halfway across the floor from me. 2 of them are silver-haired. The third is wearing one of those cancer victim headscarves. A couple closer to my age sits on the other side of the bar. They're drinking Bloody Marys, and his hands are all over her. Honeymooners, I figure, or cheating on their spouses. Everyone in here is clueless. What does baseball matter? or fucking someone else's wife. Do those other 2 women think their friend is the only one whose days are numbered? Why should we all still be alive when my little boy is dead? I look up at the 4 soundless TVs above the bar, each tuned in to something different. Fox News, CNN, a rerun of a Sox game on NESN, and one of the local stations, the morning news. I watch the anchor's lips move, read the crawl at the bottom of the screen. Tragedy in 3 Rivers. The picture changes to a reporter holding a microphone, the one who arrived as I was leaving for the hospital in the back of that cruiser yesterday. She's standing across the road from our house. Over her shoulder I see my SUV, a perimeter of yellow crime tape, a huddle of neighbors. "Run a tab, sir?" the waitress asks. She's already placed my drink on the table. Looking at it, not at her, I say, "Sure, why not?" Taking a sip, I glance back at the TV screen. There's Emily's Facebook profile picture of the 4 of us. When the camera zooms in on me, I'm confronted with the smiling face of the son of a bitch who killed his son. I look away, gulp down my drink, slap a 20 on the table, and get the fuck out of there. Out in the parking lot, I break into a run. Back in Emily's car, I check my phone. She's texted, "You still at the lawyer's? Sorry I shut you out last night. Couldn't deal. Funeral home appointment is at 1 o'clock. Please be back in time. I can't do this by myself." I shake my head no. Pull out of the lot and turn right, heading farther south. It's like that thing they say before the plane takes off. Put on your own mask before you help anyone else. She'll have to call her mother, have Betsy take her to the funeral parlor. Ignoring the highway entrance toward New London, I take the back road that runs parallel with the Waconic River. I think again about what that lawyer, my lawyer, implied. If I lie about why I went back in the house, those test results might get tossed. Can I out and out lie like that? Why the hell not? Everyone lies to cover their asses. The cops who claimed self-defense when they shot that black guy in the back, the politicians. We have credible intelligence that Saddam has stockpiled weapons of mass destruction. I did not have sex with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. Trump lies every time he opens his mouth, and we all just shake our heads and let him get away with it. But can I pull it off? Lie to Detective Sparks or some prosecutor, some judge? Maybe. Since my drinking is ticked up, I've become a pretty good sneak, hiding my bottles until recycling day, lying about how I'm still looking for work, keeping my Ativan prescription at the back of my nightstand drawer so she won't question why my supply is nearly gone, even throwing that rum bottle into the woods on my way to Dixon's office, disposing of the proof that I had a few yesterday morning so that Emily won't assume I was impaired when I started the car. I mean, yeah, I have been overdoing the booze and the benzos a little, and sure, I need to cut back, but I was in control when I put the car in reverse. It happened because the McNallys distracted me. How could I live with myself otherwise? It's after 10 now. The river is playing peekaboo, sparkling in the sun 1 minute, hiding behind thickets of trees and brambles the next. I roll down the window so I can hear it move. I let that sound steer me to the river's edge. Why have I come here? What am I looking for? Chapter 9. At the river's edge, I watch and listen to the moving water for a while. Am I absolutely sure I wasn't under the influence when it happened? Would it dishonor Nico if I lied to Sparks? I close my eyes and take myself back to that afternoon when I got my first glimpse of him on screen in Dr. Delgado's office. We knew by then that we were having twins, each of them in their own amniotic sac. During a previous visit, I'd asked the doctor if he thought they had any awareness of each other. He turned the question over to Emily. "What do you think, Mama? You're the expert on these two." She smiled at me and said she was sure they did. As we watched the blurry ultrasound movie, I was moved by the miracle of her rapidly beating heart. "Is that the boy or the girl in front?" I asked Delgado's nurse. "The boy," she says, pointing at something. "There's his little penis." The night Emily's water broke, I drove her to the hospital, held her hand as they wheeled her to the delivery room. then suited up in the paper gown they handed me, stretched the gloves over my hands. She worked so hard, so bravely, all night long to push our 2 children into the world. She'd read all the baby books and was determined that both would have vaginal births. She didn't want to take an anesthetic because she wanted to be alert and ready to see them and hold them as soon as they appeared. At last, in the first light of morning, I saw between Emily's legs the crowning of a small head with its dark, matted hair. The firstborn twin. Who would it be? Breathe, Emily. Now push. Deep breath. Smaller push. Out came more of the head, then the neck, the top of a shoulder. It amazed me that some version of what I was witnessing was how everyone, past and present, entered the world. It was profound. One last push now, Emily. And the rest of our daughter slid out in a whoosh of blood and fluid. Her body was bluish, and I was afraid something was wrong. Then she squawked, and as her lungs took in air, she turned pink. Her head first, then little by little the rest of her, down to her toes. The baby nurse, her name was Maureen, placed her on Emily's chest and, turning to me, asked whether Maisie was a keeper. Hell yes, I told her, laughing as my tears fell. Emily was laughing and crying too. I open my eyes now and start hiking along the riverbank, following the direction of the rushing water. As Maisie was carried to the other side of the room to be cleaned up and bundled in a warm blanket, Dr. Delgado turned his attention to delivering Nico. But there was a problem. He'd shifted and was positioned now to come out bottom first, knees bent. Emily's exhaustion was a concern at this point, plus there was the complication of what would be a breech delivery unless he could be turned. Dr. Delgado made 2 unsuccessful attempts to shift him. When Maureen said the heartbeat was weakening and dropping quickly, Dr. Delgado decided an emergency C-section was necessary. Emily sobbed and protested, but I managed to talk down her opposition. It all happened so fast. Emily was rushed to an operating room, and I followed. Another nurse put up a screen to block my view when I saw the doctor grab a scalpel. As his hand disappeared behind the screen, I got weak-kneed. "You all right, Dad?" the nurse asked. I nodded, embarrassed to have any attention on me. Seconds later, Nico was wailing away, pink and perfect. My son. I had a son. The riverbank turns sandy for a while, then gives way to a stretch that bulges with wild vegetation. Arborvitae, hemlock, skunk cabbage, forsythia. Somewhere nearby a woodpecker is tap-tapping away, hunting for insects, eggs, and larvae. They also peck to declare their territory or drum for a mate, I hear my father say. A remnant of some long-ago walk in the woods when I was 7 or 8. Those nature walks were one of the few aspects of my dad's parenting that I'd been looking forward to replicating with my daughter and son once they were old enough. A day or so after we brought the babies home from the hospital, Nico gave us another scare. And as first-time parents, Emily and I were worst-case scenario warriors. Maisie took to breastfeeding right away, but Nico was cranky and jittery and didn't seem to get the hang of sucking. His skin and the whites of his eyes were turning yellowish, and we grew scared. We drove to Dr. Delgado's office without an appointment. The nurse practitioner said words like Billy Rubin and jaundice, and the next thing we knew, Nico was demoted back to the hospital for treatment under a phototherapy lamp. His yellowish cast faded away soon after, and, home again, he suddenly mastered his mother's nipple and established himself as the Chowhound twin. He began to thrive. Emily and I were fascinated with every stage of the kids' development during that first year. Their growing awareness of each other, their smiles and recognition of our faces, our voices, their ability to turn over and then creep. The days when Maisie and then her brother let go of the furniture and took their first wobbly steps before falling into my open arms. In all these achievements, Maisie led and Nico followed, but there was one exception. Nico was the twinkly-eyed scamp who taught his more serious sister the pleasure of laughter. Maisie thought he was hilarious, and we did too. I took a cell phone video of him swaying and dancing to some song on the radio, another of him deliberately teasing us. The twins were exhausting, but fascinating, too. Each day brought new discoveries, new mastery of skills, as they learned how to negotiate their world. One night, I heard Emily call me from the twins' room. "I want you to see something," she said. She was standing at the crib. "Look at them, Corby." They were sleeping side by side, sucking each other's thumb. I put my arm around her and pulled her closer. "We made these two," she said. Now I wipe my eyes on my shirt sleeve, tell myself to turn around and drive back home. Instead, I keep walking. Is what I did going to destroy our marriage? Mom said I need to figure out how to forgive myself if I'm going to move forward. But what if I can't? What if Emily decides she wants to move forward without me? I pick up a flat stone at my feet and pitch it into the water. Watch it jump along the surface once, twice, 3 times before it sinks. Skipping stones was one of the boyhood skills my father taught me, a pleasure Nico will never know, one of the thousands of things I've deprived him of. I see him lying in the driveway, breathing bravely, just minutes away from dying in the back of that ambulance. How can I not blame myself? How can I have failed my son far more disastrously than my father failed me? I've been hiking for about a mile when I come upon a boulder lodged in the middle of the river, the water churning and rushing around it. A large, long-beaked, spindly-legged bird, an egret, stands atop the rock, still as a statue as it watches the water. I stop, stare at it as I speak to my dead son. "Hey, little man, can you hear me? Where did you go?" I drop to my knees at the water's edge and begin to cry. "You had so much of your life left to live, Nico, so much waiting for you. How can I still be in the world when you are not? I don't deserve your forgiveness, but if I could know that somehow..." I plunge my hands into the cold water and claw the bottom, scoop up handfuls of gravel and fling them at my face. Make a fist and punch myself in the chest, do it again harder. The hurt of it feels right. "Nico, what's going to happen if I tell the truth? Will your mother leave me? Will I go to prison?" I deliver another punch, harder still. "But how can I live inside my skin if I keep lying about why you died, if I devalue your life like that?" I slam my knuckles against my forehead once, twice, 3 times. I don't want to lie anymore, Nico, but I'm scared of losing them both. What should I do? I don't realize I'm shouting the last, pleading with my dead son, until I see that bird on the rock turn its head and look across the rushing water at me. Then with slow, deep wing beats, it takes flight, its neck tucked into its body, its legs trailing behind it. It's not an egret. It's a majestic, great blue heron. I watch it soar, flying farther and farther away from me, until all I can see are the indifferent clouds and the hard blue sky. I hike back to where I parked Emily's car, get in, grab my phone, and text her. Coming home now. Should be back in time. At the funeral home, we're met by solicitous husband and wife morticians who make no reference to the circumstances of our son's death, but mostly address Emily. I just sit there, one hand cupped around my wife's shoulder, the other fisting the tissue they've offered me. I nod in agreement with whatever Emily decides, a private, secular service, no calling hours, no to embalming, no to cremation. He is to be buried in the 42-inch Precious Moments casket, 20-inch gauge, steel construction, blue crepe interior, embroidery on the inner lid, ours for $1,999. On the way back to the house, I ask how Maisie's been that morning. She kept saying his name, Emily says. Looking for him. It's been brutal. She drops open the glove compartment and grabs some napkins, wipes her tears, blows her nose. Did she ask where I was? Once, she says. It was mostly about him. Who's with her? I ask. My mother. I pull in behind Betsy's car and keep the motor running. Emily gets out and comes around to the driver's side. You coming in? She asks. I tell her I have to do something first. She nods and starts toward the house. I roll down the window and call her name. When she comes back, I say there's something I need to tell her. She waits. I take a deep breath and say, I started drinking during the day, a while back. Liquor, not just beer. In the afternoon and the morning both. Hiding the bottles from you. And I've been lying about looking for a job. I kind of gave up on that a while ago. Surrendered, I guess you'd say. And that prescription I got for my anxiety, I've been overdoing that too. I think I may be addicted. I'm sorry. She just stands there wide-eyed, trying to take it in. Yesterday, when it happened, I was already kind of wasted. I started drinking when I was making breakfast. My lawyer has an idea about how I might beat getting charged, but I can't lie anymore. Not to you. Not to the police. She doesn't cry or yell or call me a son of a bitch. Her face betrays no emotion whatsoever when she says, I can't have you living here anymore. You mean temporarily, right? Can we discuss it? No. I'll pack some of your things and you can pick them up. She turns away and walks toward the house. After the front door closes, I back up, put the car in drive, and head to the police station. In the parking lot, I pull into one of the visitor spaces and head toward the building. Halfway there, that falling sensation comes over me again, and I have to stop and put my hand on someone's truck fender to steady myself. It passes quickly, and I keep going. I see Detective Sparks walking in ahead of me. She's holding a coffee in one hand, her cell phone in the other. No means no, Chanel, I hear her say. I don't care what your boyfriend wants. I follow her into the lobby, call her name. When she turns around, she says, Oh, hi, you're early. We agreed that you'd come in later this afternoon. We're still waiting for those results to come back from the lab. I tell her there's no need. You were right. I'd been drinking and drugging yesterday morning when I got in the car. That was why I didn't check the back seat before I started backing up. Why he died. I guess you better arrest me. Chapter 10. May 5th, 2017. 8 days after Nico's death, I'm brought before the court on the charge of second-degree involuntary manslaughter due to operating a motor vehicle while under the influence of alcohol and a controlled substance. Because I plead guilty, there will be no trial. A probation officer will be assigned to research and write a pre-sentence investigation report, partly based on his or her assessment of my degree of remorse and the sincerity of my resolve to rehabilitate myself. I will be sentenced at a future date. Could be several weeks from now, Attorney Dixon explains. Where I will spend those weeks, in or out of jail, is the judge's decision to be made on the day I'm arraigned. Rachel Dixon makes the case before Superior Court Judge Vincent Pelto that prior to sentencing I should remain out of jail on a bond-free promise to appear. He's a low-flight risk, Your Honor, and has no long list of priors. He attended his first Alcoholics Anonymous meeting yesterday and plans to continue going daily. He and the boy's mother have an appointment with the bereavement counselor in hopes that they can work on things together. For the time being, Mr. Ledbetter is living at his mother's residence, but he sees his daughter every day, and his stabilizing presence is helping the child cope with the loss of her twin brother. In addition, Mr. Ledbetter has filled out applications for stopgap employment and is hoping to find work soon. The efforts my client already has made to rehabilitate himself are impressive, and we are confident that during the next weeks these efforts can continue if he is not detained in a pre-sentence lockup facility. All of what my lawyer is saying is true, but the judge's face is unreadable. Not so the prosecutors. Bettina Reitland is smirking. Dixon and Reitland are probably both in their mid-40s, but physically they're a study in opposites. Attorney Dixon is short, squat, and pink-haired. Attorney Reitland is tall and fit. Her sleek black hair falls to her shoulders, and her sleeveless black dress shows off some powerful-looking biceps and calves. As she stands to counter Dixon's argument, her smirk falls away, replaced by a look of earnest intent. "That's an impressive number of mitigating factors, Your Honor," she begins. "But as you know, it's highly unusual for someone who's been charged with a violent crime to be granted a no-cost bail and released on his own recognizance. And although the defendant has no long list of priors, there is a previous DUI on his record. Despite the suspension of his license, who's to say he won't drink and drive again and harm or kill someone else?" I cringe at the gut shot she's just landed, but she isn't done yet. Attorney Dixon makes the point that if prior to his sentencing he has daily contact with the Ledbetter's surviving child, this will help her cope with the sudden absence of her twin brother. That may or may not be so. Neither Attorney Dixon nor I have expertise in child psychology, but let's keep in mind that little Nico Ledbetter's absence is the result of his father's negligence while he was drugged and intoxicated. I look over at Emily. Her face is turned away from me, but Betsy is nodding in agreement with Reitland. I would also remind the court that applying for jobs is not the same as being hired and working responsibly at them over time. And I can't help but wonder why, if Mr. Ledbetter is so motivated to find stopgap employment now, he didn't look for temporary work in the 9 months between the time he was laid off and the day he committed the crime for which he's been charged. Turning to me, Judge Pelto asks whether I want to respond. Dixon attempts to intervene on my behalf, but I say I'd like to answer him. "I was looking for work," I tell the judge, "but there was nothing in my field." "What field is that?" he asks. "Commercial art. I sent out resumes and went to interviews pretty steadily, but I couldn't find anything. Plus, I was the stay-at-home parent for our kids. When my wife and I were both working, we had daycare for the twins. Once we were down to one income, we couldn't afford it anymore, so I took care of the kids, and when I was out looking for work, my mother-in-law babysat for us." The judge asks what kind of jobs I filled out applications for since my arrest. "You name it, Your Honor. Third-shift convenience store clerk, warehouse worker at Lowe's, Home Depot, and Target, packer at the Amazon warehouse, nighttime group home supervisor. I've gotten a couple of callbacks, but I've been waiting to follow up because I didn't know what was going to happen here today, in terms of, my availability." Judge Pelto looks back and forth between me and Reitland. "So let's say you do get hired for one of these jobs, Mr. Ledbetter," he says. "With your driver's license revoked, have you thought about how you'll get back and forth to work? And for that matter, what about transportation to and from your AA and NA meetings?" "Well, if I get a second or a third shift job, my mother says she can drive me. She works the morning shift at Newport Creamery and gets home by 1:30 or 2. I can also check out the bus route, ride a bike if I have to, and in a pinch there's Lyft or Uber. And the AA meeting I went to yesterday is at a church a couple of miles away from where I'm staying. I can walk there if I can't get a ride." I wipe the sweat off my top lip and wait. The judge shuffles the papers on his desk. He seems satisfied with what I just said. I'm optimistic. So I'm surprised when he renders his decision that I can be released on a promise to appear, but only after I've posted a $25,000 bond. He flips through the calendar and schedules my sentencing hearing for July 20th, 11 weeks from today. That's almost twice the number of weeks we usually set for sentencing, but I want to see how successful you are at keeping up with these efforts you're beginning to make. Turning to the attorneys, he asks, "Does that work for you too?" Dixon checks her calendar and nods. Reitland says that's during her vacation. "Okay, let's see what else we've got," the judge says. The date is switched to August 1st. Later that day, while I wait in a holding cell with a guy muttering to himself, my mother drives to the courthouse and co-signs my bail agreement, surrendering the deed to her trailer as collateral. "Okay, Ledbetter, you're free to go," some anonymous sheriff announces. Driving me back to her place, Mom says, "Emily packed up some of your things and dropped them off. I put them in the spare room. There's a futon in there, so that can be your bedroom for now. You'll have to ignore all the Dreamcatcher materials. I have a bunch more to do for the crafts show that's coming up. How does she seem? I ask. Emily? Pretty brave, I'd say, and sad. Angry? She shakes her head. More like determined she's going to get through this one way or another. Stoic, I guess you'd say. She told me some of the other teachers have donated their sick days, so she's taking some time off from work to figure things out, which I think will be good for her and Maisie, too. So what do you think the odds are that she's going to divorce me? Mom declines to speculate or give an opinion. I wish Betsy thought like you, I tell her. I'm sure she's not holding back her opinion. Well, honey, Emily's going to decide for herself what she needs to do. And whatever that is, I think we're just going to have to respect that decision. Yeah, well. Oh, and she said to tell you your appointment with that grief counselor is at 4 o'clock Wednesday, so she can swing by and pick you up at 1:15. Okay, maybe that's a good sign. Plus, she's letting me see Maisie at the house every afternoon. She says she'll stick around while I'm there, but not, supervise the visit, which would be kind of weird, for Maisie. Mom says she thinks that's a hopeful sign. Yeah, maybe. Hey, by the way, thanks. She looks over at me. It's fine, Corby. I just hope you're not going to feel too claustrophobic. It's a small room, and with all those hoops and feathers and beads and skeins of colored thread in there. I tell her I mean because she posted my bail and got me out of there. Oh, that? Well, it's no big deal, as long as you're not planning to skip out of the country on us. I'd hate to end up sleeping on a park bench. It is a big deal. Putting up your home like that, it's a huge deal, and I appreciate it. I love you, Mom. I love you, too. Her eyes brim with tears. I just wish it didn't have to be so goddamn hard for you. Indicting you for a crime when it was an accident. Yeah, but Mom, I'm not saying you were faultless. But what good would it do to send you to prison? I'd like to know how many other people in that courtroom today have driven drunk or stoned and gotten away with it, including that holier-than-thou prosecutor. The way she was scoffing at the efforts you've made was infuriating. That's her job, Mom, like it or not. Okay, fine, do your job then, she huffs. But lose the attitude, lady. I can't help but smile. Yeah, Rightland. You better watch out now that you've pissed off Mama Bear. Damn right, she says. She better not come in for breakfast some morning and get one of my tables. She might end up with eggs in her lap. We pass the next mile or so in silence until Mom asks me what I'm thinking about. I'm having trouble reading Emily, I tell her. I can't tell if she thinks I should get a prison sentence. Mom says she doesn't believe Emily would want that. It's understandable that she's angry, but she's not vindictive. And you've lost your son, too. I'm sure she feels that's punishment enough. And you've lost your grandson, I say. How are you doing? She smiles sadly. Sometimes in the middle of the day, even in the middle of a busy shift, it'll hit me that he's really gone, and I have to go in the back and take a couple of minutes, no matter who's waiting for me to bring their food to the table or refill their coffee cup. It's the same kind of grief I felt after my brother Warren got killed in Vietnam. I'll be okay for a while, and then it clobbers you like a wave you didn't see coming, crashes into you, and pulls you under so that for a few seconds you can't breathe. I nod, say nothing. Oh, Corby, I just loved that little guy. Maisie's just as precious, but Nico reminded me so much of you. May 8th, 2017. I used to use alcohol to drown out my problems, the woman says. Then it finally dawned on me that my problems were better swimmers than I was. A few people chuckle, others nod. She tells us it happened little by little. First, she lost the cosmetics company she and her husband had started. Then she lost the husband, followed by her friends, her dignity, her freedom. I got a 6-month sentence for writing bad checks and 3 failures to appear because I couldn't manage to sober up when it was time to go before the judge. I was a hot mess. believe me. Her hard luck story and her appearance don't match up. She's stylish, professionally dressed, mid-40s maybe. Those look like expensive shoes she's wearing. I noticed a Benz convertible in the parking lot on the way in and figure it might be hers. I'd never have pegged her for being a lush with a prison record. I had tried AA before and was convinced it just didn't work for me. But the only reason it didn't was because I wanted to keep drinking. It's amazing how we lie to everyone, including ourselves, right? But I hadn't hit bottom yet. That happened while I was in prison when I got this letter notifying me that my parental rights were being revoked. I leaned forward, jolted by what she's just said. Can they do that? And who is they? Her ex, the court, DCF? But after I lost my girls, I got serious about my sobriety. I was motivated, okay? It took me 5 years, but I got them back. One's a high school sophomore now, and the other one's in her first year of college. I've got a good job in real estate, own my own condo, and lease a car that's fun to drive. I had lost all these things because of my obsession with booze. It's like they say, when you're an active alcoholic, you give up everything for one thing, but when you commit to sobriety, you give up one thing for everything. Okay, thanks for listening. I'll share the time. Nice story, but her kids didn't die because of her. Nico will never get to kindergarten, let alone high school or college. I look at the door, wondering whether I can get up and leave without much notice. Thanks, Priscilla, the stocky guy at the front table says. Who else? 3 or 4 hands go up, but he looks past them and seems to be eyeballing me. What about you? He says. Me. I can feel my face flush. My arrest was front page news the week before, and I don't want anyone connecting the dots. No, thanks. I'll just listen. All right. You want to tell us your name at least? I shake my head. Fair enough. Troy, you had your hand up. Why don't you go? Troy tells a grim story about witnessing a lot of grisly shit while fighting in the war in Afghanistan. I started shooting heroin while I was there, he says, and I was addicted to alcohol too. By the time I came home, I didn't think this back then, but now I realize I was drinking and doing smack to treat my PTSD. What he's saying makes me think of Luc LeBeau, this kid in high school who sat in front of me in homeroom. He joined the army right after graduation, fought in Iraq and lost his shit, walked around town all day talking to himself. Me and a buddy bought a bar together, but we were both using and ignoring the bills that kept piling up. It failed after about a year. And then my girlfriend kicked me to the curb. My grandmother paid for my 90-day rehab in New Mexico and let me live with her after I got discharged. The deal was I'd be a caregiver for her husband, my step-grandpa, who had this disease called Lewy body dementia. I liked the guy and took pretty good care of him, but Graham fired my ass when she realized I was stealing her jewelry and pawning it to pay for my bad habits. She didn't press charges like my dad wanted her to, but my whole family cut me off. I went down fast after that. Slept in a tent by the river when the weather was decent. Sometimes by myself and sometimes with women I'd pick up in dive bars or at the soup kitchen. When it rained, I'd find an unlocked car and sleep in that. In winter, I'd make the rounds at the shelters. The best ones would let you take a shower, give you breakfast in the morning, but those places fill up fast, so I'd usually end up at the ones where all you got was heat and a mat on the floor. Anyway, one day, while I was waiting in line for the soup kitchen to open, I started puking up blood, collapsed and woke up in the ER. When they found out I'd been in the Army, they shipped me downstate to the VA hospital. One of the docs there gave it to me straight. Said if I didn't stop pouring poison down my throat and sticking it in my arm, I was going to die from an OD, or cirrhosis, or maybe a gastric hemorrhage. Or maybe I'd end up with a wet brain, drooling and babbling in some locked ward somewhere. So what do I do as soon as I get out of there? Hitchhiked back home and panhandled until I had scrounged enough money to buy myself a speedball and a quart of bottom-shelf bourbon. The next day, sick as a dog, I wandered into a meeting in some church basement, not to get saved, but because I knew they'd have coffee and cookies, maybe even donuts. Anyway, that was the day, 6 years ago now, when the miracle happened. I haven't had a drink since. I'm not patting myself on the back, though. It wasn't me who got me sober. It was my higher power coming to me through all of you. Well, good for him that he stayed sober. And if he wants to believe in miracles, why not? But if I keep coming to these meetings, which I promised Emily, my mom, and my attorney I'll do, they better not try to shove religion down my throat. I want to get sober, not saved by some imaginary God that's supposedly pulling the puppet strings. He sure as hell hasn't handed me any miracles. This is my second meeting, and just like the first, when time is up, everyone stands, gets in a circle, and takes hold of one another's hands. Someone says, "Who keeps us sober?" And everyone starts reciting the Lord's Prayer. I do the hand-holding thing, but for the second day in a row, I keep my mouth shut. I can't pray to something I don't believe in. Outside again, while I wait for my mother to pick me up, I watch a bunch of the others laughing and lighting up like it's a cocktail party without the cocktails. I'm right about who's driving the Mercedes. She taps the brake as she sidles up beside me. "Keep coming," she says. "It gets easier." I smile at that small, simple act of kindness. A guy from the meeting walks toward me. Scraggly beard and bushy eyebrows, early 60s maybe, plaid flannel shirt, Mets ball cap. "I recognize who you are from the TV," he says. I tense up, thinking I'm about to be called a baby killer or something. "Here," he says, "in case you want to talk." He hands me a Taco Bell napkin with his name, Dale Tebbins, and his number written diagonally across it. I say thanks, fold it, and shove it into a back pocket of my jeans. He starts to walk away, then turns around and comes back. "Something similar happened to me, more or less, so I might get the hell you're probably going through more than most," he says. "I was driving drunk with my niece in the back seat, ran a red light, and got T-boned by a Hummer. I walked away without a scratch, but the accident brain damaged Kayla. She was 8 then, died 5 years later." I stand there, unable to think of anything to say. "Day at a time, my friend. You can always drink tomorrow if you need to. Just don't drink today." "Well, I better get going. Give me a call if you need to." I watch him walk down a row of cars and climb into a blue pickup truck. He waves as he drives out of the parking lot. I wave back. During my scheduled visit with Maisie, Emily is true to her word. She doesn't leave the house, but she doesn't hover over us either. Maisie is subdued but seems okay. I make her half of a grilled cheese for lunch, her favorite, and cut up some carrot sticks. Get her to grin a little when I balance one of the sticks above my top lip and say it's my orange mustache. After lunch, we cuddle up on the sofa and watch TV. Peppa Pig, Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood. When it's nap time, I tell her to pick out a story. She chooses not one but two. Her own favorite, The Very Hungry Caterpillar, and her brother's, Where's Spot? The door to the twins' room is still closed, so at nap time I figured the crib is still off limits. I put Maisie in the middle of Emily's and my bed, kiss her, and tell her I love her. As I'm leaving the room, she says, "Nico?" I turn back and face her, at a loss for words. There's no way to explain death to a little girl who's 2. Instead, I hurry into the living room, grab that framed picture of the two of them, then go back and show her. "Nico," she says. She touches his face behind the glass and smiles. That's when I lose it. That thing my mother said about grief, how it's like a wave that clobbers you so that you go under and can't catch your breath. That's how it felt when Maisie touched her brother's photograph. Emily and I had agreed that my daily visits would end when Maisie went down for her afternoon nap. I need to compose myself before Emily sees me crying. That woman at the AA meeting had had her parental rights taken away. If I want to stay in my daughter's life, I need these visits to go smoothly. I grab my jacket, go outside, and sit on the porch step to wait for Mom to pick me up. Emily opens the door. "It's raining," she says. "Why don't you wait inside?" "No, I'm okay," I tell her. "Thanks, though." It's weird how polite and careful we're being with each other. I'm relieved when she goes back inside. When I see the McNally's garage door open and Sean's car backing out, I brace myself. What am I supposed to say to him now that my confession and arrest have been in the paper and on TV? What's he going to say to me? What happens, though, is that neither of us speaks. He backs into the street, shifts, and drives off, pretending he didn't see me. Part of me feels shame, another part feels relief. For the rest of that afternoon and into the evening, I keep hearing Maisie's question, "Nico? Where's Nico? Where did Nico go?" My mother showed me where she kept her weed, if I want any, but I don't need to get mellow, I need to get hammered. But Mom's gotten rid of her alcohol. I've already checked. By 8 o'clock, I'm craving a drink so bad I start getting the sweats. And not just a drink, a number of them, one after another, enough to make me too drunk to feel the pain that my life has become and the pain I've caused everyone else. Mom went to bed early. To read, she said, but her workday starts at 4 in the morning, so she's probably asleep already. I crack open her door, and sure enough, her breathing is rhythmic and she doesn't stir. I fight the urge for another half hour or so, then give up, pull on my jacket, and grab my wallet and phone. There's a liquor store in that strip mall on Sachem Turnpike. If I hustle, I can make it there before closing time. Outside, I break into a jog, each step bringing me closer to relief. I walked away without a scratch, but the accident brain-damaged Kayla. Anyways, that was the day when the miracle happened. You can always drink tomorrow if you need to, just don't drink today. I stop, stand there shaking and baking until I reach into my back pocket and feel that napkin he gave me. With a shaky finger, I punch in the digits, listen to it ring once, twice, 3 times, 4. I'm about to hang up when there's a click. "Hello? Dale? It's Corby. Guy from the meeting today. You said I could call?" 10 minutes later, his truck pulls up in front of the Cumberland Farms where I told him I'd be waiting. When he asks whether I've been drinking, I'm able to say no. He asks whether I'm telling him the truth, and I say yes. I don't take offense. Drunks know what good liars other drunks can be. But I'm not bullshitting him. Over coffee and pie at the Pilot truck stop off exit 93, he fills me in on his story. "My sister Gina was in the middle of a divorce, and she and Kayla had moved in with me. Gina worked long hours, so I was pitching in, helping Kayla with her homework, giving her rides, stuff like that. My sister knew I wasn't the best babysitter. No secret I was a boozer, but at that point her options were limited. I was on disability from work, so I was around, and I promised her I wouldn't let Kayla get in the car if I'd been drinking. Gina was supposed to get back in time to take her to gymnastics that day, but something came up at work. Attendance at practice was mandatory for some show. At first I thought I'd call the kid a cab, but then I decided I was feeling no pain but not really drunk. I could get her there and maybe get one of the mothers to drop her off when practice was over. That was 14 years ago, but to this day, I remember starting the car and watching her run across the lawn toward me in the polka dot leotard I bought her for her birthday. She had a pretty limited life, thanks to me, in and out of hospitals and Easter seals. Her walking and talking were compromised, and she had all kinds of learning problems. Died from an aneurysm when she was 13. She'd be 22 now, if she had lived. The thing is, you never get over it. That hard a loss, and the fact that you caused it. There's always going to be sadness and shame around it. You just have to figure out how to live with yourself without drinking over it. At least that was what I had to do. When I ask him about his sister, he says she moved out to Colorado, got married again, didn't have any more kids. She still won't have anything to do with me. When I got to my 9th step, Gina was the first person on my list that I had to make amends to, but she told me she wasn't having it. Said I could take my amends and shove it. I was pretty bummed about that, but my sponsor said her not accepting it didn't matter. I couldn't control what her reaction was going to be. What mattered was that I had offered her my amends. Dale and I talk for about an hour, then he drives me back to my mother's. As he pulls into the trailer park, he says, "Oh, one more thing. Today, at the end of the meeting, I noticed you weren't saying the Lord's Prayer. Yeah, I'm not really big on the higher power thing, I say. I hear you. I love AA, but I tune out a lot of the God stuff. The closest I get to believing in a higher power is when I look out at the ocean while I'm surf casting, see something that's much bigger than I am, something that's been here a lot longer than me and is going to be here long after I'm gone. What I'm saying is, you don't need to turn into a holy roller in order to get saved. Just keep coming to meetings and don't drink. My first sponsor was a religious man, a deacon in his church. And he used to say to me, Dale, you don't have to believe as long as you believe that I believe. He stops talking and lets that sink in. Finally, he says, So, you all right? Yeah. Thanks. He nods. And you're not going to drink tonight, right? We got a deal? I take a deep breath. Deal, I say. Chapter 11, May 9th, 2017. Rachel Dixon's wife, Sandy, a psychiatric social worker, was the one who recommended Emily and I see Dr. Beena Patel, a licensed clinical psychologist who'd done extensive work counseling grieving couples. Emily was skeptical but compliant. I was desperate to try anything that might help us ease the pain. When we step into Dr. Patel's office, she holds out her hand to welcome us. Her sari, honeydew green, is draped over a white, short-sleeved t-shirt. Her hair is salt and pepper. Please sit down, she says, indicating the gray and white striped love seat opposite her matching armchair. Once we're seated, I reach over and take Emily's hand, a gesture she tolerates for about 5 seconds before she withdraws it. This does not escape our grief counselor's watchful eye. May I first of all offer you both my deepest condolences, she says. Emily and I nod, mumbling our thanks. How long ago did the accident happen? 12 days ago, Emily says. From the other side of the room, I hear what sounds like a train whistle. I put some water to boil just before you came in, she says. Tea? I have chamomile and jasmine. Emily declines. I say either one. Let's have jasmine, then. She takes 2 small cups from a shelf, lifts the kettle off a glowing hot plate, and pours the steaming water into a colorful teapot. Ah, the aroma of jasmine always carries me back to my childhood in India. India, I say. Really, I would have guessed Scandinavia. Emily looks over at me, disgusted. I apologize, explaining that I make stupid jokes when I'm nervous. No apology necessary, Dr. Patel says. I like jokes, especially silly ones. She cocks her head and gives me a benign smile. And there's no need to be nervous, Corbin. This is a safe place for you both. I nod, ask whether she could call me Corby. Of course. Now, I understand you'll be appearing before a judge for sentencing in several weeks, correct? Yeah, although I've already been drawn and quartered on Facebook and Twitter, as my mother-in-law has dutifully reported to Emily. Dr. Patel looks at Emily, who looks away from her. Well, that is not the case here, Corby. My job is to help, not judge. Emily rolls her eyes. Trying to break through my wife's resistance, I say, don't get me wrong, I deserve to be judged. I put both our kids at risk when I started drinking while I was taking care of them. And drugging yourself too, Emily mumbles. Don't forget that little detail. Dr. Patel looks back and forth between us. Right, I say. And Nico died because of it. Emily, the shame and guilt I feel. The pain this is putting you through is going to be a life sentence for me, and it should. I turn from my wife to Dr. Patel. But there's a bigger picture. Meaning, Dr. Patel asks, that I've been a loving father, too. A pretty good father up until you weren't, Emily snaps. Don't make yourself sound like Father of the Year or like you're a victim because of what people are saying on Facebook, because you're not the victim, Corby. Nico was. Close to tears, I snap back at her. You think I don't know that? You think that slipped my mind? Dr. Patel waits for one of us to speak, but when we don't, she says, "Let's take a breath. I think our tea must be finished steeping. I'll be right back." While we wait, Emily checks her phone, and I scan the degrees on Dr. Patel's wall: Oxford University, the University of Chicago. There's a plaque from the National Alliance on Mental Illness, a teaching award from Yale. When she's back, I nod toward the wall. "That's a pretty impressive collection you've got up there," I say. "Well, I'm afraid my accomplishments in the kitchen are much less so," she says, placing a plate of cookies on the table in front of us. "These are nankati, Indian butter cookies." I take one. Emily doesn't. Dr. Patel says she'd like to turn to Emily now. "Corby has told us that his feelings of shame and guilt will be a life sentence, but that's typical. Our son is dead, but he's focused on himself." I flinch, but don't respond. "Tell us what you're feeling, Emily," Dr. Patel says. "What I'm feeling? I'm feeling so overwhelmed with grief that I have to remind myself to breathe, that I have to force myself to get out of bed in the morning. That's understandable, and good for you that you're making that effort," Patel says. "What other feelings are you experiencing?" "Anger, confusion, guilt. That's just for starters. It's understandable that this close to so profound a tragedy, your emotions would be all over the place," Patel says. "Please don't call him a tragedy. He has a name, Nico." She looks over at me. "Had a name," she says. "So noted," Patel says. "Now I'd like us to examine your anger a little more closely. Would that be all right?" Emily sighs impatiently but finally nods. "Good. Thank you, Emily. Let me first tell you that I have done grief work with other mothers who have lost a child. If the death was unexpected rather than anticipated because of the child's terminal illness, these mothers understandably feel angry about a situation that has been thrust upon them out of the blue. Some of these grieving mothers direct their outrage at fate, or, if they are women of faith, at God, because they feel He has betrayed their devotion to Him. Depending on the circumstances surrounding the death, others feel angry with themselves or with their child's father. Can you tell us what or whom?" "Corby." "Because? Isn't it obvious?" Dr. Patel suggests it might be useful if Emily says what she needs to say directly to me. When she turns to me, I brace myself, determined to face her. She keeps me waiting, but I can tell from her rapid breathing that her anger is rising. "You betrayed my trust," she finally says. "I assumed our kids would be safe in their father's care. But Nico's not here anymore because of your stupid self-pity. Oh, poor me. I lost my job and can't find another one, and now I have to take care of our kids because we can't afford daycare. Boo-hoo, I might as well just get wasted." My hands clench up and my stomach tightens, but I'll be damned if I'm going to lose it. When I ask Patel whether I can respond, she nods. "I started drinking because I was depressed, Emily, not because I resented taking care of the kids. Was it easy being the stay-at-home parent? Not always, but there were parts about it that I really loved. It was amazing to watch their development from day to day. I bonded with Nico and Maisie in a way I never would have otherwise. Too bad they weren't your priority then." "Emily, they were." "No. Your priority was numbing your self-pity with alcohol and drugs, or as you like to put it, checking out, which sounds a lot nicer than getting behind the wheel while you were incapacitated and backing over our son." She begins to sob. "And because of that, I'm never going to see him again. Cuddle with him, tickle his tummy while I'm changing his diaper, and hear his giggle. I won't be able to go to his swimming lessons, his t-ball games, send him off to high school and college, watch him become whoever he was going to be. You took all that away from me, Corby. You put the car in reverse and stole him from me." I can't do it. Can't keep facing her, watching the grim truth come out of her angry mouth, but she doesn't stop. I look at Patel, my eyes begging her to intervene, but she lets it go on. lets Emily lash out, then wail from the pain. When Em stands up and walks toward the door, I assume she's storming out of the session. But then she pivots, comes back, and sits down again. Having unleashed some of her pain seems to have calmed her down. And the thing that's so confusing is that I love you and feel sorry for you because of the shame you must have to carry, which I can't even begin to imagine. But I hate you too, Corby, for breaking that trust I thought I could rely on. You don't think I hate myself, Emily? Calm down. Lower your voice. Babe, you and I have a history, I remind her. And sure, we've had our ups and downs, but until recently, that's a pretty big until recently, don't you think? All I'm saying is, don't you dare dismiss my son's death like that. Don't you fucking dare. Your son. He was our son, Emily. Inhale, exhale. Once, twice, 3 times. She sits there fuming, glances over at Patel, then turns back to me. I get that you were depressed about your career, and that me bringing home a paycheck while you took care of the kids all day wasn't a great fit for you. Bruised your fragile male ego or whatever, but do you think it was easy for me to drive away from them every morning? Or when I got home having to give up bath time on school nights because I had hours of work to get to because one of us had to be the grown-up? And then having to get into bed and listen to you complain about how exhausted you were? Babe, the arrangement was situational, temporary until I could... You know what's not temporary, Corby? One of my babies is dead. Her face is flushed, contorted with anger. That's permanent. Do you remember how that doctor advised me not to go to him in that hospital morgue? But I wouldn't listen. I needed to see him, be with him. And now all I can see is his damaged body. My little live wire, lying there, ashen and still. When Dr. Patel asks me whether I want to respond to what she's just said, I shake my head. What words are there to soothe the pain I've inflicted on her? Turning to Emily, Patel asks whether there's anything else she wants to say to me. She nods, turns, and looks me in the eye. Her words are more measured now, more sad than angry. People lose jobs all the time without falling apart and causing everything else to fall apart around them, she says, without causing the death of one of their children. I just can't imagine how I'm ever going to be able to forgive you so that we can salvage what's left. And I'll be honest with you, Corby, I'm not sure I want to. We're both crying now, and when I look over at Patel, I see that her eyes are wet too. This comforts me somehow. For a minute or more, the three of us sit in silence with what's just been said. Dr. Patel is the first to speak. When a child dies, no matter the circumstances, it puts a terrible strain on the parents' relationship. How could it not? But the fact that you are here together is, in my opinion, a hopeful sign. Let's visualize that hope as a flickering candle flame. It may stabilize and keep burning, or be snuffed out. It depends on your willingness to do the hard work of sustaining your relationship under extremely difficult circumstances, or your decision to end it and move on. I also would like to point out that, although you have lost the same child, your relationship with him will have been different. Corby, perhaps you can keep in mind that Nico's and his sister's bodies grew inside of and emerged from Emily's body. Before you had your first glimpse of them in the delivery room, your son and daughter had an intimate 9-month bond with their mother. When I reach over and cup Emily's shoulder, she shifts her body away from me. Dr. Patel observes this without dropping a beat. And Emily, fathers and sons bond as well, but differently. More often than not, as the male child grows, he observes and begins to emulate his father's way of being in the world. So I would encourage you both to keep in mind that female grief and male grief in response to the death of a child manifest differently. Because men are conditioned to be strong and stoic, their bereavement tends to be internalized and private. Conversely, women are allowed and encouraged to express their feelings more openly. The danger for you as a couple is that you might not understand that there are these differences. A mother might incorrectly conclude that her child's father cares less deeply about his death or rebounds more quickly and she resents him for it, whereas the father might wish that the child's mother would rein in her emotions. These are general patterns that don't apply to all couples, of course. The important thing is to keep talking to each other, to not get so mired in your own pain that you fail to understand the pain your partner is feeling. I know Corby's in pain, Emily tells her. But Nico is dead because he chose to impair his judgment that morning. She looks from Patel to me. And it was a choice, Corby. So I'm sorry, but empathizing with your grief right now isn't something I can do because my anger is in the way. I nod, mumble that I understand. But do I? Would I be able to empathize with her if she had been the driver? And I want to apologize to you, Emily, Dr. Patel says, if I've seemed not to acknowledge that your anger is as legitimate as your grief. I assure you that I do acknowledge this, and if we continue working together, that is something we would surely wish to address. Emily nods, but just barely. Dr. Patel says our time for today is just about up. Should you both wish to continue with the work we began today, I would request the next time I see each of you separately. After that, we can reconvene for another joint session. But whether it's with me or another therapist, I strongly recommend that you continue to undergo counseling. You should probably avoid sexual intimacy, she says, until you're both ready. Holding each other and crying together might be a far more useful form of intimacy for now. If we could ever manage to do that, I think. We're nowhere near being able to do that now. And you should consider joining a grief group with other parents who have lost a child. Perhaps most importantly, you should take comfort in knowing that suffering as acute as yours is today will lessen over time. And Emily, I encourage you to do what you can to replace the image of your son as he looked in death with memories of him during happy times. Look at photographs, footprints, watch videos, share stories about him. This may make others feel uncomfortable. They might become tongue-tied, trying to think of what to say, but their discomfort is not your problem. Your challenge is to survive this early stage of grief while your pain is so raw and intense. And by all means, talk about Nico with your daughter, if you can. Emily nods compliantly. Dr. Patel flips through her notes. I knew I wanted to return to something before you go. Emily, when you were speaking before about the many emotions you've been feeling, you identified one of them as guilt. Can you say what it is that's making you feel guilty? Emily looks over at me and seems to be deliberating about whether or not to say it. She opens her mouth, closes it again, and then speaks. I wondered if Corby might have been drinking during the day. It was only a hunch, but maybe I should have asked him about it, confronted him about it. Maybe if I had. I'm too stunned to say anything, too confused to react. Patel says, well, you and I will want to explore that during our one-to-one session if you choose to continue the work we began today. I do have one last question I'd like each of you to answer. If we move forward with this process, what would you hope to gain from it? I go first. I want to save our marriage. And you, Emily? I'm looking for clarity. When Patel asks her whether she can be more specific, she says she doesn't know whether she can stay married to me. Turning to me, she says, I guess it depends on whether or not I can ever forgive you. At her office door, Dr. Patel takes each of us by the hand. You both did some important work today, and I would very much like to keep working with you. If that is to be, I suggest we focus first on Nico's death as a traumatic experience. Trauma is different than grief, so perhaps the grieving process can be put on hold while we look at ways to deal with the trauma. Then we can explore grieving in a constructive way that will give clarity to you, Emily, and make it more likely, Corby, that your relationship can be saved and maybe even strengthened. Talk it over and give me a call if you think that would be worthwhile. Then we can set up some appointments. I ask her whether, in the meantime, there are any websites she'd recommend we look at. Dr. Patel advises that we should not put too much stock in information on the internet. Not everything on there is reliable. But off the top of my head, there's the Butterfly Project, which might be helpful. It's a British website for health givers on how to help the parents of twins or multiples cope when one has died, how to cherish and meet the needs of the living child or children while grieving, in their terminology, the butterfly baby. You might find something useful on that website, or not. The most valuable work, in my opinion, can be done right here. In the car on the way back to my mother's place, neither of us speaks for the first couple of miles. Well, what did you think? I finally ask. I think you were trying hard to win the popularity contest. What the hell does that mean? It means you were trying to come off as the reasonable husband who has a difficult wife. I bet she saw right through that. I was just trying to take in what she was saying, Em. Stay open-minded. The butterfly baby, she says, shaking her head. Are we supposed to pretend he didn't die? That he just hatched and migrated to Mexico? That's ridiculous. Yeah, but how do you feel about the session other than that? I thought the tea party at the beginning was a little weird. I guess she was just trying to put us at ease, I say. How do you feel about continuing with her? She shrugs, says she has to think about it. But not if you're going to keep sucking up to her. I manage to hold my tongue. And what about how much this is going to cost? I assume her service comes with a price tag. Yeah, but if it helps, I reach out to touch her, then stop. Decide not to risk it. You want to go get coffee or something and talk? She shakes her head, says she needs to get back for Maisie. Glancing out the driver's side window, she says, they're really developing this area out here. Price Chopper, Lowe's, Starbucks. When did all this happen? In other words, let's change the subject. But aren't we supposed to talk about it? Acknowledge each other's feelings? I think it was good that you vented back there, Em. The more you deal with your anger... She looks over at me, frowning. Don't fucking patronize me. What do you mean? How am I patronizing you? By sounding like you're the therapist. It's good you vented, Emily. You need to deal with your anger. You're not the shrink, Corby. You're the problem. I know I am. Believe me, if I could exchange my life for his, I'd do it in a second. She offers no reaction other than hitting the gas a little harder. Another couple of miles and 2 red light stops pass by in silence before I say that I'd like to continue with Dr. Patel. At least for the time before my sentencing hearing. And if I get lucky and don't have to go to prison, maybe after that too. She seems to know what she's doing. And those one-to-one sessions are a good idea. Can't hurt, right? Her only response is an impatient sigh. I was surprised, though, when you said you suspected I might be day drinking. I thought I'd been so good at keeping it from you. Shut up, Corby. That hour was hard enough without having to listen to your fucking analysis of it. She was driving about 10 miles over the speed limit, but now it's more like 15 or 16. Yeah, okay. But you don't need to feel guilty about not saying anything. If you had, I would have just denied it. Please, just stop, she says. She's white-knuckling the steering wheel. You might want to slow down a little, I tell her. I've seen cops in unmarked cars along this stretch. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Her hand flies at me, bats me on the side of my head. With her hand off the wheel, her car veers into the lane of oncoming traffic. "Jesus, watch where you're going!" I shout. She corrects her course and drives on for a couple of minutes. Then she pulls onto the shoulder, stops the car, puts her head against the steering wheel, and sobs. Again, I resist the impulse to touch her. "It's okay," I say. "Nothing happened. It's okay." She mumbles an apology and drives back onto the road. "We're going to get through this, Emily. I love you." She just keeps driving. Chapter 12, July 26th, 2017. At Attorney Dixon's suggestion, I arrive at her office building to read and discuss the report that Probation Officer Jonathan Gonzalez filed after having completed my pre-sentence investigation. Before climbing the stairs, I stop first at that bakery on the ground floor and buy her one of those death-by-chocolate cupcakes I remember she loves. "I'm touched, but goddamn you, Ledbetter," she says when I hand her the treat. "I just started doing keto. Oh well, my wife will enjoy it. She eats like a lumberjack without gaining an ounce." She hands me the PSI report. "Tell me what you think," she says. "My sentencing hearing is in a week." Officer Gonzalez has done a thorough job. He's included the police reports filed by Sergeant Fazio and Officer Longo, Detective Sparks, and the officer who arrested me for my earlier DUI. The toxicology reports based on the blood draw they'd taken from me at the hospital are in there too. Gonzalez notes that I had not sought treatment for my substance abuse before the event for which I have been charged, but he's attached photocopies of the scrawled signatures of chairs from the various AA and NA meetings I've been attending since then. Gonzalez has also accessed and included my lackluster school records, not only from RISD but also from Three Rivers High School, which includes the information that I was suspended during my sophomore year for streaking during an outdoor assembly. There's no mention that I did this on a dare from Ethan Martineau, the police chief's grandson. Also attached are letters of support from Rhonda Tolliver, my former boss at Creative Strategies, Michael McGee, the shift supervisor at the Amazon warehouse where I work now, my AA sponsor Dale Tebbins, and Dr. Patel, who has written that my participation in our grief counseling sessions has led to genuine progress and that a prison sentence will serve only to impede or perhaps even arrest the positive changes he has begun to make. In addition to all that, Officer Gonzalez interviewed me twice to evaluate the degree to which he feels I exhibit remorse and the will to rehabilitate myself. Both of the times I sat in his office, I was confronted by the framed picture of him, his wife, and their 3 kids, and worried that he might not be able to empathize with a failed father like me. But, in his conclusion, Gonzalez wrote this: "I am convinced that Mr. Ledbetter is genuinely contrite, and that his efforts to address his addictions have been serious and sincere." When I look up from the report, Dixon is shaking her head and smirking. "Streaking, Ledbetter? Seriously?" "Youthful idiocy," I say, shrugging. "Plus I got $100 from the kid who dared me." "Oh, well then," Dixon says. "Other than the tox report and public nudity, I'd say this is pretty positive." She tells me it is fairly unusual for the person writing the PSI to avoid making a sentencing recommendation, which could work in your favor. Judges are free to ignore the probation officer's recommendations, but mostly they tend to follow those guidelines. If Gonzalez had suggested you serve time, that would have upped your chance of going to prison. That's the good news. You saying there's bad news? Maybe, maybe not. I think you had a shot at avoiding time with Judge Pelto, but his mother's gone into hospice down in Florida. He's on temporary leave so he can be with her. Judge Palazzolo is subbing in for him. She's not a hanging judge by any means, but she's no softie either. She could go either way. Guess we'll have to argue like hell on your behalf, then wait and see. Of course, Reitland's going to argue just as hard that you should do time. That's what prosecutors do, and she's not above getting nasty sometimes. I'll tell you what, though, Ledbetter. However this plays out, you've made some legit efforts during these 12 weeks. You were one hell of a hot mess when you walked into my office that first time, but I've noticed some real changes. It's not easy for a cynic like me to admit this. but I'm impressed. The unexpected compliment flusters me. Mumbling a thank you, I look down at her desk to avoid looking at her. That's when I noticed that, while I was reading the PSI report, she scarfed down half of her chocolate cupcake. July 27th, 2017. Dr. Patel asks me how many of these episodes I've had. 2, both of them at night. Can you say what precipitated them? Insomnia, I guess. The first time I couldn't get to sleep, and the other time I woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. The longer I stayed awake, the more anxious I got about what's going to happen. It got so bad I started getting the shakes and panting like I couldn't catch my breath. You were hyperventilating, she says. Yeah, and my heart was pounding so fast it felt like it might explode. I didn't know what the hell was going on. Well, as frightening as they feel while you're experiencing them, panic attacks aren't fatal, and they can be managed. Her calming voice, the aroma of the tea she's poured, the colorful sari, peacock blues and greens. Being in her presence is soothing. She's in her 60s maybe? Wedding ring, so there's a husband. Kids, grandkids. There's a bit of mystery to her. You mention your anxiety about the future is a trigger for these attacks. Can you be more specific? I look over her shoulder at the thing mounted on the wall behind her, the source of the sound of trickling water. I ask whether it's new. She says no. I just must not have noticed it during my earlier appointments. Now again, tell me about why the future is making you so anxious. If I get sentenced to prison, I've got fear of the unknown about that, and fear of what I do know from watching shows like Oz and The Wire. Television programs might not be your best source of information, she says. No, but I look at a lot of stuff on the internet too. Things ex-cons write about after they're released. It's pretty bleak. Perhaps you should look at less of those things. Wait until you're in a position to judge the experience for yourself, if indeed you end up having that experience. Yeah, makes sense. But that's not the only thing I get scared about. No? What else? Well, let's say I go to prison for however long they're going to give me, but eventually I get out, and then what? I couldn't find another job as a commercial artist before all the bad stuff happened. What are my chances going to be when I have a prison record? I'm probably going to end up making minimum wage, wearing a paper hat, and asking people if they want chips and a soda with their sub. That's your biggest worry, Corby, that you'll end up working in the fast food industry. I shake my head. Then what is troubling you the most? You know, Patel says she needs to hear it from me. I'm afraid she's never going to be able to forgive me and let me come home. That she's going to want to cut her losses and divorce me. Maybe keep me from our daughter because she doesn't think she'd be safe with me back in the picture. And in the middle of freaking out about everything that could happen, I start going back to what did happen. The accident. You can say it. The day I backed up my car and killed my own son. She cocks her head, frowns a little. That seems harsh, don't you think? Putting it that way. I shrug. It's the truth, isn't it? What difference does it make how you put it? Well, legally it could mean the difference between involuntary manslaughter and homicide. The former indicates it was accidental. The latter implies intent. Involuntary manslaughter while under the influence. Don't forget that little detail. She stares at me. I stare back. If she's trying to make me feel uncomfortable, it's working. To break the impasse, I get up and go over to that thing on her wall. Up close, I see it's a kind of fountain. Water comes out of a spout at the top, spilling down the ribs of a slate slab. A metal base at the bottom catches the water. It's got smooth white stones in it, and the water splashing down on them is what makes the sound. This is cool, I tell her. Glad you like it, she says. But since our time together is limited, might we return to the business at hand? I go back to my chair and sit down. Wait. Corby, I'm wondering why you requested this appointment. Is it because you wanted to talk about your panic attacks, or because you want me to participate in cudgeling you? Because it seems to me that you're doing a fine job of that all by yourself. She suggests that I try to be kinder to myself, put some work into self-forgiveness. Tall order, I tell her. Before, when you said these panic attacks can be managed, How would that work? Instead, she asks me to describe what happens when I go back to the day of the tragedy. Is it a memory, or does it feel like I'm experiencing it again? It's like I relive it. I hear the neighbors across the street screaming for me to stop. See him lying there beneath the car, his little chest heaving as he tries to... I hear the sirens, the cops asking me if I'm the operator of the vehicle. You're having flashbacks then, yes? I nod. I'm close to tears. Yes. Are these flashbacks part of what's been triggering your panic episodes? Yeah. Yes. Well, then, let's figure out how these might be short-circuited before they get to the point of debilitating you. Wouldn't it be lovely if you could exert some control over these traumatic memories and your fears about what's to come? I nod. When my tears start falling in earnest, she apologizes for having run out of tissues during her previous appointment. I tell her no problem and wipe away the wetness with my sleeve. Okay, then. Medication is one way to quiet these demons. She scans her notes. Now, you have had a problem with benzodiazepines, so we would want to steer clear of those. But there are SSRIs that I could ask one of the psychiatrists I consult with to prescribe for you. Maybe Paxil or Zoloft. They're antidepressants as opposed to the kind of anti-anxiety medication you ran afoul of. I shake my head, tell her I don't want to mess with drugs of any kind. Very well then, good. There are deep breathing exercises you can do when you feel the onset of an attack, and grounding techniques. I have instructions for both, if you'll give me a minute. She pulls a tattered, overstuffed manila folder from her desk drawer and rifles through it, loose pages spilling to the floor. If I am reincarnated as another human in my next life, instead of a baboon or a garden slug, I shall like to be an organized Homo sapien. Ha ha. Ah, here we go. She hands me what she was looking for. I glance at the sheet about breathing exercises. Tell her we learned a version of these when we were taking Lamaze classes, and that they had helped Emily when she went into labor. She nods. As one concentrates on the air passing in and out of the body, you are simultaneously distracted from the pain and your body relaxes. And in your case, if you can put yourself into a state of relaxation, you may then be able to get to sleep. Now, as for the other paper you have there, the one about grounding techniques, these will also refocus you away from the disorientation of a panic attack. Instead of flashing back to the tragedy or losing yourself in fears about the unknowable future, you bring yourself back to the here and now. For example, you might hold an object that's within your reach, look at it, feel its texture, perhaps even touch your tongue to it and taste it. I shoot her a skeptical look. As it says on the sheet, there's a formula you can follow. A formula. Based on the 5 senses, you concentrate on 5 things you can see, a calendar, for example, a photograph, then 4 things you can touch or feel, your shoe, a book, anything within reach, then 3 things you hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. What you're doing is giving your mind something to do other than surrender to the terror. I ask her whether I can keep the printouts. Oh yes, they're yours, she says, stoops to pick up the papers that have fallen to the floor, smiles at one of them. Ah, here's a lovely bit of synchronicity, she says. Read this quote for me, please. She hands it to me. It's from some woman I've never heard of. I'm reading it silently when she says, No, aloud, please. Worrying is carrying tomorrow's load with today's strength, carrying 2 days at once. It is moving into tomorrow ahead of time. Worry does not empty tomorrow of its sorrow. It empties today of its strength. Corey ten Boom. Well, what? Do you see the wisdom in what she is saying? I guess, but... Yes? No disrespect, but I assume this is the wisdom of someone who's never had to be facing the probability of being warehoused in prison, then coming out to find that he's lost. Warehoused? She says, frowning. Corby, you are not an inanimate object. You're a living, evolving person, and if prison is to be in your future, one way to face it is to embrace the possibility that you can learn from the experience. Right, okay, good point. Better to agree with her than to argue against the educational value of life in the slammer. I just wish we could go back to the way it used to be so that... So that what? I shake my head and shrug. What's the point of even saying it? She reaches across the table, takes my hands in hers, and gives them a gentle squeeze. Well, nothing can go back to the way it once was, if by that you mean before the accident. The death of your son is a terrible reality that cannot be denied. But you can certainly have a life worth living, whether or not your marriage survives, for your daughter's sake as well as your own. Do you see Emily as a vindictive person? I shake my head. She's kind, good-hearted. She's a wonderful teacher, a great mom, too, although she'd probably give me an argument about that. She always used to say that I was the better parent. But I dealt her such a terrible blow, you know? And it's changed her, made her bitter, which I understand. But I still love her so much. Having her and Maisie back is all I want. Well, I have no crystal ball, so I cannot promise you your marriage will remain intact. And to be blunt, in situations like yours and Emily's, the odds may be against it. The death of a child often results in a couple divorcing, especially if one of them backed over him, crushed the life out of him. She shakes her head and smiles sadly. I was going to say, especially since mourning a lost child is such a complicated and personal thing. As I've mentioned before, two parents will often grieve quite differently from one another and grow apart. But you just told me that Emily is not a vengeful person, which is good news, I think. I doubt she would want to mount some custody battle to deprive you of your daughter, because it would also deprive your daughter of her father. She glances at her watch. I'm afraid it's time for us to end our session, Corby, but I hope we can speak again before your sentencing hearing. I used to be one of the psychologists in rotation at Yates. If you do have to go to prison, I know you'll be in good hands with Dr. Clegg or Dr. Candro, and whoever the new hire is, I'm sure that person will be able to help you too. And in the meantime, I wish you the best of luck in ridding yourself of your panic episodes. She smiles and crosses her fingers. I get up, thank her, and start to leave. Then I stop and turn back. You know the woman who wrote that quote you gave me? I ask. Corey ten Boom, yes. What kind of name is that? Native American? She shakes her head. She was from the Netherlands. She and her family were part of the Dutch resistance and hid many Jews from the Gestapo during Hitler's reign. When they were caught, she, her sister, and their father were arrested and sent to a concentration camp. Of the three, Corey was the only one who survived. So you see, she did know a thing or two about life in captivity after all. No shit, I say, forgetting my promise to myself not to swear in front of her. No shit, she says. I wave the folded handouts at her and thank her again. That same night, during another battle against sleeplessness, I feel an attack coming on. I do the breathing exercises, grab the big book off my nightstand, and do the 5 senses thing. Then I turn on the light, grab that quote Dr. Patel gave me, and read it over and over like a mantra. Worrying does not empty tomorrow of its sorrow. It empties today of its strength. After a while, I start to feel calmer. In the morning, I wake up to the sun winking through the slats of the Venetian blinds and realize it worked. It fucking worked. Chapter 13, August 1st, 2017. All rise, the bailiff commands. This court is now in session, Judge Rosemary Palazzolo presiding. She's tiny and very tan, big black-rimmed glasses. She looks back at me and scowls. Bettina Reitland goes first. There's a name for it, she says. Back over. It happens more than you think. On average, about 50 children a week, according to the statistics. 48 of them survive, 2 don't. The age of the victim is most often between 1 year and 2, and the person most often responsible is the victim's mother or father. Usually the grief that comes from losing a child, coupled with the horror of being the parent who caused the death, is punishment enough. The police will often conclude that it was accidental and decline to press charges. Get ready, I tell myself. Here it comes. But in this case, that didn't happen. Why, Your Honor? Because Mr. Ledbetter, having consumed excesses of alcohol and an anti-anxiety medication before 9 o'clock in the morning, got into his vehicle, started the engine, put the car in reverse, and backed over his 26-month-old son, Nico, who was playing in the driveway. The defendant has stated that he misremembered having buckled both Nico and his twin sister in their car seats before operating his vehicle. Misremembered. Well, that happens to all of us. But the guilty plea Mr. Ledbetter has entered is tantamount to his admission that the tragedy was the result of his prioritizing his intoxication over the safety of his children. This is all true, but it's too painful to hear, so I try as best I can to tune her out. Say the Serenity Prayer, look past Attorney Dixon, who's sitting to my right, and scan the gallery for Emily. She's seated with her mother, across the aisle and one row back. It breaks my heart to see how pale and drawn she looks. During my last visit, when I'd asked her how much weight she'd lost, she'd shrugged and said she had no appetite, that she mainly just ate Kind bars and a few bites of whatever she'd fixed for Maisie. I keep hoping she'll glance over at me, but she just keeps looking straight ahead. Is she listening to Reitland's case against me? Letting her mind wander? I can't tell. Betsy is looking over at me, though, as cold and stone-faced as ever. It's even money on whether or not she hopes I go to prison, but I doubt she'd shed many tears if that's the outcome today. I look over my shoulder at the other side of the gallery and there's Mom. And to my surprise, Dad is sitting next to her. I'm grateful to him for having covered my lawyer's fees, but I expected nothing more than checkbook support. His presence here must be costing him pain as well as money. As a kid, I sometimes would fantasize that Dad came back home to us and, in his absence, had turned nice. Now here he is, reunited with Mom at last because of their loser son's colossal failure. I look around for Dr. Patel but don't see her. She told me she'd come today if she could, but hey, she's a busy lady. I understand. Still, it would have been a comfort to have her here. In our one-to-one sessions after Emily bowed out of couples work, Dr. Patel helped me cope with the difficult waiting time between the day I was arrested and today, and now the wait is almost over. I'll probably know in under an hour whether or not I'm going to prison. My sponsor, Dale, has come as promised. He's sitting by himself in the back row. In the weeks we've been working together on my sobriety, I had one slip. Took a few swigs from the pint bottle of bourbon one of my co-workers at the Amazon warehouse held out to me on the sneak. When I called Dale to confess, he said, "Progress, not perfection, Corby. But you need to share this at the meeting tomorrow. Remember what the big book says about rigorous honesty." It was hard to do, but I did it, and was moved by the number of people who surrounded me after the meeting was over to offer me encouragement and volunteer their own stories about going out and coming back. I'd been counting sober days and had gotten to 37 when I slipped and demoted myself back to 0. There have been no slips since, thanks in large part to Dale's support, so sitting in the courtroom now, I'm at day number 55. Reluctantly, I tune back into Reitland's reasons why I should be incarcerated. Within an hour of Sergeant Fazio's and Officer Longo's observations at the scene, Mr. Ledbetter's blood was drawn and later analyzed. The results show that he had operated his vehicle while under the influence of an excess of the benzodiazepine he had been prescribed and a blood alcohol level of 0.09. Turning from the judge, Reitland takes a few steps toward Dixon and me. "I suspect Mr. Ledbetter's attorney will attempt to establish that her client was a good and loving father, and that may have been true until the day when, suddenly and irrevocably, he was not." It hits me that her phrasing is the same as Emily's that day in Dr. Patel's office. Is that a coincidence, or has Reitland conferred with my wife? I've assumed that Emily doesn't want me to have to go to prison. Have I been wrong? Your Honor, a little boy with his whole life ahead of him would be alive today had his father not started his car that morning while his judgment was impaired by alcohol and an addictive prescription drug that, while not classified as a narcotic, may produce narcotic effects on the central nervous system. Corby Ledbetter must be held accountable for that fatal decision. Keep in mind that this is his second DUI, so I think it's fair to assume his first had no preventive effect. Let's also keep in mind that the tragedy for which Mr. Ledbetter is responsible has created a ripple effect of profound grief, not only for himself, but also for his son's mother, the boy's grandparents, and the Ledbetters' extended family, their friends, and their neighbors. Two of those neighbors, Sean and Linda McNally, who witnessed and tried to stop the tragedy from happening, have put their house on the market. I spoke recently with Mrs. McNally, who says their decision to move out of what had always been a peaceful and safe neighborhood has been motivated by the depression she has struggled with since she could not prevent little Nico's death in the seconds before his fatal injury. As I said, a ripple effect. When Reitland says she wishes to read a letter from Nico's maternal grandmother, I see Emily turn toward her mother with wide-eyed surprise. It's obvious she didn't see this coming. Ignoring her daughter's reaction, Betsy looks straight ahead, a study in stern self-righteousness. In her letter, Betsy asks the court to keep in mind the depth of her daughter's suffering and the physical and emotional toll Nico's death has taken, the result of the reckless and irresponsible choice I made on the morning in question, a choice that robbed her grandson of his life. Her letter ends with a question. If the law doesn't hold me accountable by sentencing me to prison, doesn't that then devalue the precious life I took? Emily's audible sob draws my attention and everyone else's. Really, Betsy? She wasn't in enough pain already? And Nico's grandmother is right, Reitland says. The average life expectancy of an American male in 2017 is 78.87. Actuarially speaking, Mr. Ledbetter's action that morning deprived his son of 76 years and 2 months of his allotted life. And that's merely by today's life expectancy calculation. Who knows what future medical advances might have extended the victim's life well beyond 78 years. When I look at my attorney, she rolls her eyes. Bullshit, she whispers. I'm not letting her get away with that. And let's not forget the individual who may end up paying the highest price of all as a result of Corby Ledbetter's negligence, his 2-year-old daughter, Nico's twin sister, Maisie. Leave my daughter the fuck out of this. Dixon must sense how much this has triggered me, because she reaches over and covers my fist with her hand. Calm down, she whispers. Leave it to me when it's my turn. So instead of shouting out in protest, I take a few deep breaths and focus instead on Dixon's pen, the veins in my hand, the wedding ring on my finger. Her twin brother's death has no doubt left little Maisie with a profound sense of loss that she can neither understand nor articulate. And what about her future when she can better understand who her father took away from her? Nico was her soulmate and companion from their time together in utero until April the 27th of this year, when he abruptly went missing from her life. Here she pivots away from the judge and faces me. I look away from her, shift in my seat. She takes several steps toward me until she's standing just a few feet away. My heart is thumping. I sense she's about to go in for the kill. At the defendant's arraignment several weeks ago, I admitted I have no expertise in child psychology. Since then, however, I have familiarized myself with several studies about how the death of a co-twin puts the surviving twin at greater risk for future psychiatric problems. The damage is particularly acute if the loss occurs during the child's preverbal stage. The trauma Maisie, no doubt, has been suffering since the abrupt disappearance of her soulmate is likely to have serious repercussions into her adolescence and adulthood. As one article stated, the mind will likely forget the traumatic event, but the body will remember. The bottom line, Your Honor, she says, is that we must not deny the defendant's victim, little Nico Ledbetter, or his sister, the justice they deserve. Dixon stands and objects. Your Honor, may I remind you that Attorney Reitland has no credentials as a child psychiatrist or a Ph.D. in behavioral science, nor has she solicited any such expert to affirm her suppositions. This is pure speculation based on articles I suspect she's read in mainstream periodicals like Psychology Today or articles on the Internet, and even if these were valid sources, which I suspect they're not, the points being made are not germane to the specifics of this case. Judge Palazzolo sustains the objection. I lose it then, cover my face with my hands and sob. Because I've been scared about the impact of Nico's death on Maisie. I, too, have searched the Internet and found some of the same studies she's talking about now. Other than confiding to Dr. Patel about my fears concerning Maisie's future, I've kept what I found to myself, so I'm unprepared when Reitland so publicly exposes those bleak findings about surviving twins. I keep struggling to compose myself, but the shame of having probably doomed both of my kids in different ways keeps me in its grip. I think I have a handle on it, then start up again. This lasts for a couple of minutes. Miss Dixon, does your client need a 15-minute recess? The judge asks. Before Rachel can answer, I shake my head vehemently. Say I'm all right, that I want to keep going if I can just have another minute. One of the sheriffs places a box of tissues in front of me. I wipe my eyes, blow my nose, and get control of myself again. Ready to resume, Mr. Ledbetter? The judge asks. Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Not at all, she says. Attorney Dixon? Rachel has washed the pink out of her hair and dressed professionally in a gray pantsuit. There's not a whole lot she can do for me, given my admission to Detective Sparks and my decision to plead guilty, forgoing the lie that could have rendered those tox screen results inadmissible. Addressing the judge, she paints a sympathetic picture of the extenuating circumstances and mitigating factors that argue for leniency. She portrays me as a talented commercial artist who was an asset to the company that employed me, as was expressed in the letter of support from my former manager, Rhonda Tolliver. She also references letters of support from my supervisor at the warehouse where I've been working, my AA sponsor Dale, and Dr. Patel. I trust you have read those letters, Your Honor, but if I may, I would like to read aloud a few lines from Dr. Patel's letter, Dixon says. Judge Palazzolo nods. Initially, the patient came to me with his spouse for bereavement counseling. Mrs. Ledbetter elected not to continue counseling, but Mr. Ledbetter has attended 8 more sessions. In that time, I have found him to be remorseful about the cause of his son's death and serious about rehabilitating himself. In the time I have been treating him, Mr. Ledbetter has made very good progress. If he is sentenced to prison, I am concerned that his progress may be arrested, or worse, that he may regress. Whatever the judge's reaction is, I see her grab a pen and make a note. Dixon then emphasizes my virtue as a stay-at-home dad and the twins' primary caretaker. Our visits to the park, story hour at the library, our participation in the YMCA's toddlers' swimming class, my disinclination to use the TV as a babysitter. She says my brutal honesty in having confessed to Detective Sparks about my impairment on the morning in question is evidence of my underlying good character, and asks that the judge take this into consideration before she renders her decision. She also points out that for the past 12 weeks I have been attending AA and NA meetings faithfully, as indicated by the signatures of the various chairpersons of those meetings, and that I trained and have been working successfully as a picker-packer at the Amazon warehouse in Waterford for the past 9 weeks. I have no doubt that Dixon is the crackerjack defense attorney her father described to my father, but she's pretty much been hamstrung by the confession of the guy she was hired to defend. Attorney Dixon asks Judge Palazzolo to disregard Reitland's predictions about Nico's lifespan and Maisie's future emotional state, as these are purely speculative and should have no bearing on the judge's decision, unless Attorney Reitland has access to a crystal ball and can know the future rather than merely making predictions. Finally, Attorney Dixon says, there could be no greater punishment for Corbin Ledbetter to endure than getting out of bed each and every day for the rest of his life, having to face the fact that he is responsible for his son's death, and the heartbreaking loss he has inflicted on his loved ones. I think it's impossible for us to imagine the degree of guilt, shame, and remorse that is and will be this man's daily burden. Your Honor, don't you think that's prison enough?" Dixon instructed me to look at Judge Palazzolo when she said that, and, if I had any tears left, to shed them then. Unable to do either, I bow my head and stare at the floor. Reitland could have asked for the maximum of 10 years in prison. Instead, she has asked for 6. Attorney Dixon has requested a suspension of my entire sentence, 3 years of probation, and community service. Judge Palazzolo says she needs a few minutes of silent deliberation before rendering her decision. "All rise," the bailiff calls as she stands and heads, slump-shouldered, back to her chambers. While we wait, Dixon speaks some hollow words of encouragement. I thank her, try to smile, and ask her what happened to her pink hair. "Gone with the wind," she says. "My wife hated it." After that, we two wait in silence. "All rise." Judge Palazzolo speaks more to the gallery than to me. "In some cases, sentencing someone for a crime that's been committed is not a difficult decision to make. Cut and dried, you might say. Just follow the guidelines. But cases like this one are more complex, more difficult. They're the ones that can keep you up at night, before and after you've rendered your decision." She turns then to me. "Mr. Ledbetter, I sympathize with you and your family. You have all had to endure an unfathomable loss. Nevertheless, I cannot unhear Attorney Reitland's argument that, in order for your little boy to have the justice to which he is entitled, the state must hold you accountable for the tragedy that resulted from your having broken the law. That said, I am not granting the prosecutor her request that you serve 6 years in prison. My decision is that you are to be incarcerated for a period of 5 years, suspended after 3, and another 3 years. I will not mandate your attendance at 12-step meetings during your incarceration because I believe recovery from addiction must be self-motivated, not ordered by the state. That said, I sincerely hope that this is something you will want to continue to work on for yourself and your family. Good luck, Mr. Ledbetter. I wish you well." And with that, she gavels my case to a close and exits the courtroom. 2 court sheriffs approach with cuffs and shackles. I look over my shoulder at Emily, hoping to make eye contact, but she is already heading for the exit with her mother. From there, I look over at my parents, still seated. Mom is glum but stoic. Dad's in tears. Who would have thought? And there behind them is Dr. Patel, who has come after all. Her hands are clasped in front of her, and when she sees that I've spotted her, she offers me the gift of a compassionate smile. Outside, I squint in the bright summer sunshine. I'm boosted up and into the back of a transport van. A few minutes later, I'm on my way to Yates Correctional Institution, where I will spend the next 36 months of my life. Part 2. Day by day by day by day by day. Chapter 14. August 1st, 2017. Day 1 of 1095. Inside the transport van, I'm chained to 2 other prisoners. The guy next to me is snoring, and the guy next to him has puke all over his shirt front. It's sweltering in here, and the stench is so bad I hope I don't start vomiting, too. Good to go, someone calls. Car doors slam, the engine starts, and the van lurches forward, rolling out of the courthouse parking lot and onto a downtown street. From behind a caged window, I watch a blur of trees and cars, storefronts and pedestrians, glimpses of the freedom I've just lost. 2 or 3 miles into the trip, the snoring guy startles himself awake, yanking the chain and me with it. Turning to his left, he gives me a bleary-eyed once-over. "Where'd you come from?" he wants to know. When I tell him, he says he got picked up in Bridgeport, and the guy to his right was in Hartford lockup. "Can you believe my shit luck?" he says. "This is my second bid, and both times I get stuck next to some dope sick junkie. At least this one didn't get any on me." The other guy groans. "Not yet, anyway." "This your first joyride in the ice cream truck?" "What?" "Never mind. You just answered me." The joyride lasts somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes, and I'm nauseous for most of them. The van slows, takes a left, and enters the compound. When it stops at admittance and discharge, I'm unchained from the other two, helped down from the back door, and unshackled by a new guard. First stop, getting fingerprinted and having my ID picture taken. After that, there's the humiliation of a strip search and a supervised shower. The guard who's watching me tells me to hold out my hand. When I do, he squirts delousing shampoo into it and tells me to wash my hair, pits, and pubes thoroughly. The assumption, I guess, is that if you're a prisoner, you probably have lice. I scrub myself and rinse, but the chemical stink of that shampoo stays with me. Watching the CO bag up the clothes and shoes I wore to court and being handed recycled prison underwear, tan hospital scrubs, and used, laceless sneakers is a painful reality check about my new existence. Next, I'm led to a small room where two other admits are seated before a TV. One of them is the guy I'd been chained to on the trip from the courthouse. The other looks like he should be in high school. One of the two COs guarding us, the white one, shoves a cassette into the VCR below it, and a Connecticut Department of Correction orientation video begins. It covers DOC's rules and regulations, how the commissary system works, how to make collect calls and arrange for visitors, what happens when you get a disciplinary ticket. Cell phones are strictly forbidden, and there is no access to the internet. I miss a lot of information because the audio has a low buzz and the officers keep chatting with each other without bothering to lower their voices. Staticky lines keep running through the picture. When the video is over, the block officer asks us whether there are any questions, but neither he nor his buddy bother to look up to see that I've raised my hand. Although I'm still pretty much in the dark regarding prison policies, I've already learned two things. Officers are indifferent to the questions of the guys in their custody, and, technologically speaking, DOC is still in the dark ages. The guards who ran the video hand us off to three other COs. One gives each of us a survival kit, a brown paper bag holding bedding and hygiene stuff that's supposed to hold us over until someone on the outside funds our commissary account. Another distributes our newly laminated IDs and tells us to clip them to our shirts and make sure we're wearing them whenever we leave our cells. Ledbetter, the third guard, an older guy, says as he approaches me, "They got you in B block. I'm Lieutenant Cavaniero." When I hold out my hand, he shakes his head. "No physical contact between offenders and staff unless it's a restraint situation," he says. "Come on, follow me." As we cross the yard, I notice that most of the inmates along the walkway are black or brown. Cavaniero asks me how much time they've given me. When I tell him I brace for the question I assume is coming next, what was I convicted of? Instead, he gives me some practical advice. "You'll do okay as long as you cooperate with staff and keep a low profile. Nobody likes a showboat. And be careful who you trust. Not too many choir boys doing time at this place." He says I'm lucky they've assigned me to B block. It's one of the older buildings, so the roof is slate, sturdier than shingles, and the plumbing's got copper pipe rather than PVC. With plastic, the cement that bonds the joints together breaks down so you get leaks. Lots of headaches in the newer blocks because they were built on the cheap. Jesus, I'm just trying to hold it together and he's giving me a plumbing lesson. "Oh, and as far as the racial stuff that goes on in your block, my advice is to stay out of it," he says. "Some of the white guys will probably try and recruit you because in B, they're a minority, but don't pick a side. Stay neutral." Which is exactly what I plan to do. "Any questions?" he asks me. "Yeah, I was wondering, Do they have AA meetings here? He nods, but says he doesn't know where or when they meet. I should check with my counselor. Inside the building, Cavaniero points out the first-floor facilities as we pass by them. A GED classroom, a rec room with TV and foosball, a fitness room with a stationary bike and weights. When I glance in at the brawny white guys lifting and spotting each other, I get the side eye from a couple of them. After we've moved past, I hear one of them out me as the guy who killed his kid. Flat as a pancake, someone else says. Whoops, sorry, Junior. Lieutenant Cavaniero looks over and sees me swiping at the tears in my eyes. I've been working this job for 17 years, so nothing much phases me by now, he says. But I can still get surprised by how mean some of these guys can get after they've been in here a while, especially where kids are involved. See, most of them have kids themselves, so they tend to target someone who they think has harmed a kid. Makes them feel superior. I know what you're here for, so you're probably going to get a lot of that kind of hazing at first. But don't let them see that they can get to you. Just try and shake it off. Shake it off that they're joking about my little boy's death. How do I do that? We climb the stairs to the third tier. Cavaniero calls to the CO behind the control desk to open 3E. I hear an electric pop and follow Lieutenant Cavaniero into the living space I'll be sharing with the burly, grandfatherly-looking guy who's seated on the toilet. Turning to me, he says, "You're the baby killer, right?" I take a breath. "Be nice, Pug," Cavaniero says. "See you guys tomorrow." The cell door bangs shut. "Here's how it's going to go," Pug says. "Bottom bunk is mine. Don't let me catch you sitting on it. Don't speak to me in the morning before chow time. Don't ask to borrow any of my shit. Don't play my radio or my TV when I'm at work. And when I'm watching TV, keep your mouth shut. My last cellie didn't think I meant it until I got sick of his yapping and dislocated his fucking shoulder. You got all that?" "Yeah," I say. "No problem." I glance over at what he's stuck to the cinder block wall. An American flag poster with Trump's face in the middle of it. A centerfold picture of two tattooed, nearly naked biker chicks kissing each other. Some family photos of what I guess are his wife and kids. Beneath this display is a TV hookup. A coaxial cable poking out of the cinder block wall, connected to a set that's got a small screen and a clear plastic outer shell that exposes the insides. "On the chow, ladies!" Someone outside the cell bellows. Pug walks over to the door and stands. "Supper's 4 o'clock here. You gonna eat?" I go over and stand behind him, waiting too. "Don't do that," he says. Have I just broken one of his rules? "Don't do what?" "Get behind me where I can't see you. Someone standing close to me, I need to see them. I don't know you from Adam." I nod in agreement, wondering whether paranoia comes with the territory around here. To change the subject, I ask him whether the dining hall is in this building or somewhere else. He laughs at the question. "The dining hall? You expecting silverware and fancy dishes? Someone asking you what kind of cocktail you want?" "No, in here, it's usually 2 slices of white bread and some kind of slop ladled onto a styrofoam tray. You shovel it in with the plastic spork, and you better eat fast. They're supposed to give us 20 minutes, but we're lucky if it's 12 or 13. They like to rush us out of there and get us locked back in our cells so they can sit around on their asses until their shift's over. Play Candy Crush or watch porn on the phones they're not supposed to bring in here. And don't let them catch you trying to walk out of the chow hall with food you didn't finish. They'll give you a ticket if they catch you with takeout. Doesn't mean you can't do it, just don't get caught." I hear that electronic pop again. Pug pushes the door open and holds it for me. "You know what?" I say. "On second thought, I'm not that hungry." "Whatever," he says, and joins the others, tramping through the corridor. While he's gone, I try to settle in a little. My craving for a chemical escape hatch has been subsiding since I got clean and sober, But being in prison for a couple of hours has made my urges come roaring back. I begin to shake from needing a stiff drink or a couple of Ativan right about now. Start wondering whether there's a black market here so that I might be able to score some benzos. If I could get a hold of something, I'd take it, no matter what I promised Emily, no matter what Dale advised me to do to quiet the urge. I dumped the stuff from my survival kit onto my mattress, a worn pair of shower flip-flops, a rolled-up set of paper-thin sheets, a shabby-looking towel. There's some travel-sized hygiene stuff, soap, shampoo, toothpaste, and a 2-inch toothbrush, plus 3 commissary order sheets, and one of those little pencils like they give out at mini-golf. I scoop up that stuff and drop it into the empty storage box that must be mine. Make up my bed. Check out the view of the outside from the skinny slit of a back window. A parking lot, a dying spruce tree, a couple of dumpsters, a scurrying rat. When I turn around again, I take in the size of the cell. It's about the same dimensions as our bathroom on Butternut Avenue. Her bathroom for the next 3 years. Is Maisie okay? Poor kid. She must really miss her brother. Does she miss me? By the time Pug gets back, I'm curled up on my upper bunk, facing the wall so he won't see that I've been crying. Here, he says. Whatever he's just thrown at me hits me on the hip. I reach back and grab it, a granola bar. I tell him thanks, peel off the wrapper and stuff half of it in my mouth. Have I eaten anything since Mom and I left for the courthouse this morning? I can't remember. God, it's still the same day. Hard to believe. I hear the TV go on, the nightly news, Trump's bromance with Kim Jong-un, how zero tolerance is separating kids and their parents at the border. After the commercials, there's a story about a white guy who's gunned down black seniors at a supermarket in Kentucky. Pug starts singing that old Queen song. And another one's gone, and another one's gone, another one bites the dust. Jesus Christ, I mutter under my breath, or thought I did until I realized that Pug is standing next to my bed. Something the matter? He asks. I don't answer him at first, but when I can sense that he's still standing there waiting, I raise my head, turn around, and face him. Tell him I don't think people getting shot and killed is something to sing about. No? He says. That's interesting coming from a guy who killed his own kid. My instinct is to jump off the bunk and get into it with this scumbag. But I hear Lieutenant Cavaliero's advice to shake it off. Don't give them the satisfaction of seeing that they're getting to you. I turn my back to him and mumble, Yeah, okay, Pug, whatever. But he's not letting it go. Let me explain something to you, buddy boy, he says. Educate you a little. The spooks and their amigos sneaking in here from Mexico both breed like flies. They think that as soon as they outnumber us, they'll be in charge, except they're sadly mistaken. This is our country, not theirs. We're the ones who made America what it is. And if we have to get into a race war against them and their pansy-ass sympathizers to remind them of that reality, then that's what we're gonna do. And if you know what's good for you, you better fucking decide which side you're on, because race traitors get dealt with in here, and it ain't pretty. I deserve to be punished for the death of my son. I know that. I just don't know how I'm going to survive in this place for the next 3 years. Chapter 15. August 2017, days 2 through 22 of 1095. It doesn't take me long to observe that Yates Prison assigns white guys to cells with other white guys, that blacks are paired with blacks, and that Latinos become the bunkies of other Latinos. Doesn't matter whether one is Spanish-speaking Mexican, the other a Brazilian whose language is Portuguese, or a Haitian who speaks French. Here at Yates, cell assignments are all about the melanin. It doesn't matter to me what race my fellow inmates are or where they came from. I'm intimidated by almost everyone walking the grounds here. Most of them scowl as they walk past me, and half of them don't so much walk as strut, their bodies chiseled and bulging with muscles. I'm no featherweight, but I could get squashed like a bug in here. Pug does his best to fuel my fear. He tells me about how one white inmate's face was bludgeoned beyond recognition by a black guy who got slashed in return. And some guy with a score to settle? They'll whittle a toothbrush into a shiv and somebody ends up getting stabbed in the eye or the neck. One guy over in D Block got stuck in the heart by one of the spooks on his tier and he bled out on the spot. And when it gets around here what you're in here for, you better hope no one hears dead kid and mistakes you for an Uncle Chester. What's that? I ask. Someone who gets his rocks off by diddling little kids. They get the worst of it. A lot of the guys here were the victims of those pervs when they were kids. The COs hate them too, so they look the other way when something's going down out in the yard or someplace where there's no cameras. I'm not saying someone's gonna mistake you for a Chester the molester. I'm just saying you better watch your back. They hear you killed a kid, they might jump to conclusions, you know? And watch out for the spooks. Where they come from, everyone's shooting and killing each other, ODing on smack and dying, so they don't value life like we do. It's the law of the jungle with the jungle bunnies. I coexist uneasily and warily with my fellow Caucasian bunkie by saying very little, obeying his rules and acknowledging that he is the alpha dog of Cell 3E. The one time I accidentally break one of Pug's edicts, we're headed for the shower room. It slips my mind that I'm not supposed to walk behind him where he can't see me. Reeling around, he shoves me against the wall, his fist cocked until he pulls his punch at the last second, possibly sparing me a broken jaw. There's no such thing as relaxing in Pug's presence, so the only relief I get is when he goes off the compound for his job. He's part of a work crew that picks up litter on the sides of the highway. This keeps him out of our cell for 6 or 7 hours at a time most weekdays. Rainy days and weekends are a different story. He watches TV, naps, plays solitaire, and masturbates to the skin magazines he keeps hidden in his lockbox. Privacy isn't one of his priorities when he's having sex with himself. I guess it would be futile anyway, given the dimensions of our cell and the fact that he talks dirty to get himself there, and shouts when he arrives. Another of Pug's weekend activities is rolling makeshift cigarettes. On his trash-collecting detail during the week, he pockets the discarded butts he finds. Then on Saturday, he removes whatever unburned tobacco is still in them, separates the pile into smaller piles, and rolls each of them into 2 layers of toilet paper. After that, he'll light up on the sneak whenever an opportunity presents itself. I learned from the tier's gossip, Manny something, that Pug's real name is Albert Liggett. A mechanic on the outside, he caught 6 years in here for operating a chop shop for car thieves out of New York City. I begin to notice that Pug lets his racist comments rip when it's just the 2 of us, but he watches his mouth outside our cell. He's particularly cautious around black inmates, and one morning, when I'm sitting across from Manny at morning chow, I found out why. During Pug's first year here, he was out in the yard talking with one of his cronies when he referred to blacks on welfare as lazy porch monkeys. The next day, he was on the walkway when someone jumped him from behind, choked him until he passed out and left him in a heap. According to Manny, Pug spent some time in the medical unit because of a cartilage fracture in his larynx. His paranoia about someone creeping up behind him is no doubt triggered by the fact that his assailant was never identified. How do you know all this stuff? I'd ask Manny. He said he's naturally curious and his radar is always up. Almost 2 weeks in, I'm just barely holding on in here, stifled crying jags, insomnia. Except for chow time, I stay in our cell and pretty much detach from the day-to-day. I make a visitors list like they told me to do, put down Emily's and Maisie's names, plus my mom and my AA sponsor Dale. I hesitate before adding my father to the list, but at the last minute I write down his name too. When I give the list to one of the counselors, she says it will take about 4 or 5 weeks before I can expect visitors. Why so long? I ask. That makes her smile. Because everyone whose name's on here has to be checked out and approved, or denied if there's a felony conviction on their record. Nothing in here moves fast. It helps if you realize that and develop some patience. Hey, I was told to ask you about AA and NA meetings in here. Is there a list? Good question, she says. I'll have to get back to you. Walking out of her office, I remember that Dale did prison time for the drunk driving that led to his niece's injuries and her eventual death. I figure I won't be seeing my sponsor for another 3 years or talking to him either. I forgot to write down his number and I don't have an address where I can write to him. No visitors for 5 more weeks, and no phone calls either until someone sets up and funds an account with that rip-off prison telephone service company out of Texas that everyone gripes about. Once that's done, I can make collect calls, but until then, it's snail mail. I bum paper, envelopes, and a couple of stamps from Manny and write to my mom, asking her to fund my account so I can talk with her and Emily and Maisie, at least let my daughter hear my voice. I worry that Emily might not even take my call. I write to my father, too, reluctantly. Dear Dad, I hope you're doing well, getting out to the golf course and the hiking trails during this nice weather. Prison takes some getting used to, but I'm okay, settling in here, more or less. I'm writing to thank you for a couple of things. First, I appreciate that you and Natalie arranged for Attorney Dixon to represent me, and thank you for paying for her services. I'm grateful to you for taking care of that. I also appreciate that you came to court to support me the day they sentenced me. I'm sorry you had to see me getting carted off in chains. No father should have to witness that, but I appreciate that you were there. If you want to write to me while I'm here, the return address and my prison number are on the envelope. I also put you on my visitors list. It will take about a month to get you approved to come here, but no sweat if you'd rather not. I'll understand. Yours truly, Corby. My loneliness and my fear of the system and the people in it are making me crazy. I spend the long daytime hours pacing the confines of our cell or tucked in on myself on the top bunk. I've become hypersensitive to noise, so I skip a lot of meals to avoid the din in the chow hall. When hunger forces me to go, I usually end up sitting with Manny, whose cell is 3 down from Pug's and mine. Manny seems decent enough, harmless, but he never shuts up. I sit there shoveling in whatever looks edible and not saying anything to anyone. Meanwhile, Manny spends most of his eating time yapping away so that when the guards shout for us to clear out, he watches where they're looking as he hides bread or cake up his sweatshirt sleeve, drops a chicken leg or half of a meat pie down his pants. Throughout the day, after every meal and until lights out at night, the guards count us to make sure no one has gone missing. Miscount us half the time, and when the numbers don't come out right, everything stops until they do. Once the count clears, we get on-the-hour common time. The CO at the control desk pops all the cell doors simultaneously, allowing us 5 minutes out in the corridor. Just enough time to make a quick collect call on the phone, or fill a styrofoam cup with lukewarm water from the communal hot pot so you can make tea, instant coffee, or ramen, or just shoot the shit with someone other than your bunkie. And none of this applies to me. My phone account hasn't been funded yet. I have no packets of instant coffee or noodles, and I don't want to talk to any of these guys anyway. I stay in my cell. On odd-numbered days, our tier gets 30 minutes out in the yard for fresh air, exercise, and sunshine. I try it once, but I basically just stand there by myself watching some black guys playing a roughneck game of basketball with a netless hoop. A couple of the old-timer inmates are playing checkers, and a bunch of the weight room bros are gathered around a picnic table cheering on an arm wrestling match between 2 of their own. It feels like I'm back in middle school, watching all the cliques I don't belong to. 3 poker-faced COs, 1 black, 2 white, oversee us all like playground supervisors. Having become more aware of the racial divide of this place, I notice that Manny is hanging with 6 or 7 guys who are black, white, and brown, the queer clique from the looks of it. For once, he isn't monopolizing the conversation. The person holding court is a tall, skinny, light-skinned black dude with a loud, affected speech and what sounds like a Jamaican accent. He's wearing red lipstick, blue eye makeup, uniform pants rolled up to mid-calf. There's a purple feather boa around his neck that apparently the COs aren't interested in confiscating. So I said, girl, if I went down on that monster, I'd get lockjaw. Having seen the attitude toward gays around here, I kind of admire his fuck you declaration of queerness in the midst of all this prison yard machismo. I look away when he catches me staring at him. Too late. Hey there, handsome. I'm Jerry Curl. Like what you see. I try for an expression of bored indifference, but can feel myself blushing. I got some junk in the trunk for you, baby. Can you go deep the way I like it? Never can tell what you white boys got until showtime. Hoots and laughter from the others except for Manny. He says something I can't hear. Whatever it is, the drag queen says, I was just joking with uptight white, he was all. Can't a girl have a little fun out here? I look over at the COs to see whether they've picked up on any of this, but they're occupied with their own conversation. When the hell are they going to let us go back to our cells? 30 minutes? Feels like we've been out here for an hour. Halfway across the yard, a skirmish breaks out, and I follow some of the others who are gearing up to watch the show. 2 guys are yelling at each other in Spanish. When it escalates into a shoving match, the 3 guards move in, separating them and threatening each with pepper spray if they don't knock it off. One guy is compliant, the other one launches a hawker that lands on the shoe of his opponent. The CO who cuffs him escorts him out of the yard. "Hey, Ledbetter," someone calls. Who knows my name? "Yeah?" My eyes find 2 white guys walking toward me. The older one has a shaved head and a bushy salt and pepper beard. I've seen the younger one talking with Pug in the shower room a couple of times. Naked, this guy is covered front and back with tattoos, the Confederate flag on his left pec, on his right one a circle and cross. An angry-looking American eagle takes flight on the entirety of his broad back, along with the words "White Pride Worldwide." The older guy does the talking. "I'm Wes, and this is Gunner. We want to discuss something with you. Let's get out of earshot." "Nah, I'm good," I say. "How do you know my name?" "Made it our business to find out," he says. He lowers his voice. "Look, you're new here, but you must have figured out by now that the Spicks, the Spades, and the half-breeds outnumber us. Now that presents a clear and present danger to us 3 and every other white guy doing time here. Know what I'm saying?" Play dumb, I tell myself, shake my head. "Then let me spell it out for you. You can already hear the beat of the jungle drum at this place, and we've got reliable intel that the libtard governor of this fucking state is pushing the commissioner to appoint a nigger as the next warden here. The nigs are already coddled at this institution, and it'll get a whole lot worse if that happens. Sooner or later there's going to be a war breaking out at a lot of prisons around the country, including this one." I look over and see the black CO, McGreevy, eagle-eyeing us. I've got to walk away from these crackpots or I'll be lumped with them. "You better decide where your loyalty's at," the tattooed one says. "Wes and me just want to advise you not to betray your race." Is this a threat or a recruitment spiel? Whatever it is, before I can respond, I'm saved by McGreevy's whistle. "Rec time's over," he shouts. His wingman, I think his name is Yarnell, claps his hands and shouts, "Let's go, back inside." I'm relieved that outdoor recess is finally over. This is what I get for venturing outside my cell, but I don't plan on making that mistake again. Manny comes up from behind me as I enter the building. "Don't let Jerry get to you," he says. "She's got a big mouth, but she's harmless." I shrug. "Where did she get that drag queen makeup from? Is that stuff listed on the commissary order sheet?" Manny shakes his head and laughs. "After you've been here a while, you get pretty good at improvising. You'd be surprised how much dye you can suck out of Starburst gummies, Jolly Ranchers, and Strawberry Twizzlers. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but I was the one who got Jerry to stop teasing you." "Yeah, thanks," I say. But if Manny thinks this is going to make us buddies, he's mistaken. By now I've seen some of the shitty treatment gay guys get at this place, from COs as well as other inmates. I don't want to be associated with them any more than I want to hang out with the racist frat boys I just met. I haven't met anyone at Yates who isn't a liability. I have nothing in common with any of these guys, and yet I'm one of them. I have to admit that I sometimes catch myself thinking I'm better than them and they deserve to be here but I don't, but who am I kidding? The opposite is true. How many of them caused the death of their own child? When I get back to our cell, Pug's there. Back early from work. He's using a magazine to fan away the smoke from his roadkill cigarette. "What are you going to do if someday a CO walks in here and sees this haze, smells it?" It's the first time I've challenged him. "I'll probably throw you under the bus," he says. "Claim that you were the one who was lighting up." He says it like it's a joke, but I know he'd do just that. That night, when I climb up to my bunk, I smell something. Shit. My sheet is smeared with feces and there's a turd sitting on my pillow. By my 3rd week, I've picked up some of the slang you hear at this place. A private note wrapped up tight and thrown from one prisoner to another is a kite that arrives airmail. If you die in prison before your sentence is up, you've gotten a backdoor parole. You'll catch dinner and a show when a fight breaks out in the chow hall and you watch the guards pepper spray the brawlers. Crapping into your cell's toilet is feeding the warden. It's part gallows humor and part survival mechanism. It also serves as a kind of antidote to the bullshit euphemisms the institution loves to hide behind. Take the name of this place, for instance, the Yates Correctional Institution. The only thing most of the staff is interested in correcting is a new inmate's assumption that he might be something more than a worthless piece of shit with a felony conviction and an inmate number. I know I deserve to be here, but if you want to fix yourself while you're doing time at Yates, I think you're pretty much on your own. The days here are bad enough, but the nights are worse. Pug snores and sometimes shouts out in his sleep, and his restlessness shakes my bunk as well as his. Some nights I can't get to sleep, and other nights I can't stay asleep because of it. Either way, I'm awake for hours, silently asking my baby boy and baby girl for forgiveness, or pleading with Emily not to give up on me. As the hours crawl by, my desperation reawakens my craving for the benzos and booze that used to allow me to drift into merciful unconsciousness. Now, instead of sleep, I experience night sweats, tightness in my chest, palpitations, shallow breathing. When I finally doze off for an hour or two, I sometimes wake up startled by disturbing dreams. My father screaming at my mother and me as we cower together on the kitchen floor. Michael Jackson laughing as I beg him to stop dangling Nico upside down over a balcony railing. One night I'm awakened by the smell of burnt toast that isn't really there. Next thing I know, I'm lying there, reliving in painful detail what happened that morning. The smoke alarm, Nico's fascination with the ants in the driveway, Linda McNally waving her McDonald's bag from across the street, me putting the CRV in reverse without checking the back seat. I begin to dread the sun going down. Nighttime is when the fire burns most fiercely inside my head, and I'm at a loss to know how to put it out. Toward the end of my third week here, I hear a commotion downstairs on Tier 2, shouting and yelling some guard on the intercom squawking, "Code Purple, Building B, first floor, Code Purple." The emergency turns out to be an inmate's suicide. He's torn sheets into strips and braided them into a makeshift rope. Then during one of the breaks outside his cell, he tied one end of his rope to a stair railing and at the other end, slipped the noose he'd fashioned over his head, tightened it, and jumped into the stairwell. Returning from commissary pickup, Manny witnesses the jump and the guy's dying struggle. At chow that night, he's bug-eyed as he provides all the gruesome details. This wasn't any half-assed cry for help. He wanted out of here. He was swinging back and forth between the first and second tier, his body twitching and jerking all over the place. They called maintenance to get a ladder over here, but by the time it arrived, he'd stopped moving. I tell you, I seen a lot of dead people at wakes and shit, but not anyone dying in front of me. By the time they cut him down, his whole head was purple like an eggplant. Someone at the table says the guy's last name was Hogan and that he was doing time here for assault 1. Found out his half-brother was boning his wife and went after the mofo with a pipe wrench. Another guy says he can't picture Hogan. Skinny white dude, 30s, horn-rimmed glasses. Oh, him. He didn't seem like the type. There's a type? Don't think so, bro. I heard he just found out the wifey was divorcing him and suing for sole custody of their kids. That's cold, man. She must feel like shit now. Probably why he did it. Give her a big fuck you on his way out. Nods all around. I look down at my half-eaten meal and say nothing. At night, I wrestle again with insomnia. Emily might divorce me, and if that happens, I'll just have to accept it. But she'd never withhold Maisie from me. That wouldn't happen. Would it? At chow the next night, the conversation's about Hogan again, specifically the removal of his corpse. Pug says, "You ever notice how they always do the backdoor paroles during third shift? Probably because in the daytime some reporter or politician might see another one going out in a body bag. Next thing you know, there'd be a front-page story about why these hang-ups keep happening. Nothing DOC hates more than bad publicity. Somebody ought to write a book about all the shit that goes on around here and nobody knows about." After that, the conversation shifts to other matters. Yankees versus Red Sox, predictions about when the next lockdown is going to be, whether or not some female CO has gotten breast implants, My mind is still on Hogan. Maybe he was smarter than the rest of us, I think. At least he found a way out of this hellhole. The table goes silent, and everyone is looking at me, some of them with sporkfuls of food on the way to their mouths. That's when I realize I didn't just think it, I said it out loud. A guy at the other end asks Manny what my name is. When he tells him, the guy says, "Well, son of a bitch, Ledbetter. I guess you ain't deaf-mute after all." They all snicker and go back to eating. Everyone, that is, except Manny. He isn't shoveling in the slop on his tray or running his mouth for once. He's just staring at me. A couple of minutes later, one of the guards shouts, "That's it, gentlemen. Head 'em up and move 'em out." And like a herd of obedient cattle, we all stand and walk our trays over to the garbage cans. Manny catches up to me on the walkway, heading back to B Block. I've been doing the math in my head. The 3-year sentence minus the 3 weeks I've done leaves 153 more weeks. I can't do it. "You all right, Corby?" Manny asks. It's the first time since I got here that someone's called me by my first name. Without looking at him, I tell him I'm fine. Dying would free me from my unbearable guilt, and sometimes I indulge myself by imagining that Nico is alive again in some other place, unknowable to the still living. Reunited by death, he and I will laugh and play together, run after each other. But allowing myself this fantasy is inevitably followed by intense feelings of heartache and loss. How will Emily react to my death? She'll grieve, sure, but will she also feel relieved to be done with me? Free to move on? And what about Maisie? Emily's promised that my daughter and I will stay connected through photos and drawings, but she said she will not bring her here for in-person visits. If I last 3 years at this place, by the time I get out, she'll be 5 and I'll be a stranger. I might as well admit it. They'll both be better off without me complicating their lives. Mom will take it hard, but she's strong and has a lot of friends who will support her, and if my father feels any regrets, well, that will be on him to deal with. Or not. Dad's pretty good about intellectualizing his way around difficult truths. Over the next couple of days and nights, my flirtation with suicide becomes an obsession. Thinking about it energizes me, but then the adrenaline subsides and I crash, the prospect of my death triggering sobs I have to stifle with my pillow pressed against my face. How should I do it? Purple like an eggplant. Not by hanging myself in the stairwell, I know that. There's no way I'd make a public spectacle. Sleeping pills would be an easy way out, but how would I get a hold of enough? Maybe I could find something in our cell that has a sharp edge, hack away at a vein, and bleed out during the hours when Pug is at work. But no, some CO might see the blood during count and intervene. He'd be a hero, and I'd be a failure at one more thing. What about death by suffocation? Plastic trash bags used for something other than trash are contraband, which makes them a hot commodity here at Yates. The workout guys fill them with water and lift them during lockdowns when the weight room's off limits. The alkies use them as toilet tank liners for the jailhouse hooch they ferment from a mixture of bread, sugar, water, and fruit rinds. "Tastes like shit," Pug has said, "but if someone's desperate to get cocked, Bruno will do the trick." I'm repulsed by the thought of drinking homemade booze distilled in a toilet tank, but wonder whether I'd be able to resist it if it was put in front of me. Pathetic, but probably not. Before I got here, I read the big book promise that the obsession to drink gets lifted for those who follow the program, but I haven't been to a meeting since my sentencing. Lieutenant Cavaniero said they have AA here, but that counselor never got back to me before she transferred out of here, and I haven't followed through with anyone else. It won't really matter, I figure, if I kill myself. My addictions will die along with me. I know Pug has access to those clear plastic bags at work because I've watched him bring a couple back to our cell, fold them, and stash them in his lockbox. The problem is he never forgets to lock the fucking thing. But Deshawn, an inmate who works janitorial on our tier, has a small side business going, swapping trash bags for commissary, candy bars, soup packets, styling gel. I won't have anything to barter with until my commissary account gets set up, but maybe then I can make a trade. If I do, then work up enough courage I can pull it tight around my head and suffocate myself in minutes. I've heard both arguments about suicide, that it's the coward's way out and that it takes amazing courage. I go with the second theory, but once I commit to it, I better have the balls to follow through. My crying jags continue on and off that night and into the next day, but I'm dry-eyed and quiet, lying face down on my top bunk, when the door pops and Lieutenant Cavaniero enters the cell. I sit up, swing my legs over the side, and watch him walk to the window, his back to me. In my limited interactions with the guards at Yates, there seem to be two types. The gung-ho cowboys just arrived from their academy training are eager to demonstrate what hard-asses they can be if their authority gets challenged. The older guards are easier to deal with because they have nothing to prove. They're just focused on getting through their shift without any hassles or complications. Cavaniero is one of the second type. But why is he here? I don't think officers make house calls. When he turns and faces me, he says, "So how's it going, Ledbetter?" I shrug, say, "It's going?" Pug has advised me that the less said to guards, the better, that none of them can be trusted, especially the friendly ones. "You been here what? A couple of weeks now?" "3 and change," I say. He sits down on my lockbox like a chummy uncle or something. "Big adjustment for you, I bet. How are you and Liggett getting along?" "All right, I guess. After all the kowtowing I've done, has Pug complained about me anyway? Is that what this is about?" Cavaniero nods. "That's good. He can get a little prickly sometimes. He and his last roommate had some dust-ups, one of them a humdinger. They both went to seg for that one, and when they got out, we moved Cappy to D Block." "Yeah, well, Pug expects to be the boss. He made that clear from day one." "You have a problem with that?" I shake my head. "So listen, some of us have noticed you don't circulate much, skip a lot of meals, stay put in here during common time. Someone said the only time they saw you out on the yard, you just stood there and didn't talk to anyone." Not true. I had a conversation with a couple of racist assholes and got hit on by a drag queen. And who's this someone? One of the guards? Has Manny opened his big mouth about me? I tell Cavaniero I'm more of a loner than a socializer. "Uh-huh. So we were just wondering, you depressed?" "Sometimes. This place is pretty depressing. Why?" Instead of answering my question, he asks me another one. "What about your people on the outside? Friends, family? Much contact there? You getting some support?" I tell him I'm still waiting to get my phone account funded and the people on my visitors list approved. "No contact yet then, huh? Well, that stuff takes a little time, but like you said, it's only been 3 weeks, right?" "Right. But you wouldn't say you're overly depressed, would you?" "Overly depressed? What do you mean?" "Well, like if, for example, you were thinking about hurting yourself." "Oh. No, then," I say, "not overly." Now I get it. He's trying to find out whether I'm going to become another Hogan. He smiles, stands up, and walks toward the door. Then he turns back. "Because if you were, you could talk to someone, a counselor or one of the visiting psychologists. There's usually a waiting list to get an appointment, but I could probably help you jump the line if you're struggling. Or you could talk to me." I nod, thank him. "And look, it gets easier to be here once you've gotten your bearings, made a couple of friends you can trust. These first weeks are the hardest for guys like you, first-time offenders who never imagined they'd end up here. For a lot of the guys doing time, it's just part of the life. They start in juvie, then graduate to big boy jail, do some time and cycle out, commit another crime and cycle back in. Some of them get so they prefer being on the inside. But for guys like you, it's a whole new experience. Takes getting used to, but then it's okay. Right?" "Right," I say. I'll keep that in mind." "Good. Okay, nice talking to you, Ledbetter. Have a good evening." "Yep, you too." A few seconds after he's gone, I hear his voice again coming through the tray trap in our steel cell door. "Hey, Ledbetter." "Yeah?" "Keep the faith." "Uh-huh. Thanks." Lying there, I start wondering about Cavaniero's motivation for visiting me. Have I just been offered some genuine compassion? It's in short supply around here, so it's nice to think so. Keep the faith. Was he pushing religion? Or has he been sent here to try to prevent any future bad publicity Yates might get if there's a second suicide within a week? Don't trust any of them, Pug said. Later that afternoon, during one of our tier's 5-minute breaks for common time, I go out on the corridor to show them I'm not isolating. That's what they want to see, right? There are just a few others out here, talking and laughing together halfway down the corridor. One of them is Deshaun, and there, maybe 10 steps away from me, is his cleaning cart, parked by itself with the box of garbage bags on the top. Opportunity seems to be whispering, "Do it. This is a sign. Don't be a wuss." I look around to see whether the coast is clear, then yank out 2 of the bags, fist them, and walk back in my cell. That night, after lights out, I make my plan. I'll do it in the morning. Once Pug leaves for work, I'll grab that stubby little pencil in my survival kit and use the backs of those commissary order sheets to write notes to Emily and my mother explaining why this is the best thing for all of us. I'll double up the bags in case I accidentally poke a hole in one or try to claw my way out before I lose consciousness. If everything goes the way it should, I'll be dead before the mid-morning count. That's probably when they'll discover me. By chow time, I'll most likely be the topic of conversation. I can't place him. Kept to himself, killed his own kid. A week later, I'll just be another backdoor parolee whose name nobody will remember. With my decision made and my plan in place, I feel relief. I pull one of the plastic bags from beneath my pillow, unfold it, and place it loosely against my face. It rises and falls with each breath I take, almost as if I've given it life. In the morning, it will return the favor and give me death. My way out of here is just hours away. Chapter 16. August 2017, days 23 through 28 of 1095. I'm poked awake. Someone's shining a light in my face. As my eyes adjust, I realize there are 2 of them, but I can only see them in silhouette. Who are they? Is this a home invasion? Then it hits me like a brick to the head. I'm not at home, I'm in prison. These must be guards. But bed checks are done by 1 officer, not 2. From his bottom bunk, Pug asks what the fuck is going on. "Doesn't concern you, Liggett. Go back to sleep," one of them says. I don't know what's going on either, but if it's not about him, then it's about me. I'm poked again, blinded by the flashlight's beam. "Let's go. You gonna cooperate, or do we need to pull you down off there?" Disoriented, I slip off my bunk and onto the floor. A wave of nausea hits me as I'm led out of our cell. By the lights in the corridor, I can see the guards now, but neither is familiar. One of them cuffs me, the other holds a fistful of plastic in my face. "What were you planning to do with these, Ledbetter? Huh? Check out early?" I'm too scared to answer. Flanked by the 2 of them, I'm walked down the 2 flights of stairs and out of B block. Outside, it's foggy and cold. Crickets are chirping like crazy, and there's an opaque half moon. Barefoot and shivering in only my underpants, I ask where they're taking me. Neither one answers. Their flashlights lead us along the walkway until I see the medical building rising out of the fog. Inside, we stop at the front desk. "Ledbetter," one of the guards says. The receiving officer puts down his Game Boy and stands. He's short, slight, bearded. His name tag says O'Brien. "Is he belligerent?" he asks. The other 2 shake their heads. He grabs a ring of keys from a plywood board and comes out from behind his desk. Says, "Okay, follow me." The 4 of us head down a hallway, then take a right passing a sign that says Psychiatric Unit. I've heard that having to go to Seg is bad, but being locked up in the ding wing is worse. What fresh hell is this going to be? "Take him to number 2, O'Brien says. "I'll be right there." The other officers walk me to a cell that says Observation Number 2. I watch O'Brien unlock a cabinet and take out some bulky blue thing. When he rejoins us, he unlocks the observation cell and motions me in. He and the escorts follow. "Drop your underwear and put this on," O'Brien says. He and one of the escorts hold out the blue thing, a sleeveless wraparound garment. O'Brien tells me to put my arms through the holes. I ask him what it's for. Safety smock, he says, so you can't hurt yourself. When one of the escorts quips that it's noose-proof, O'Brien frowns. I slip my arms through the holes and feel the weight and bulk of the thing, 4 or 5 pounds of some sturdy nylon-like material. O'Brien pulls the front straps and velcros the garment around me. Too tight, I tell him. Can you loosen it a little? He shakes his head and says it's supposed to be tight. I lock eyes with him. Why am I here? I ask. It's more of a plea than a question, because he doesn't look away. He suddenly seems more human than robotic. An emergency order's come down to put you in administrative segregation. Why? What did I do? It's not what you did, he says. It's what they think you might do. You're on a 72-hour suicide watch. I deny that I'm suicidal, so emphatically that I half believe myself. Someone's made a mistake. That's for a clinician to decide, he says. I'm just following orders. We done here? One of the escorts asks. O'Brien nods. They leave the cell. O'Brien starts to leave too, but he stops at the door. Maybe it is a mistake, but if I were you, I'd just go with it and cooperate. You cause a stink, and those 72 hours might be just the beginning. You see that up there? My eyes follow his pointing finger to a surveillance camera mounted to the ceiling. You're being observed and evaluated by staff. Behave yourself, okay? Get some sleep. Having offered that little bit of kindness, he closes the door and locks me in. I look around, but there isn't much to see. Bare concrete walls, a thin plastic mattress on the cement floor, no sheet. I stare up at the bright as hell halogen lights overhead and the surveillance camera. 2 cameras, actually. They're watching me from more than one angle. I feel something move across my bare foot. It's an ant. I would bend down and flick it off if this fucking safety suit wasn't so bulky. It crawls down my ankle and across the cell, disappears into a crack where the wall meets the floor. How did they figure out what I was planning? Had I flunked my interview with Cavagnero? Did it get back to them that I said Hogan was better off than the rest of us? Maybe a camera in the corridor caught my spontaneous grab of those plastic bags from the janitor's cart and someone put 2 and 2 together. I open my eyes. Somehow I've slept. There's no way of knowing how many hours I can subtract from the 72 I have to stay in this goddamn cell under the glare of those fucking lights. They never go off and those surveillance cameras never stop watching me. With no way to escape the reason I'm in prison, Nico's death hits me full force. I drank and drugged that morning and robbed him of his life. Stole him away from his mother and sister. I deserve this shame I'm feeling. Deserve to have my suicide attempt thwarted. Big Brother's up there watching my every move to make sure I don't cheat them of the 36 months of suffering I owe them. At some point, I start pacing, counting the number of times I've gone around the cell, 1,712. When I stop, I lean against one of the walls and begin to doze on and off. I'm awakened by the sound of the door being unlocked. Are they letting me out? Have 72 hours slipped by? I gaze up at the cameras, then at the unfamiliar CO who has entered the cell. He's carrying a styrofoam tray of food. Powdered scrambled eggs, oatmeal, 2 slices of bread, and a foil-covered plastic container of apple juice. Breakfast food. So it's morning. Is the sun up? When I ask what day it is, the CO doesn't answer. He puts the tray on the floor, comes over to me, and removes the safety smock. Eat up, he says. Naked, I sit cross-legged on the mattress, look up at the cameras again, and try as best I can to cover my privates with the tray. When I tell the guard the kitchen forgot to give me a utensil to eat with, he says, "You're on suicide watch, you eat with your fingers." Seriously? How the hell would I be able to harm myself using a plastic spork? I put handfuls of the eggs and the oatmeal on the 2 slices of bread, fold them together and eat them like they're tacos. Take small sips of apple juice to help swallow it down. After I'm finished eating, I tell the CO that I need to go. Instead of leading me to a bathroom outside the cell, he points to a drain in the corner. When I say I need to take a crap, too, he points again to the drain. After I've pissed, then squatted to relieve myself, I'm given nothing to wipe my butt with before he puts the safety suit back on. How is making someone who's suicidal live under these conditions supposed to make him not want to kill himself? true, the observation cell is a place where it's just about impossible to harm my body, but it's likely to accelerate my wanting to do myself in. When I start to whimper involuntarily, I turn over, facing the floor to keep the watchers from seeing my face. The ants come and go. I don't mind the black ones so much, but the smaller red ones bite. To fend them off, I start pacing the perimeter of the cell again. This time, instead of counting, I think about all the other suicidal inmates who have had to wear this smock before me. How many of them, I wonder, are still alive? How many killed themselves after they got out of here? I can't predict what I'm going to do. In an attempt to elude my watchers, I get down on the floor and pull that dirty mattress on top of me, bang my head against the floor once, twice, 3 times. Within a few minutes, a female guard comes in and screams that if I don't stop what I'm doing, I will have to be therapeutically restrained. You think you'll enjoy lying spread eagle on your back and having cuffs around your wrists and ankles, having a helmet strapped onto your head so that you don't bash your brains in? I begin to cry, begging her not to do this, promising her I'll be good, the way I used to beg and promise my father when he screamed at me for whatever offense I'd committed. I'm sorry, I keep saying. Please, I won't do it again, I promise. I have no idea how many of those 72 hours of observation have passed when a clinician arrives to interview me. Accompanied by the same CO who threatened me with 5-point restraint. He is carrying a stool in one hand, a clipboard in the other. She's carrying a stool too. You want this off him, right? The CO asks the shrink. When he nods, she approaches, frees me from the safety smock, and hands me a small towel so I can cover my genitals. I'll be right outside if there's a problem, she promises the doctor. Before she exits, she turns and smiles at me as if she isn't the enemy. He's an older man, balding, fat. Good morning, Mr. Ledbetter. I'm Dr. Blankenship. I'm here to ask you some questions and evaluate your need for further psychiatric treatment or your readiness to return to general population. The combination of his high-pitched voice and his body like the fat one in Laurel and Hardy, I worry I might break into nervous laughter. He sits down on his stool and invites me to sit on the other one. After small-talking to me for a moment or two, he gets down to business, reading questions from his clipboard and nodding when I respond. I do my best to offer him whatever lies, truths, and half-truths will get me the hell out of here. Are you hearing voices, Mr. Ledbetter? Voices? No. Do you feel like you want to die? No. Have you been contemplating suicide recently? No, I think that was someone's mistaken assumption. Have you ever contemplated suicide in the past? Never seriously. Seriously or not, have you ever thought about how you might do it? No. Are you aware of the recent inmate suicide in this building? Yes. Has it troubled you? Well, I felt sorry for the guy if he was that desperate. Would you say you became preoccupied with thinking about what he did? Preoccupied? No. On a scale of 1 to 5, how fearful do you feel about your future? I don't know, maybe a 3? Do you frequently have feelings of despair? Frequently? No. Occasionally, maybe. Everyone has bad days, right? And when you do feel despair, 1 to 5, how intense is that emotion? Out of 5? I don't know. 2, 3? Do you miss your family, Mr. Ledbetter? Yes. 1 to 5, what would you say your anxiety level has been here at Yates? I don't know. 3, I guess. Sometimes 4. I have trouble sleeping here, and while I'm awake, I start worrying about everything, but that's normal, right? Again, he nods. Have you formed any friendships since you've been here? Friendships? Not really. Well, 1 or 2, I guess. He asks me several more questions. Then he stands up, says he has what he needs, and that he's enjoyed our conversation. Our conversation felt more like an inquisition. I decide to go for broke. So what's the verdict? He says he's going to put me down as a short-term EDP. When I ask him what that means, he says it's an acronym for emotionally disturbed person. The good news, he says, is that he considers my agitated emotional state to have been short-term and that I don't present any signs of being in imminent danger to myself. Okay, so what happens next? Well, I'm ordering your release from observation, and I'm going to put you on some medication that should help you with your anxiety. I wince a little, undetectably, I hope. What kind? One of the benzodiazepines. There are several: Xanax, Librium, Ativan. Do you have a history of taking any of those? I tell him no. An addict's first instinct is to lie, and his second instinct is to justify the deceit. If all you get in prison is this hit-and-run psychiatric care by a shrink who takes your word for it rather than checking your record, then you're being handed a gift. An opportunity. Okay, I'll write you a script for Xanax. He picks up his stool. Good luck, Mr. Ledbetter. He knocks on the door and waits for the CO to unlock it. I want so badly for him to leave that I start to shake, but his not leaving yet is an opportunity, too. The big book says we can only be saved if we practice rigorous honesty. I made a promise to Emily that I'd stay clean. How will I be able to sit across from her in the visiting room and not confess that I'm back on benzos? If I have any hope of fighting against what my addiction has cost us, I need to keep that promise because getting hooked again would dishonor our marriage and our dead son. I hear the key in the lock. The door opens. No, wait, I say. Don't write that prescription. Blankenship raises his eyebrows. Why not? I think it can help you. No, thanks. I don't want to take it. I'm good. You sure? All right then, your call. When they let me out of the observation cell an hour later, I'm given a pair of scrubs to wear on my way back to B Block. That CO, O'Brien, is back behind the desk where patients check in and out. Do I have to wait for an escort? I ask. He smiles and shakes his head. Go on, get out of here. B Block, right? I'll radio them to expect you. Take care of yourself. Yeah, thanks. Hey, can you tell me what time it is? He says it's 2:35. And what day is it? It's Monday, he says. I thank him again. Walking out of the building into a bright, late summer day, I feel a lightness in my step, the likes of which I've not experienced here at Yates. Maybe it's relief that I've been released from that medieval dungeon, or maybe it's because I've mustered the strength to resist getting back on that hamster wheel of dependence on benzos. My sobriety is held. When I enter Block B, I pass the weight room, where the same guys are lifting, spotting, and doing crunches to take control of something. I take the stairs a couple at a time. Walking into cell 3E, I wonder for a few seconds whether I'm in the wrong place. Pug's TV is gone, and so are his posters, replaced by ones of Donna Summer, Lady Gaga, and Kermit the Frog waving a rainbow flag. I look from the posters to the familiar face that appears in the top bunk. Apparently, it's no longer mine. Hey there, roomie, Manny says. Welcome back to the living. When I ask him what's going on, he fills me in on what I've missed. Pug is gone, transferred out of here, he says. Opening and examining inmates' mail was part of C.O. McGreevy's job. He discovered that Pug was on the receiving end of unmarked bulletins from Vanguard America and the East Coast Knights of the True Invisible Empire. In addition to confiscating these materials, McGreevy let it be known to a couple of black inmates he's friendly with that Pug was getting this white power crap. 2 days ago, while Pug was walking back to the block after work, someone shoved him to the ground and whacked him in the face so hard that it broke some of his teeth and deadened an eye. McGreevy is heading up the investigation, but so far the assailant hasn't been identified. According to the rumors that have been circulating, the weapon used against Pug was a sock with 3 tins of mackerel inside it. Pug was moved to protective custody, then transferred yesterday to Northwest CI. My sheets, pillow, and blanket have been moved to the bottom bunk. The bed is made. 2 pieces of mail have been placed on my pillow. I open the one from my mother first. It contains the welcome news that my phone and commissary accounts have been set up and that she has deposited $100 in each. She also has contacted my father and gotten a promise from him that he will match these amounts. Can't wait to talk with you and find out how things are going, Mom has written. The other letter takes me by surprise. It's from Dr. Patel. She writes that because she was a visiting psychologist at Yates, I know from my former patients how challenging prison life can be, especially in the early weeks. She is writing, she says, to offer me a few simple suggestions that she hopes will help me as I transition to institutional life. First, Corby, try as best you can to live in the present, not the past or the future. Don't allow yourself to become too preoccupied with the tragic circumstances that have led to your imprisonment. What's done is done and cannot be changed. Likewise, you should not allow yourself to become too focused on what might happen after you're released. Doing so will rob you of the energy you need to get through each day in real time. Secondly, you will have a more positive experience in prison if you respect the mind-body connection. Avoid the processed foods available from the commissary. Sugar, saturated fats, and carbohydrates may provide short-term satisfaction, but they can affect your moods in negative ways. Exercise as often as you can and reap the benefits of fresh air and sunshine whenever they are available. Keep your mind engaged and active through reading. It can guard against lapses of negative thinking and offer you a temporary escape from your restrictive environment. Finally, my friend, do keep busy. There are many jobs available to inmates at Yates. Look around and find work that you might enjoy. Toward that end, I have an idea. One of my friends, when I worked there, was the prison librarian, Feggy Millman. She is a positive person and would be a wonderful work supervisor if she has positions available. I will email her and ask her to be on the lookout for you should you have any interest in working a library job. But you should feel no pressure if my idea doesn't suit you. In closing, I ask you to think about this. Every person who enters prison must make the choice of moving toward the dark or the light. Many people who are serving time further imprison themselves with dark thoughts and dark deeds, but both paths are available to you. Seek the light, dear Corby. Move toward the light. Chapter 17. September 2017. Days 47 and 48 of 1095. What's weird about Yates Correctional is that it's 7 buildings plopped down between a busy 4-lane road and 25 acres of woods and wetlands. What could be described as a nature preserve if it wasn't part of a prison. Deer graze out back, coyotes and weasels prowl. Wild turkeys mill for seeds and roost in the trees to elude nighttime predators. The name of the game out there is survival of the fittest, the fastest, the cleverest, the most alert. By my 7th week at Yates, I figured out that this was more or less the name of the game inside this place as well. I promised Emily that prison wasn't going to get in the way of my recovery, but I haven't yet gotten to a meeting here, or even figured out how to make that happen. My visitors list has finally been approved, and if Emily comes to see me soon, I don't want to have to sit across from her and lie or admit that I haven't yet made good on my pledge. I had a close call when I almost let that shrink put me on Xanax, but my determination to stay clean overruled my desire to use. One of the AA promises says, "We are going to know a new freedom and a new happiness." Well, happiness is a tall order when you're in prison, but I'm less preoccupied about my drinking or drugging now, so I guess that's a kind of freedom. And the longer I can stay clean and sober, the more fortified I'll be against surrender. But I'm put to the test the following Saturday morning. "Not many of us know about this," Manny whispers, "and you said you were in AA before you got here, so this probably doesn't interest you, but I figured I'd let you know about it. There's real booze at the rec station, not toilet tank hooch." The week before, he says a guard smuggled in a handle of 86 proof tequila for Butler, but he got paroled unexpectedly the next morning before he had had a chance to even crack open the bottle. There was no way he'd be able to sneak it out during his discharge, but he didn't want to just pour it down the sink. Instead, he poured it into the broken 12-cup hot pot in the rec area. The plan, Manny says, is that starting with the 9 a.m., 5-on-the-hour break outside of our cells, us guys who know about it will line up to pour some hot water into our disposable cups, supposedly for our instant coffee or noodles. I tell myself I have no intention of screwing with my sobriety, but when Manny returns from his first visit to the hot pot, his breath permeates the air in our confined space and the smell of alcohol begins flirting with me, coaxing me to ignore my resolve and indulge. In a way, it would be stupid to pass up a rare opportunity like this or hesitate until it's all gone. We are not saints, the big book says. Progress, not perfection. Approaching the 11 a.m. break, our end of the tier has come alive with the sound of loud talk, laughter, and the inebriated pleasure of sticking it to the man. I used to love that about getting drunk back in high school, the way when 2 or 3 drinks in, your buzz would free you from your worries and inhibitions and let you just float above your sucky reality for a while. My craving for some of that tequila intensifies until I end up waiting by our cell door, styrofoam cup in hand. When the door pops, I hustle to the rec area and am fourth in line from the spigot that's going to allow me an 86-proof mini vacation. While I stand here waiting, my effort is to block out the 3 reasons why I shouldn't drink: Emily, Maisie, and most of all, Nico. And I start getting the shakes. I don't just want some of the tequila, I need to have it. But then, with only Pacheco between me and my alcoholic deliverance, I watch my thumb punch through the bottom of my cup. Feeling conflicting emotions of despair and relief, I leave the line. Back in our cell, I flop face first onto my bunk, rattled by how close I came, thanks to the stinkin' thinkin' we addicts are warned about. "Hey," Manny says, "you okay?" I murmur that I'm fine. "Should I not have told you about the secret?" he asks. Again, I say I'm fine. Several seconds go by before I raise my head and look over at him. He's staring back at me. "You sure?" "Jesus Christ, Manny, I don't need a shrink and I already have a mother." Okay, just asking. I'm not that crazy about alcohol either, to tell you the truth. Give me a dance club and some party drugs and booze can go fuck itself. I don't sleep for shit that night. The next day, Sunday, Captain Graham is working the control desk. A woman of imposing height and weight. Delia Graham is legendary around here for having single-handedly broken up a fight between 2 gangbangers, fracturing the arm of one and putting the other in a collar for a sprained neck. The word on Graham is that she'll treat you decently as long as you don't piss her off. On the way back from chow, I stop and, on impulse, ask her whether she knows what I need to do to get to an AA meeting. "Friend of Bill's?" she asks, which might mean she's in the program, too. I nod. "Okay, let's see now. There's something about that somewhere in this mess. Whenever I work this desk, I gotta put everything back in order. Next time I'm here, same thing. All the men working this desk expect Mama to get things neat again. Probably treated like princes when they were kids. Not my sons. By the time they left home, they knew how to cook, clean, do laundry, wash, and wax the kitchen floor. My daughters-in-law are always thanking me for the way their men got brought up." She seems to be talking to herself, not me, so I say nothing as I watch her shuffle through a handful of notices. "Okay, here we go," she says, holding up a sheet of salmon-colored paper. "Says there's a meeting in D Block, 2nd floor, immediately following 7 a.m. Sunday Mass." She glances at her wristwatch, "Which is just about now." When I ask her whether I can go, she says, "You're supposed to put in a request at least 24 hours before, but since you didn't know that, I'll write you a pass and radio them that you're not on the list but you're coming. Make sure you check in with the officer when you get there." "Thanks very much," I tell her. She shrugs. "When you need a meeting, you need a meeting." I walk to the end of the corridor and wait for her to buzz me through the exit door. When she does, I turn back to wave, but she's busy sorting and straightening up the mess the others have left her. I start down the stairs. Outside, walking toward D Block, I imagine a chapel of some sort. But when I reach the building's 2nd floor, I see that church is a setup in the corridor. The pews are rows of beat-up plastic chairs, and the altar's a sheet of plywood resting on 2 sawhorses. There are at least 20 guys in attendance, more than I would have guessed. The guard at the desk behind the altar is thumbing through a car magazine, drinking from a bottle of Gatorade, and paying no attention to the service. I hand him my pass and hold up my ID. Without looking at me or lowering his voice, he says, "Better late than never, huh? You staying for the meeting?" I nod. "Take a seat then." There's an empty chair at the end of the 3rd row. I sit and watch, feeling a small measure of gratitude for the priest's emerald green robe. a dash of color amidst the gray cinder-block walls and our drab tan uniforms. I can see from the whispered conversations and muffled laughter that some of the faithful have come here not to pray but to socialize. I watch a grizzled-looking muscle man up at the altar fill a tray of those little paper ketchup cups from a bottle of what I'm guessing is grape juice. Dude has long, bleached blonde hair, and from the looks of it is going for that Dog the Bounty Hunter look. Out of nowhere, I recall how, when I'd fill their sippy cups with grape juice, the twins would pucker up and giggle, showing each other their purple tongues. I catch myself smiling a little until my guilt delivers a roundhouse punch so unexpected that it takes my breath away. If I had any right to happy memories about my kids, I wouldn't be here. The priest raises what I recognize as one of the chow hall trays. It's piled with broken pieces of white bread. "This is my body, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me," he calls, his voice traveling down the long corridor. Next, he raises a styrofoam cup a few sizes larger than the one I came close to filling with tequila the day before. "This is the cup of my blood, the blood of the new and everlasting covenant," I hear my father say. Pure fantasy. How can people be so gullible? Someone rings a bell, and 11 or 12 believers get up and form an orderly line to the front. Dog the Bounty Hunter stands next to the priest, holding his tray of juice shots. "The body of Christ," the priest says as he places bread onto the cupped hands of the first guy in line. "Amen," the guy answers, puts it in his mouth, slugs down the grape juice, crumples the paper cup, and tosses it in the wastebasket below. "The body of Christ, amen. The body of Christ, amen." There are some tough-looking dudes in this communion line, but they seem as pious as monks. Thinking again about the line I stood in the day before, I shift uncomfortably. Do these guys crave some kind of absolution the way I craved that tequila? I hope the AA meeting after this isn't going to push the God stuff too hard. I don't feel contemptuous of religion like my father does, but I'm skeptical that some savior, if he were sought, is anything more than wishful thinking. I remember what my sponsor's sponsor said to him, "Dale, you don't have to believe as long as you believe that I believe." Or what Dale told me about his own belief, that the closest he comes to feeling the presence of a higher power is when he looks out at the vastness of the ocean when he's surf casting. My attention shifts to the three-man choir up front, one of them strumming a guitar. The song is familiar, but I can't remember where I know it from. The middle singer looks familiar too, and when he steps forward and begins his solo, I do a double take. It's that Jamaican guy, Jerry Curl, who tried to embarrass me the first day I went out in the yard. "To see thee more clearly, love thee more dearly, follow thee more nearly, day by day." He's toned down his look for church, no eye makeup, no lipstick, courtesy of Strawberry Twizzlers, and he has a damn good singing voice. The other two join in as the song wraps up, day by day by day by day by day. After the ones in line have been served, Dog and the 3 choir members receive their communion, then take their seats. Jerry Curls is directly in front of mine. I'm looking at the long vertical scar running down the back of his shaved head when I feel something hit my sneaker. Glancing down, I see the kite. At the far end of my row, a bearish-looking bald guy is pointing at Jerry. "Him?" I mouth, and his head bobs up and down. I tap Jerry on the shoulder and slip him the kite. He unfolds and reads it, then places 2 fingers to his lips and sends off a kiss to the sender. A hookup, I figure. Spirituality now and sinning later on, my father's voice says. What hypocritical bullshit. When church is over, about half the guys stay behind, stacking some of the chairs against the wall and arranging others in a circle. I'm surprised to see that when the priest takes off his robe, he's dressed like the rest of us, tan scrubs, state-issued sneakers, prison ID pinned to his shirt. A younger guy named Javier calls the meeting to order. He leads the 11 of us in the Serenity Prayer and reads a couple of announcements. When he asks whether anyone is new, I raise my hand, volunteer my first name, and tell the others I'm cross-addicted. "Welcome," some of them say, "glad you're here." Javier passes me a big book and asks me to read How It Works. Chapter 5, pages 58 through 60, he says. I read the description of the 12 steps and end with that part about how, although no human power can save us from our addiction, God can and will if he is sought. Everyone else chimes in on that last part. They sound more convinced than I am. Javier says his topic for today's meeting is how we can resist temptation. Most of the guys who share say a lot of the same stuff I heard at the meetings I attended before my sentencing. Talk to your sponsor, pray for strength from your higher power, move a muscle, change a thought. One guy says he wants to remind us that while we're sitting in here, our addiction is doing push-ups out in the yard, getting ready for the day when we're discharged. The priest, whom everyone calls Father Andy, shares that he got his 4th DUI on his drive back from a 90-day rehab. I half want to tell them about my close call the day before, but I don't know whether I can trust these guys, and I don't want anyone on my tier to get in trouble if someone ignores the "what's said in here stays in here" rule. Besides, I can't quite say how or why I was able to resist at the last minute. When my thumb poked through the bottom of that cup, had it been a voluntary act or an involuntary one? I'm the only one who doesn't share. Still, walking back to B Block, I feel pretty good about having gone to that meeting. Calmer than I've felt in a long time. Maybe I'll put in a request to go back next Sunday. It would beat sitting in our cell, worrying about how Emily and Maisie are doing, or trying not to listen to Manny's music or one of his monologues. Last week I added earplugs to my commissary order. "Where have you been?" he asks when I get back from the meeting. What business is it of his? I tell him straight-faced that the warden invited me over to her place for tea and cookies. He looks so hurt by my sarcasm that I fess up. He says he's proud of me for going, which creeps me out a little. I sure as hell don't need his approval. Before lights out, I read Dr. Patel's letter for the umpteenth time. Reading can be a temporary escape from your restrictive environment. There are many jobs available to inmates at Yates, the prison librarian, Faggy Millman. Chapter 18, September 2017, Day 53 of 1095. I let a week go by before I get a pass from my counselor and find my way to the library on the top floor of the main building. Coincidentally, that guy Javier, who chaired last Sunday's meeting, is working the circulation desk. "Hey there," he says. "Corby, right?" I nod, pleased that he remembers my name. I ask whether he knows of any job openings. "Here, you mean? You'd have to check with the boss about that," he says. He points to the small office behind him. "Door's open so you can knock and go right in." Faggy Millman has no eyebrows. That and the headscarf that's riding back from her forehead reveal her baldness that says cancer treatments. She's warm and welcoming and remembers my name from Dr. Patel's email, but says she doesn't have any open slots. "I'm happy to add your name to my waiting list," she says. "There are 3 ahead of you, but one of my current workers has applied for a job in food prep and is waiting to hear back, and there's always a chance that someone will become eligible for early parole." In the meantime, she says I should feel free to browse. "And here, have one," she says, holding out a plate of chocolate chip cookies. After he retired, my husband, Howie, was bored out of his mind until he discovered he likes to bake. I'd weigh 1,000 pounds if I ate everything that comes out of our oven. Warden Rickerby frowns on my bringing in goodies for you fellows, but nuts to her. What's she gonna do? Fire me after 28 years? I thank her, take a cookie, and tell her I have a 2-hour pass. Does she mind if I hang around and do some reading? She says she'd be delighted. Handing me a pencil and a slip of paper, she has me write down my name and inmate number. When I hand it back to her, she compliments me on my legible handwriting. Makes me smile when she says that. At Yates, you take whatever praise you can get. The collection's pretty thin. I browse through sci-fi, biography, nature. When I read the titles on the shelf labeled Local Interest, I pull out something called Connecticut's Carceral History, 1773 to 2012. On the cover are 2 photos, one of Newgate, the state's first prison, the other of this place. I'm curious about Newgate. When the state turned into a museum, Emily took her 6th grade class on a field trip there and came home with a brochure. From what I remember, the prison had been a copper mine before it housed crooks, killers, and British prisoners of war. Yates is bleak enough, but from the pictures in the book I'm holding, the conditions at Newgate were practically inhuman. I sit down at a table on the opposite end of an older black inmate seated in a wheelchair. Short gray dreads, horn-rimmed glasses drooping halfway down his nose, faded U.S. Navy tattoo. He's mouthing the words as he reads, tracing each line with his finger. When he looks up at me, I nod a hello. He nods back, not smiling, and holds up the paperback he's reading. Charcoal Joe. He asks whether I've ever read any Easy Rawlins books. Can't say that I have, I tell him. I've heard of that author, though. I can tell from his that I haven't won any points with that answer. The author's Walter Mosley. Easy Rawlins is the character. Who you think writes all them Tarzan books? Tarzan? Yeah, whatever, Gramps. I give him a half-smile and crack open Connecticut's carceral history. The introduction describes how the public's attitude about prison is a pendulum that swings back and forth between punishment and rehabilitation, depending on which way the political winds are blowing. The book was published in 2012 when Obama was president. I remember reading about him visiting some prison and telling the inmates that some of them were there because they'd made the same kind of mistakes that he made when he was young. His message was all about hope and change and getting past those mistakes. Now that Trump's in the White House, the political winds have shifted so abruptly, you could get whiplash. I flipped to the back of the book. Turns out the author, Nathan Kipp, was a prisoner at Yates, who came here at 19 for a gang-related assault. Started taking correspondence courses while he was here and ended up as a college professor. It says Connecticut's carceral history was his doctoral thesis. In his author photo, he looks early 40s maybe. Bald-headed, full beard, arms folded across his chest. Despite his achievements, there's a sadness in his eyes. Did he always have that look, or did he earn it in here? I open the front and read the dedication. To those who live in prisons of their own or others' making. He inscribed this copy to Faggy Millman, thanking her for believing in him before he believed in himself. Nice. I skip the rest of the introduction and dip into the history. The first chapter says that in the 1600s, Puritans believed crime and sinning were the same thing, and that punishment was more about public humiliation than keeping people locked up. Thieves, blasphemers, drunks, liars, adulterers, idolaters, practitioners of witchcraft or Quakerism could be lashed, put in stocks, branded on the forehead with a red-hot iron, or banished to the wilderness. The most egregious transgressors could have an ear severed, or be escorted to the gallows where they would meet the noose. Kipp writes that Newgate was the first of its kind in colonial America, a state prison. At Newgate, the book says, incarcerated men were forced to live 75 feet underground in the caves and shafts of the converted mine, and that the facility was later replaced by Westfield Penitentiary, a 4-story brick fortress built by Newgate prisoners who were then locked up there. In a way, it's not that different from what happens at this place. A lot of the guys here work for prison industries, making office furniture and body armor, assembling electronics, doing DMV data entry, all for a whopping 50 cents an hour. I overheard some guy in the shower room griping to his buddy that from the $20-something a month he earns working for the man, they take out for taxes, victim restitution, and program costs. The book says that by 1850, the prison population had far outgrown the Westfield facility, leading to overcrowding, escapes, brawls, and the stabbing death of a controversial warden. Deemed ineffective with the now more violent population, the penitentiary system was abandoned and the pendulum swung back to a more punitive, "If I was you, I'd begin at the beginning." I jump a little. I forgot about the old guy on the other side of the table. I look over at him confused. "Devil in a blue dress. Start there." "Oh," I said. "Mosley, right. There's over a dozen Easy Rawlins stories, and he's got other stories, too." I'm more interested in what this guy looks like than what he's saying. His dreads are more salt than pepper, smooth, caramel-colored skin, hands as big as catcher's mitts. He's big and broad-shouldered with a body gone to fat on prison food, but he must have had a fullback's body when he was younger. I feel my right hand moving under the table as if I'm sketching him. When he stops talking and wheels himself over to the back window, I look at the other books on his side of the table. James Baldwin's The Fire Next Time, a biography of Satchel Paige, The New Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Colorblindness. Dude's reading a lot more than detective fiction. When he wheels back to the table, I ask him whether he's planning to read all of those. "I'm gonna reread Baldwin," he says. "For the others, I got a system. Give everything the 50 pages test. If I like what I'm reading, I keep going. If I don't, I stop." "What are you, in your 30s? 35, I tell him. "Well, I ain't got as much time left as you, so I'm choosy. What's that you're reading?" When I hold up the book, he says he could have written that one, that he's a walking history of this place. "Been here since 1982. Much better back then. They used to let us go fishing in the river, swim when the weather was hot, play softball. They supervised us, sure, and you had to earn them privileges. They didn't just hand them to you. But back then, we was treated like more than just our crime. The Warden Hayden Barnes, he used to put on a hot dog roast for us on the 4th of July, and him and his deputy would do the cooking. And get this, if you didn't have no tickets for a year, you could enter a drawing to win an overnight in the trailer with your missus so that you and her could have some private time. Enjoy some marital relations, you know what I'm saying? The time I won, January of '84, my wife, Mary, brought in some home cooking in a picnic basket. We have 4 kids, and the youngest one got made in the trailer that night, after my belly was full up with baked Virginia ham, sweet potato pie, and peach cobbler. 1984, that's the year I was 2. That right? As in, so what? You got kids? He asks. 2, I say, then catch myself. Well, 1, actually, a daughter. I feel my face flush as he stares at me puzzled. Luckily, Mrs. Millman comes toward us, rescuing me with her plate of cookies. "Corby, I see you've met one of our favorite patrons," she says. "Lester, how about a cookie or 2? I note that in her domain we're patrons, not offenders. "How about a half dozen?" Lester says, laughing at his own joke. "Well, 3, maybe. You don't want to ruin your boyish figure." They both chuckle. "How about you, Corby? Another cookie?" I thank her but say no. "Well, come up to the desk if you change your mind." After she walks away, Lester keeps looking at me as he eats his cookie. "First you said you had 2 kids, and then you said 1. The other one die?" I take a deep breath and say, "Yes, our little boy. He and his sister were twins." Right. Terrible thing for a parent, huh? What did he die from?" I wish Lester hadn't just asked me, but something about him makes me feel I can risk being vulnerable. "DUI accident," I said. "It's why I'm in here." Not wanting to watch his reaction as he takes in what I just said, I look away, groping for a change of subject. "So when you first got here, Yates had softball games and conjugal visits. Why is it so different now? What happened?" I watch as his face shifts gears from sadness to anger. "Crack happened," he says. "Crack, and the politics that went with it. Instead of the war on drugs, they might as well have called it what it was, a war on the hood. Population of this place almost doubled, and a lot of the new arrivals was young black boys, 18, 19, who were going to have to do the rest of their growing up in here." He shakes his head. "It got so overcrowded that they turned the gym in A block into a dormitory with them plastic sleigh beds all over the floor. 1 toilet and 1 shower for 50 young men. After DOC started getting complaints about the conditions, they'd stack them sleigh beds and roll them out of sight when the inspectors were coming, load the dormitory guys on the buses and drive them around the compound until after the inspection was over. Went from bad to worse after Johnston got elected governor. That was when the hammer really came down. They started training the new COs like they was military, and like we was the enemy. The officers carried sticks before, but you almost never saw them use them until Johnston's goons showed up. They gave him pepper spray, too. Brought in the dogs for riot training." "Was that when they built the newer cell blocks?" I asked, "after the place got so overcrowded?" "Uh-huh. Yeah, those things got slapped together on the cheap by Fusaro Construction. And it was no coincidence that they got the contract because Johnston and Nick Fusaro were brothers-in-law and sailing buddies. Fusaro cashed in big time for those concrete and cinder block pieces of shit. And now everyone who lives there has to put up with leaky roofs, shitty plumbing, and black mold. You know why people driving by out front don't see them newer buildings? Because the state don't want the public to see them. Know what I'm saying? I nod. Out of sight, out of mind. Before I lost my job at Creative Strategies, Yates was just a place I'd drive past on my way to work. Morning traffic along the 4-lane Woodruff Parkway usually moved along slowly, so I'd get more than just a passing glimpse of the 15-foot-high chain-link fence wrapped around the massive Greek Revival fortress and the 2 4-story cell blocks on either side. It seemed as imposing a structure as you'd hope dangerous criminals would be locked away in. The manicured lawn and landscaping on the law-abiders' side of the fence implied that the facility was orderly and well-managed. Unless you were paying close attention, and I wasn't, you wouldn't even know those other, newer blocks existed, or that they'd been a legacy of the crack epidemic and the Johnston administration, and that they were falling apart. "Mind if I ask you something?" Lester says. "How much time they give you for doing what you did?" When I say 3 years, a shadow creeps across his face. He goes back to reading his book. Not wanting our conversation to end, I nod toward his copy of Maybe I'll Pitch Forever and tell him I read someplace that DiMaggio said Satchel Paige was the best pitcher he ever went up against. No response. Okay, I get the message. He's done chatting. He wants to read. When it's almost time to head back to our block, I go up to the desk to check out Connecticut's carceral history and Devil in a Blue Dress. Javier's reading something too. Shaking his head, he slaps his book down and says, "It pisses me off, what those fuckers did when they came over and took charge." I pick up the book and read the title, Native American Genocide, the U.S. Government's Systematic Efforts to Eradicate Indigenous Populations. Javier tells me he's half Nipmuc on his mother's side and a quarter Wakanic on his father's. "You Indian?" he asks me. "Just a fraction. I guess my mom had her DNA analyzed a while back, and it said her people mostly came from the British Isles, but that she was 6% native on her father's side." "Yeah, which tribe?" "I don't think it was that specific. Northeastern Indigenous, I think it said. Probably Algonquin or Mohawk then. Maybe even Wakanic. Book says that back in the 1600s, the colonists tried to wipe out the Wakanic in a land grab." "Really? I grew up around here, but we never learned that in school." "Yeah, the man likes to rewrite history because the truth makes him look so bad. You should read this book if you got Indian blood. Just a couple drops, though. But yeah, I'll check it out after you're done with it. He says I can take it now, that it makes him so mad he needs to stop." "Okay, thanks," I tell him. He checks out the 3 books and stamps my pass. "Okay, later, brah," he says. "You coming to the meeting next Sunday?" I tell him I hope to. Chapter 19. October 2017, days 66 through 87 of 1095. Emmanuel, Manny, Delvecchia is Russian Jewish on his mother's side and Sicilian on his father's. Some relative of his mother's used to be a big-deal Vegas comedian in the late 50s and early 60s, Manny says, but these days he's parked in a nursing home and pretty much out of it. Manny and his sister Gloria have been told they're in his will and are going to inherit some motel in Jersey that the uncle owns. That's where Manny's planning to live when he gets out. Manny's Nona Delvecchia was a hustler, he tells me. She sold sheet pizzas from her kitchen window in East Harlem every Friday and made extra money running numbers and undoing il malocchio for unlucky paesani who'd been cursed with the evil eye. "I watched her do the ritual once," Manny says. "This sad sack comes to the door and tells her he got fired from the shoe factory, walked home early, and found his wife in bed with a traveling scissors grinder. Nona sits him down at her kitchen table and puts a bowl of water in front of him, dribbles a few drops of olive oil into the water, and reads the results. 'Yeah, you got it bad,' she tells the poor slob. She ties a string to the stem of a red pepper, dangles it in front of him, and starts saying this sing-song prayer in Italian. The longer it goes on, the louder her voice gets, and her eyes start rolling in her head like pictures in a slot machine. Finally, she stops praying and bangs her fist 3 times on the tabletop, tells the guy he's cured." "Spooky," I say. "Did it work?" "Don't know if it worked for him, but it worked for her. She charged him $3 and told him to pay her cashier, which was me. He hands me a $2 bill and 4 quarters. Nona let me keep 2 of the quarters, so I walked down to the store and bought myself a can of Hawaiian Punch and 10 pieces of Double Bubble. There were $2 bills? I ask. Yeah, Thomas Jefferson on the front, I think. They must have stopped making them. You never see them anymore. I tell him I've been reading this book that says Jefferson owned slaves and fathered children by one of them. And he owned them, too. Manny shrugs and turns on the TV. Dancing with the Stars is coming on, and it's Disney night. I love it when they do that theme. I mean, all men are created equal, but if the kids you father are half black, then they're your property? And Jefferson's a hero? Gets his face on U.S. currency? How fucked up is that? But as usual, Manny and I are on different wavelengths. If that show had started 10 years earlier, I could have totally been on it. As a professional dancer, I mean, not a celebrity. When I danced for Carnival Cruises, I did a little choreography too, but my contract wasn't renewed because I was better than the head choreographer and he was jealous. Well, Manny might be unplugged from social justice issues, but as far as cellmates go, I could do worse. In fact, I have done worse when I lived with Pug. Much worse. In comparison, a cellie who talks too much, acts like my parents sometimes, and borrows from me occasionally isn't so bad. He owns who he is. I respect that. He's pretty well liked around here. He doesn't get targeted the way some gay inmates do. He hooks up from time to time, but I don't know the details and don't want to. Shortly after we became cellmates, he offered to service me, but I told him no thanks, I was a do-it-yourselfer. He laughed and backed right off. It's been a non-issue ever since. Manny can be funny as hell, especially when he's telling stories about his checkered job history. In addition to his gig as a cruise ship dancer, he's been a tuxedoed partner to rich old lady ballroom dancers and a DJ at gay clubs in New York and Connecticut. The pay was only so-so, but I could make as much as $1,000 a week dealing coke and Molly, he told me. When I asked him what Molly was, he looked at me in disbelief. Ecstasy, disco biscuits, for fuck's sake, Corby, where were you in the 80s? Elementary school, I said. I don't think they covered disco biscuits in the kindergarten curriculum. That shut him up. Manny's touchy about his age, which I know for a fact is 53, not mid-40s like he claims. This is his second prison bid here at Yates. The first happened as a result of a sting at some rave he was working. One minute I'm selling blow to these 2 gorgeous cubs, shirtless and sweaty from dancing. Next thing I know, they're pulling on their DEA t-shirts and shoving me into the back of an unmarked cruiser. He got 5 years because his lawyer was an idiot, he says. Before I went in, I'd have everyone in the house up and dancing their asses off to Madonna and Whitney and Wham. By the time I made parole, it was all flannel shirts and fucking Nirvana, fucking Beck, fucking Radiohead. I'm a creep, I'm a weirdo, I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me? How's anyone supposed to dance to that shit? Luckily, he says he got his certified nursing assistant license while he was on the inside, and after his release, landed a job at a nursing home, taking temps and BPs and schlepping food trays, until word got out about how fabulous I was. When the recreation director went out on maternity leave, I saw my opportunity and went for it. I organized wheelchair conga and Thursday afternoon karaoke. They made me interim director. And I want to tell you, Corby, those old broads loved me, and one of the men, too, Leon. He wanted to adopt me, which would have put me on Easy Street, but his family got wind of it and had me fired. That was when Manny went back to working the clubs and dealing, he says. Got arrested for the same shit as before. Second offense, 10 years this time, suspended after 7. Even before we became cellmates, Manny had appointed himself my Yates CI mentor. It's not like I didn't need some guidance back then. I was a stranger in a strange land, and my instinct was to stay curled up in a ball on my bunk, not speaking to anybody. Manny saw that I was isolating, so he reached out, and I appreciated it. But he was such a fucking know-it-all about everything that it got annoying, especially after we became cellies. Case in point, after my account finally got funded, I filled out my first commissary request sheet but forgot to order a lock for my storage box. Never, ever leave your stuff unlocked around here, he lectured me. I mean, come on, man, use your head. People in here are crooks. Get yourself a lock ASAP, and until it comes in, put your initials on everything. Standing there getting chewed out like that, I was my 9 or 10-year-old self again, having to listen to my father make me feel stupid for not knowing something. Did I tell you to bring me a Phillips screwdriver, Corby? No, I just said screwdriver, which means a flathead screwdriver. If I wanted a Phillips screwdriver, I would have said so. You're probably the only boy your age who doesn't know the difference between the two. The day after Manny gives me shit about the lockbox, I come back from my shower and catch him with his hand inside my open bag of M&Ms. Isn't that a CL on the bag? I asked him. It stands for Corby Ledbetter, doesn't it? Without dropping a beat, he said, "Oh, I thought it stood for cock lover, so I assumed it was mine. You can't get grinder in here, and you have to get the word out somehow. Did you order M&Ms too?" He flashed me a guilty smile and gives me back my candy. "I was only eating the green ones," he says. "I figured you wouldn't notice." As restitution, he gives me 6 postage stamps and 2 foil packets of mayonnaise. When I tell him I don't like mayo, he says he doesn't either. After a while, I begin to distance myself from Manny. The problem is that he's starting to act like he owns me. It's not enough that we share a 6-by-9-foot cell. He also makes sure we sit together in chow hall and stay in close range out in the yard. I don't want to hurt the guy's feelings, but I need to get out from under his wing. I start talking with some of the guys on our tier that he's warned me against. I pretty much know by now who I should avoid, and these guys are fine. Gets me a little breathing space. And maybe it's homophobic for me to think this, but I don't want guys making assumptions about the two of us either. Manny tells me he's starting to come down with one of his migraines, that he's getting an aura or something. He climbs up onto his bunk, lies on his back, and closes his eyes. It's our tier's day to have time out on the yard. I feel bad for his suffering, but grateful for the opportunity to go out there without him for once. Outside, I walk over to the picnic table where my new buddies are starting a poker game. "Deal you in?" Boudreaux asks. I tell him sure and grab a seat. "We were just talking about Angel's girlfriend," Pacheco says. "You ever see her, Ledbetter?" I shake my head. "You one lucky mofo, Angel," he tells him. "That chick's a Jamaican Stormy Daniels." "Except my boo's titties ain't fake," Angel assures him. "Only thing gets implanted in her is me. Know what I'm saying?" Lobo flashes his missing teeth grin. "Yeah, man, bury the meat stick, right?" Boudreaux rolls his eyes. "Lobo, you cray-cray. After all that meth you done, your brain cells probably ain't even in double digits anymore." He may have a point. Lobo's pretty slow on the draw. His nickname is short for lobotomy. He counters with, "What do you know, Boudreaux? You're so dumb you probably don't even know Meat Stick is a Fish song." "That's right, Einstein. I don't know it 'cause I don't listen to no lame-ass white boy music." "You're lost, motherfucker," Lobo says. "I've been to 9 Fish shows and every one of them was fucking epic. Hey, Ledbetter, I bet you're into Fish, right?" He and I are the only 2 white guys in the game. I shrug. Never paid them much attention. I turn to Angel. "What's the story, bro? We got 30 minutes out here. You gonna deal or what?" Angel deals the flop. I have a decent hand, and I'm a pretty good bluffer, so I bet. Boudreaux and Angel both call. Lobo and Pacheco fold. "Who you like, then?" Lobo asks me. "Me? Musically? The Killers, Drive-By Truckers, Jason Isbell, Amy Winehouse." Boudreaux's eyes bug out. "Amy Winehouse, she's dead, man. That's messing with some bad juju." Andre Boudreaux, a New Orleans Cajun, is superstitious as hell. Angel's his silly, and he told me the last time the COs did room searches, they confiscated Boudreaux's hoodoo shit, and he was afraid to leave their cell because bad luck might chase him down. Angel says, "Hey, Ledbetter, how come we don't hear no brothers on that list of music you like?" In my defense, I tell him I like a lot of old school R&B. "And what about Wu-Tang or NWA? They old school." "Older than that," I tell him. "Smokey Robinson, The Temptations, Aretha, some rap's okay, though." "Yeah, like who?" "Kendrick Lamar, Common. I used to like Outkast. Are they still around?" Angel ignores the question. "Tupac versus Biggie. Where you at on that?" I tell him I'm neutral. And anyway, I'm a convicted felon, so I'm not allowed to vote. Are we going to finish this hand before break's over, or what? Angel deals the turn. My luck's still running. Boudreaux folds, and it's down to just Angel and me. When he deals the river, it gives me a full house without even having to bluff. I show my hand, then reach across the table and scoop up my winnings. Commissary shit everyone's thrown into the pot. I'm now the proud owner of 3 teriyaki beef sticks, 5 instant coffee packets, 2 envelopes of spicy vegetable ramen, and a mini tube of athlete's foot cream. When I get back to our cell, Manny's curled up in the fetal position on his bunk with a towel over his head. "Bad?" I ask him. He whispers that it feels like there's a jackhammer pounding inside his head, and when he opens his eyes, the light makes him nauseous. I ask whether there's anything I can do, anything I can get him. "The wastebasket," he says. "I keep thinking I might puke. I just wish everyone would turn their music down. The noise is killing me." "Here you go," I tell him, propping the empty wastebasket against his hip. I feel for the guy, but you can't miss the irony of it. When it comes to playing the music he likes, no one jacks up the volume more than Manny. I squint over at the digital clock. It's 3:03 a.m. Sure, I'd rather be asleep than awake, but sometimes I don't mind these middle-of-the-night bouts of sleeplessness. During the daytime, the cell block can get so noisy you can't hear yourself think. It gets even louder in the evening from all the bickering, card game chatter, hip-hop, and shouting TVs. But at 3 in the morning, I can hear it. The Waconic River at the rear of the prison property, flowing past this place. AA says we need to have faith in a God of our understanding. So let's say, for example's sake, that some undefinable spirit does exist, that it's not all just random. Maybe that spirit is speaking to me through the sound of moving water. And maybe that sound is telling me to trust that not everything is stuck and stagnant, that forward movement is possible, that by the time I've done my 3 years here, the sun will come up and light the path that leads me back to my wife and daughter. I don't know. Sometimes I think we're all wandering in the dark and that it's random and pointless, but I'm trying to open my mind to the possibility of some deeper truths, trying to see the light and move in that direction. At lights out earlier tonight, the skies opened up and it began pouring like crazy. I don't hear the rain now, but the river is roaring back there, clamoring to be heard. I can't get out of second gear today because I was up half the night, so pretty much all I've been doing today is watching TV in our cell. Manny's rallied after his migraine yesterday and he's full of pep. When I start dozing off mid-afternoon, he taps me on the shoulder and asks whether I want him to wake me up when it's time to go eat. I shake my head, then fall into a deeper sleep. I don't wake up until a couple hours later when I hear him come back from chow. "Well, Corbs, you missed all the action," he says. "Dinner and a show. You know that tall skinhead with all the white power tats?" "Gunner," I say. "He was one of the ones who tried to recruit me for the big race war." "Yeah, him. So McGreevy was on supper patrol, and there's no love lost between those two. McGreevy tells Gunner which table to sit at, and the dude ignores him and parks himself at the table where his neo-Nazi pals are at. But McGreevy's not going to let it go, okay? Not when the guys just openly defied him in front of everyone. He goes over there and gets in his face, gives him a direct order to move to the other table, but Gunner just keeps eating and ignoring him. The showdown starts getting everyone's attention. Then the other guard, working chow, goes over there to give McGreevy an assist. He's one of those gung-ho newer hires. Blonde crew cut, ripped, cocky attitude. Bacardi. Yeah, him. He goes over there and says, "Offender, you've just been given a direct order, so you'd better comply unless you want to..." Doesn't even finish what he's saying when Gunner stands up, grabs his tray and says, "I have no problem complying when a white officer gives me a command, but I'm not taking orders from some spook wearing a sewn-on badge." McGreevy goes up to Gunner, pulls out his stick, probably just to scare him, only Gunner isn't acting scared. Everyone's standing up now because it looks like something's about to go down. Then Gunner drops his tray on the floor, grabs McGreevy by his shoulders, and fucking headbutts him. McGreevy loses his balance, starts falling backward, but what's-his-name, Bacardi, catches him before he hits the floor in front of everyone. Except now it's on. Everyone starts egging him on, cheering, "Fight, fight, fight." A few of Gunner's buddies stand up, ready to rumble, but so do 3 of McGreevy's homies, those black cons he's chummy with. Then, before any punches get thrown, Picardi gets fucking trigger happy and pepper sprays Gunner and his boys. He must have radioed for help, too, because pretty soon, here comes the stormtroopers, wearing their helmets, face shields, and riot shit. You can tell they're just itching to use some of their riot training. But the big showdown had already fizzled because of the pepper spray. The white power assholes get shackled, belly chained, and dragged out of there, but the whole room stays, energized, right? McGreevy must have felt he had to save face and remind everyone who's still in charge, so he announces that chow time's over and orders us back to our units. We all start bitching because we've only been there for 10 minutes and some guys haven't even gotten through the line yet, but Picardi backs him up, so that's that. They're the bosses and we aren't. So we all got up and headed for the door, and it was Jamaican meat pie night too, those cocksuckers. I was stuffing mine down so fast I started choking. I shake my head, tell him I'm glad I missed the show, but sorry I missed the meat pies, which is one of the best meals they serve over in Chow. I got you, dog, Manny says. A lot of guys left them on their trays, so I grabbed a few on my way out. I watch as he pulls a meat pie out of his sweatshirt like a fucking magician. I put my hand out and he tosses it to me. I take a bite and watch him pull another one out of his pants. Hey, thanks, I tell him. He gives me a garbled, no problem, his mouth full of meat, gravy, and crust. So yeah, Manny's helicopter parenting me can be annoying sometimes, but at other times it feels kind of good to be taken care of. Other than my poker buddies, he's the closest thing I've got to a friend in here. And like I said, he's a whole hell of a lot better than Pug. Chapter 20. November 2017. Days 94 and 95 of 1095. I'm surprised when I glance at the wall clock behind the circulation desk and see that my 2-hour library furlough is almost up. I've only got 20 more pages of Devil in a Blue Dress left to read, but I better get back to our block. Standing and looking around, I realize that most everyone who was here when I checked in has left. Now it's just me and Lester. Should I go over and say hi or leave him alone? When he looks up at me, I walk toward him smiling. Hey there, nice to see you again. Uh-huh. No smile back. I hold up the Walter Mosley book he recommended. Hey, look what I'm reading. It's a real page-turner. Thanks for the tip. Yep. He returns to his book. Instead of taking the hint, I just stand there. Well, I've got to get going, but hey, next time we're both in here, I'd love to pick your brain a little. Oh yeah, you a cannibal or something? No, but the last time we talked, you said you were a walking history of this place. I'd like to hear more about that. He says nothing. And I'm an artist, okay? That was how I used to make my living, so I was wondering if, when you tell me more about the way things used to be, I could sketch you while I'm listening. Frowning, he asks why I'd want to do that. Well, because you've got an interesting face. Do I? What's interesting about it? Well, it's the face of someone who's learned a thing or two about life. A face of wisdom, I guess you could say. So while you're telling me about some of your experiences, I'd like to try and capture that quality. Do a couple of quick sketches, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, I would mind, he says. A kindly old black man with a face of wisdom. You want me to sing zippity-doo-dah while you're making your pictures? What do you mean? I mean, you ain't turning me into your Uncle Remus or your magical Negro, 'cause I ain't neither one of 'em. So no, you can't pick my brain and you can't capture me either. I stand there, dissed and dumbfounded. Why is he being so hostile? What did I do? What did I say? I go up to the desk to return the book about Connecticut prisons, renew the Easy Rollins one, get my pass stamped, and get the hell out of there. Hey, what's the deal with Lester? I ask Javier. What are you talking about? Last time I was here, he was friendly, talkative, but just now I thought he was going to bite my head off. Javier says he gets moody sometimes, suffers from depression. Why wouldn't he get depressed with the kind of sentence they gave him? 50 years? That's a lifetime. Mrs. M says he's gone to the parole board maybe 15, 16 times to try and get his sentence reduced, but it's always no. He reaches for my book, renews it, and stamps my pass. Hey, did you ever read that other book I checked out for you? American Genocide. No, I haven't gotten to it yet. You need it back? No, you can keep it for a while. Let me know when you're done with it. I'd be curious about what you think. I tell him okay, and I'm out of there. Walking back, I keep thinking about Lester, how he's been stuck in here for decades. Is he in touch with his kids? Is his wife still alive? If he's practically a lifer, what did he do? And why did he get so ornery? You ain't turning me into your Uncle Remus or your magical Negro? What the fuck, man? Just because I asked whether I could sketch him. It's not like I told him he couldn't get his sentence reduced. And if he thought I was being racist, he was mistaken. Someone says you have a face of wisdom. That's a compliment, Lester. That night, maybe 5 minutes after lights out, I ask Manny whether he's still awake. When he says yes, I ask him whether he knows an older inmate named Lester. Big black guy uses a wheelchair? Lester Wiggins, sure. Everyone knows Lester. He's like a legend in here. I saw him in the library today. He says he's been at Yates since 1982. Yeah, with a 50-year sentence. I suck at math. What's 1982 plus 50? 2032. So he's got about 14 more years to go. If he lasts that long. I heard Lester's got a lot of health problems. What the fuck did he do to get a 50-year sentence? Manny says he heard he was active in some black liberation group back in the 70s. A couple of their members held up an armored car and shot one of the guards. The guy died the next day. The way I heard it, they wanted to try Lester for murder along with the other two, but they couldn't pin it on him, so they got him on something else. What? He was married, but he had a girlfriend on the side, a white woman who was a hanger-on with the Black Power group, some judge's daughter, owned a sports car, and one night when Lester was driving it, they crashed into a bridge abutment. Did she die? No, but one of her arms got so mangled they had to amputate. Was the accident what put Lester in a wheelchair? Nah, he's only been using that for the past few years. I don't think he got hurt much in the accident, but she got a prosthetic arm, so they trumped up the charges and put him in here for the long haul. That's when I began to understand Lester's about-face, from my first library visit to this one. For the death of my son, they gave me 3 years. Lester got 50 years because a judge's daughter lost an arm, and I'm guessing because she was white. 3 years as opposed to 50. No wonder he's bitter. No wonder he went off on the stupid white guy who asked whether he could capture him. This call originates from a Connecticut correctional facility. Press 1 now if you wish to accept this call from Corby Ledbetter. If you wish to decline, Corby? Hi. Hey, thanks for picking up. Pleasant surprise. Surprise? Yeah, I haven't talked to you in over a month. I was starting to think maybe you didn't want to talk to me anymore. Why would you say that? Well, you know, I am a jailbird. If that's supposed to be funny, it's not. Actually, I'm relieved to hear your voice. How's it going? Oh, you know, fun times down here. You been getting my letters? I've gotten 2. God, that first one was when you wrote that you weren't sure you wanted to live anymore because you didn't think you could survive for 3 years in there, and that same day the TV news said the police were investigating another suicide at Yates. I lost it, Corby. I was so scared it was you that I went out in the backyard, wailing and walking around in circles. Oh, geez, I'm sorry, Em. That suicide was a guy from our block, but on another tier. I'll spare you the details. But listen, things are a little better now. I guess I'm getting used to the place. Your second letter said you got a new cellmate. I was relieved to read that. Your first one sounded horrible. And I held back some stuff. But this new bunky's all right, kind of annoying, but harmless enough. Actually, I sent you 4 letters, so you should be getting the others pretty soon. Oh, and I've been going to meetings. That's been helpful. There's this one I like that meets on Sunday after church. You're going to church? No, only the first time because I got there early. It's interesting, though, the way they improvise around here. The service is set up in a corridor. The altar's a sheet of plywood on top of 2 sawhorses, kind of surprising who gets into the communion line. I'm no expert on Catholic masses, but I'm guessing this is a pretty unconventional one. The priest is doing time like the rest of us. But enough of that. How's Maisie? Good, overall, I think. I upped her daycare to 4 days a week, and she still goes to my mom's on Friday. How is she adjusting? Well, some days she's fine when I drop her off, and some days she resists, which is typical, I think. She balks at going to my mother sometimes, too. Girl's got good instincts, huh? Don't start, Corby. I know she's not your favorite person, but Mom's been super helpful these 3 months. And super happy that I'm out of the picture, I bet. Okay, sorry. Is Maisie still asking about Nico? Not as much as before. Hard to tell, but I wonder if her memory of him is fading. I'm not sure if I should let it happen or try to keep those memories alive. I guess you just have to play it by ear, take your cues from her. And I can run it by Dr. Patel. I'm seeing her this coming Tuesday. Really? Wow. What for? Just some things I want to work on? Like what, I wonder, but I know not to ask. By the way, Maisie's been talking about you a lot lately. Daddy this, daddy that. We look at photos, watch videos on my phone. Nico's in some of them too, but her focus is on you. It's all about her daddy. With my free hand, I swipe away the tears in my eyes. One of my nagging fears is that my daughter's memory of me will fade away over time. God, I miss her so much, Em. Miss both of you. I know how busy you are, how much you're balancing, but I haven't seen you since I came here. Maybe some weekend soon. I want to see you, Corby, but to tell you the truth, I dread having to see you at that place. But I am going to visit, I promise. That would mean a lot. And maybe Maisie could... Please don't start that again, Corby. I've made myself very clear on this subject. I am not bringing my daughter inside a men's prison. Our daughter, I want to say, but I drop it. Ask her whether she's talked to my mother recently. When she says she hasn't, I remind her that Mom has said she'd be happy to babysit Maisie. Neither of us say anything for several seconds. Then the canned voice breaks the silence. You have 1 minute remaining. I still can't believe they cut your calls off at 10 minutes, she says. Well, lots of times there's a line of guys waiting to use the phone, so I can understand that. What I don't appreciate is that Big Brother can listen in on our conversations in the interest of safety and security. That's their excuse for everything they say no to. Sorry, it's a matter of safety and security. Man, they love that phrase. But that's an invasion of privacy. No such thing as privacy at this place. I learned that the first day I got here when they strip searched me. Oh, hey, before I forget, in one of the letters you haven't gotten yet, I asked you for a favor. Could you go on Amazon and order me a sketchbook and some charcoal drawing sticks, the skinny ones? I was thinking about drawing some cartoons for Maisie, maybe making them into a story for her. That's a great idea, she says. And when you order them, have them shipped right to the prison. They won't let you carry in something when you visit or send a package from a home address. It has to be sent directly from the retailer. And don't send me a sketchbook with one of those spiral binders. They'll deny it because of the metal. You'd be surprised how creative some of the guys in here can get if... And that's it. Cut off without any goodbyes or I love yous. When your 10 minutes are up, they're up. So why is she seeing Dr. Patel? That time we went for grief counseling, she was negative about her. I wanted to keep going. I did keep going, but Emily opted out. I remember at the end of that first session when Dr. Patel asked her what she hoped to get out of therapy if we continued. Em said she wanted to get clear about whether or not she could find a way to forgive me, and that if she couldn't, she didn't think our marriage could survive. Is that what this appointment is about? Is that why she doesn't pick up half the times I call? Is she leaning towards divorcing me? I have a sinking feeling that's what it is. And if I'm right, how is that going to affect my relationship with Maisie? Emily won't let me see her while I'm here. What happens if when I finally get out of here, I'm a virtual stranger to my daughter? Whether she divorces me or not, I'm still Maisie's father. Emily can't deny that. Part 3. A Simple Stone. Chapter 21. August 2018, Day 367 of 1095. I flip the calendar page and do the math in my head. 1095 minus 367 equals 728 more days to go before I can reclaim my life. Some version of it anyway. I think back to how scared and confused I was a year ago. Those first weeks were brutal, the taunts, the isolation, my fear and distrust of everyone, including my cellmate, Pug. I knew I deserved to be here, but I didn't think I could survive in this place for 3 years. Suicide seemed like the only other option. A few months ago, I found out how they knew my plan. Manny had predicted it and gone to Lieutenant Cavaniero. Had I known this at the time, I would have been furious about his butting in. Now I'm grateful. As I acclimated to my strange new surroundings, things got easier. I kept my head down, learned the system and the culture, got out of my own head so much. There's plenty of cruelty going on inside this place, but no one's targeted me in any significant way, and Manny, as irritating as he can be sometimes, is a friend. In the past 12 months, I've weathered the soul-crushing boredom of institutional lockdowns, a bedbug infestation on our tier, witnessing the stabbing of one inmate by another on the walkway, and, worst of all, the inability to see Maisie. My two most difficult days in here were April 27th, the first anniversary of Nico's death, and March 30th, the twins' birthday. Maisie turned 3 that day, and Nico remained the age he'd been the day he died, 25 months. I called Emily both days to commiserate, but she didn't pick up. I've tried as much as possible in the past year to heed the advice Dr. Patel gave me in that letter she sent. Exercise the body and the mind. I've been faithful to my workout routine and kept a list of the books I've read, 23 of them. I've moved toward the light by attending 37 AA or NA meetings, plus 90-minute classes on meditation and yoga. No luck getting a job yet, but I keep checking at the library. There's still one guy ahead of me on the waiting list. I've been less successful in following Dr. Patel's advice to live in the present. I can't always stop my memory from replaying that morning. Nico watching the ants, my innocuous chat with the McNallys, my hand shifting the car into reverse. Nor can I always stop from imagining best and worst case scenarios about what happens when I finally walk out of here in another 728 days. But 1 year's been served. I can't lose sight of that. Chapter 22. September 2018. Day 409 of 1095. The intercom clicks on. What now? Ledbetter. Yeah. You've got a visit. I'll buzz you out. Is it Emily? If so, it will only be the 4th time she's come to see me, but it's Thursday. The other times have all been on the weekend. I doubt she'd drive here on a school night. Plus, she would have been away from Maisie all day. It's probably Mom again. She tries to get here every few weeks. God, I hope it's not my father. He cried that day in court when they handcuffed me and took me away, but he hasn't visited or written to me once since I've been here. Okay, so much the better. The last thing I need to see is his look of disdain as he surveys the room, taking in where all my failures have landed me. Walking along the connecting bridge from our block to the visiting room in the main building, I see Angel ahead of me. He must have a visitor, too. Maybe it's that hot girlfriend of his that everyone's always talking about. I've been careful not to pressure Emily about visiting me more often. It's hard to tell from a monitored 10-minute phone conversation how she's feeling about me, about us. We mostly talk about safe stuff, and there are a lot of awkward pauses. If I could see her face-to-face more often, I might be able to read her better. I know she's stretched to the max, single parenting, teaching, taking care of the house, going to therapy. But 3 visits in over a year? Some of the women who come here visit their men twice a week. Should I be reading the tea leaves? When Mom came to see me last Sunday, the visiting room was humming, but tonight there's only 5 of us lining up at the entrance waiting to be let in. That Sikh dude, Angel, Praise, that skinny mixed-race kid who looks like he belongs in juvie jail, and me. The Sikh's wearing his turban. I heard he sued the state and won the right to wear it based on religious grounds. Looks like he's got a shiner, probably courtesy of one of the patriotic idiots around here who think he deserves a beatdown because they mistake him for a Muslim. This kid in front of me is fidgety, nerdy-looking, braces. Reminds me of that character Urkel on whatever that show was. He's going to be low-hanging fruit for one of the con men around here who will become his buddy so he can shake him down for whatever he's looking for. How the fuck old is he anyway? He looks about 14 or 15, but he's got to be at least 18 if he's here. "Hey, Praise," Angel says. "How's your pops doing? I ain't seen him around here lately." Praise's real first name is Cornell. He's on the janitorial crew, and his nickname's short for Praise Jesus, which he'll shout in the middle of mopping the corridor or cleaning the shower room. Doesn't hurt anyone, but that booming voice can make you jump if you're not expecting it. "Ornery as ever," he says. "Wheels himself to the library every day, checks out a bunch of books, reads half the night, wheels himself over to the Medline in the morning, and goes back to the library. That's about it." "You talking about Lester Wiggins?" I ask him. "Lester's your father. I met him a while back." He gives me the once-over before he nods. Wow, father and son doing time in the same prison. Must be weird for both of them. I shuffle my feet a little, wondering what the holdup is. If our visitors have already checked in, why are we just standing here? I look out at the empty sally port, then back at the guys I'm playing hurry up and wait with. That's when I notice that Juvie's got a long scabby cut on the inside of his left arm. It looks infected. Forget prison. If that cut is self-inflicted, he probably needs to be in an adolescent psych unit someplace. I know I shouldn't say anything, but my parenting instinct kicks in. "How did that happen?" I ask him. He swivels around with that deer-in-the-headlights look and sees that I'm staring at his cut. He looks away and says nothing. "This place gets easier after you've been here a while. That's been my experience, anyway. You sentenced yet?" He shakes his head, still not looking at me. "Well, you might want to go over to the med unit, have one of the nurses put some antibacterial ointment on that. If he's cutting himself, maybe they can connect him to one of the visiting shrinks." "You a doctor?" he asks, turning and facing me. I smile. "Far from it," I tell him. "Then why don't you mind your own motherfucking business?" Angel lets out a laugh. "Dang, little fuckboy just bitch-slapped you, Ledbetter." So much for my fatherly instincts. Now I feel like jacking up the little shit for embarrassing me. Guess I'm getting institutionalized. Praise leans in, warns the kid that things will get easier for him if he loses the attitude. "I had to learn that lesson the hard way. Came in here when I was 18 and had to get the badass attitude beaten out of me 3 or 4 times before it sunk in. How old are you anyway?" Instead of answering him, the kid crosses his arms and rolls his eyes. Up at the front of the line, the Sikh just shakes his head. But Praise, Cornell, hasn't given up. "You got a name?" he asks. "Yeah." "So what is it then? Rumpelstiltskin?" A half grin betrays the kid's sullen act. "It's Solomon," he says. "Well, get wise, Solomon. It's hard enough in here. Don't make things harder for yourself." The door buzzes. We enter the visiting room and take seats at the long, wide tables. That's the rule. Inmates seated before they let the visitors in. Once they enter, we can stand for a quick embrace, but then everyone sits, with our company on one side, us on the other. Everyone's hands on the table where the guards can see them. I don't recognize either of these two. The black CO is probably a newbie, young, butch-looking, her pant legs tucked into her boots. She's wearing that fresh-out-of-the-academy scowl to let us know she's not taking any shit from us. They must teach them that face before they let them graduate. The white guard's older, probably a transfer from another facility. He's got the Gen X essentials. Goatee, gut slackening into middle age. Looks like the type who was more into 9-inch nails than Nirvana back in the day. Probably did a couple of semesters of college before he packed it in. Decided to become a state cop instead, but bombed out of the police academy and ended up here. Hates his job, cheats on his wife, smokes a little weed after work. No, stop it, Ledbetter. Don't be such a smartass. What's he done to you? Okay, here come the visitors into the sally port. The steel door they've just passed through closes behind them, and they stand there waving and waiting to be buzzed in to where we are. I don't see who my visitor is, but not everyone is visible in that window. The Indian-looking woman has to be Mrs. Sikh. Someone's brought an antsy little kid with them. I see his head bobbing up and down. Little dude looks like he's about 4, maybe a year and a half older than Nico. I can't believe I still do that sometimes. Forget he's gone. Must be denial still. Last time we talked, Emily said when she goes into CVS to get diapers, she sometimes has to remind herself that a box of 38 is going to last twice as long as before. I told her I was surprised Maisie's still wearing diapers since she'd started to master toilet training a year ago. Well, she's regressed, okay? Emily snapped. Her pediatrician says it's probably because of the big changes that have been foisted on her, and that I shouldn't make an issue of it. And frankly, I'd rather change a diaper than have to wash and dry the wet sheets and make the bed with clean ones. If that's cheating, then too bad. Babe, I wasn't criticizing you. I'm sorry if it sounded like that. I know you're stretched to the max. I'm in awe of everything you're handling by yourself while I'm in here. Jesus, it must be exhausting. I don't know how you do it all. Everything except toilet training, she said. No, Dr. Ritchie's right. She'll use the toilet when she's good and ready. Oh, shut up, Corby. It was pretty much monosyllables after that until our 10-minute phone call was up. Goatee guard signals to some invisible CO who's working the door. Our visitors are buzzed in. As they enter, Butch calls out the rules like she's issuing threats. I still don't see anyone I know. The gray-haired woman walking toward Cornell is the one who's brought the little guy. Must be his grandma. She's wearing a work smock, probably drove here from her job at a nursing home or whatever. The little dude breaks free and runs toward Cornell. Slow down, Ezekiel. They don't want nobody running in here. Mr. and Mrs. Seek share a polite embrace. She touches the bruise under his eye with her fingertips. I swallow hard. Tenderness isn't something you see much of around here. Angel's sitting a couple of chairs down from me, and here comes the hot girlfriend tossing back her long, multicolored braids. She's wearing skin-tight jeans and a blouse that stops just north of her belly button. From the way her boobs are wobbling around under there, I'm guessing no bra. The room is hers, and she knows it. Even the two COs on the platform are watching the show. As she passes by me, I get a whiff of her perfume and a head toss that makes those braids go flying. Nice ass, too. Shit, man, I'm getting as bad as all the other horn dogs around here. What I don't get is why they called me down here if I don't have a visitor. Juvie's got the same situation. Well, I'm in no hurry to go back. Manny's been gassy all afternoon, and there's no avoiding the sound or the stink of it. So I'll just sit here until it dawns on someone that I'm chilling in the visiting room without a visitor. I wonder who stood up Juvie. His mother, father? That kid's messed up. At the next table over, Cornell and his wife are holding hands and praying. His back is to me, but I can see she's got her eyes closed. The little guy grabs his opportunity, scoots off his chair, and goes running between the tables toward the place where they keep the kids' toys. Cornell's wife's eyes pop open. She gives the guards a quick look, then shouts, Ezekiel, get back here or those police up there are going to arrest you. Then it's Cornell to the rescue. Hey, Zeke, you want to see a magic trick? It's fun watching this kid, but it's painful, too. Emily said she wouldn't consider bringing Maisie here to visit. That's another thing I've tried not to pressure her about. In the pictures Emily sends me, her face is getting more angular and her hair looks thicker. Mom's taken care of her a few times, not as often as she'd like to, she says. Betsy's the alpha babysitter. Mom said Maisie's talking a blue streak now. And singing, too. Row, row, row your boat, the eensy weensy spider, the ABC song. Do you think she misses me? I'm sure she does. But she's doing fine, sweetheart, don't worry. I want her to be fine. I just don't want her to forget me. When Emily finally visits me again, she'll be surprised that I've grown a beard. It's coming pretty good, darker than the hair on my head, more brown than auburn with a little bit of gray in it. Not much, just a patch. I like the not shaving part, but it gets itchy. You can't have scissors here, and I've given up trying to trim it with those stupid little nail clippers, so I'm just letting it grow. The mountain man look is in around here anyway. The only other time I grew a beard was when we were living out in California. Emily liked it. Said it made me look sexy. Sometimes I think if we had just stayed out there instead of moving back east when Betsy got sick, then all the bad shit never would have happened. It's all women visiting tonight. Wives, girlfriends, moms. I think women are just braver than men. They'll put up with the pain of seeing one of their own stuck inside this place out of love. Most men won't, or can't. Instead, they make excuses. My dad was a world-class excuse maker long before I landed here. That day he moved out on Mom and me, he sat down next to me on my bed, all buddy-buddy, and tried to convince me that his leaving was Mom's fault, not his, because she was a pothead and because our house was always messy and he just couldn't take it anymore. What was I, 13? Even then I knew he was full of it. What I couldn't decide was whether he believed his own BS or whether it was just something he was trying to make me believe. Either way, I got it. Accepted that some kids got a soccer coach and take you fishing kind of dad, and some of us got the short straw. The indifferent dad and, in my case, the tenured professor who had gone off to play house with his pregnant grad assistant who lost the baby anyway. I mean, Jesus Christ, he had to leave because the house was messy? Hire a fucking cleaning lady. A professor screws his student and knocks her up? Use a condom, you fucking cliche. Okay, stop. That stuff's ancient history. And anyway, what good does it do to keep prosecuting him when I'm here because of my own way more colossal failure as a father? I mean, fuck, Corby. When it comes to fathers who failed their kids, look who's talking. The steel door into this room starts its noisy opening. Whoever's about to come in is either my visitor or Junior's. Nope, don't know her. She looks around, then starts walking toward the kid. But a few minutes later, the door grinds open again, and there's Emily. I wave. She looks around the room, sees me, and waves back, walking toward me now. She's smiling, but I can tell from her eyes that she's upset. Wow, I can't believe you're here on a Thursday. I've missed you, Em. Can I get a hug? She nods, and we reach for each other, arms extended across the table. It's awkward embracing like that, plus her body feels rigid and bony. Jesus, how much weight has she lost? When I rub the back of her neck, her body unclenches, and she tears up. Hey, I whisper. She lets go before I do, wipes at her eyes, composes herself. Have a seat, Em. When they called me down here, I thought it would probably be my mom, and then when nobody showed up, I thought, well, whoever it was must have changed their mind, but here you are. God, I can't believe it. I said I'd visit you when I could, Corby. I couldn't get here any sooner. She sounds defensive. No, I know how busy you are. I just meant I didn't expect you'd be able to come on a weeknight. Hey, remember, we have to keep our hands on the table where the goons can see them. She glances over at the two COs up there on their platform, talking to each other. I can't believe they have women guards here, she says. Why would a woman want to work at a place like this? I shrug. How's Maisie? She's okay. Still have her ear infection? No, she finished her amoxicillin a few days ago, so I'm sure it's cleared up. She's been more needy, though. She really enjoyed those 2 days when I stayed home with her. But now every day on the way to daycare, she starts whimpering, and she keeps claiming that another kid is pinching her. Mrs. Madison says it's not really happening. That's weird. Why would she make up something like that? Who knows? Anxiety, maybe. Either that or she might be trying to guilt trip me. When I picked her up this afternoon and told her Amelia was going to take care of her tonight, she started claiming that her ear hurts again. I'm sure she's faking it, but I still felt like bad mother of the year when I drove off. I mean, what if her ear does hurt? What if some bratty kid is pinching her? Wouldn't it be easier if you visited on the weekend? It's busier, but I'm here tonight because I can't visit this coming Saturday. I'm at that all-day curriculum conference in Sturbridge I told you about. I'm more or less expected to go because I'm the math coordinator. The district's going all in on this Eureka program next year, so they want a couple of us to try it out and report back about how it went. And Sunday's the day I catch up with all the things I have to let go during the week. I nod, commiserating. Marcia going with you to the conference? No, she's on child-rearing leave. I told you that, Corby. Yeah, I guess you did. So you're flying solo then? No, the new teacher and I are riding up together. New as in first-year teacher? How's she doing? He's doing great. The kids love Evan. He's a natural. He goes out and plays with them at recess. All my third-grade girls have crushes on him because he's young and cute. I had to intercept love notes from 2 of them this week. It's the first time she's fully smiled since she got here. Maybe someone else was crushing on this Evan, too. So is this guy right out of college? She shakes her head. He taught at another school for 3 years, but he was low man on the totem pole. So when their enrollment went down, he got RIF'd. Laid off, right? You teachers and your acronyms. How old is he? 24, I think, maybe 25. Married? Single? Well, divorced. Why? No reason, just wondering. Hey. What? I love you so much, Emily. Love you too, she says, but she looks uncomfortable saying it. A disturbance at the far end of the next table distracts us. But listen to me, Mom. Just listen to me. It's Juvie shouting at his mother. She says something to him that you can't hear. Yeah, but you're not even listening to me. He's got everyone's attention, including the CO's. They had no business putting that kid in this place, I tell him. He's hostile, and I think he may be cutting himself. He gave me some shit when we were waiting to come in here. He doesn't even look old enough to be in prison. They arrested him on his 18th birthday, Emily says. I was talking to his stepmother when we were waiting to be let in here. Do you know what he did? I shake my head, not sure I want to know. He took his father's gun, walked to the dog pound near where they live, and shot 6 dogs who were out in their pens. Jesus Christ, what was that about? She shrugs. When I look over there, Juvie's got his face against the table. He starts choking back these strange, hiccupy sobs. The stepmother reaches out to comfort him, then must remember the rule, no touching except for the beginning and ending hugs. Her hand freezes in the space between them. You'd think one of the COs would go over there, try to calm things down, but they stay put and stare. From her perch, Butch calls, "Quiet over there. Being able to have visitors is a privilege." Shaking her head, Emily says, "I hate this place. How can you stand it?" I didn't think I could at first. Jolted back to that suicide watch cell, I flinch. But you figure it out, you know. Learn the ropes, keep yourself busy, calculate who to trust and who not to. I've been going to the library, doing a lot of reading. I applied for a job there, but I'm still on a waiting list. Hey, can I ask you something? She nods. I noticed you're not wearing your rings. Is that... I left them in the car because I knew I was going to have to go through that metal detector. I forgot they have lockers where you can put all your stuff. But what about when you're not here? Do you wear them at school or when you go to the grocery store? I don't have time to go to the grocery store anymore, Corby. I order online and have groceries delivered. Yeah, but the answer is yes, I still wear them because we're still married. She seems annoyed that I asked, but I'm in it now, so I might as well go for broke. Do you think we're going to be able to weather this? To stay married? She stares down at her hands on the table and keeps me waiting so long that I withdraw the question. Moving on, do you notice anything different about me? Your beard, she says. And? When I grew one before out in California, you liked it, thought it looked sexy, remember? Well, you kept it trimmed back then. Your hair's longer now, and it doesn't look like you comb it much. You kind of look like the Unabomber. Ouch. But I cover my feelings with a laugh. Not exactly the look I was going for, but hey. I honestly don't know if we can weather this, she says. Is that why you're seeing Dr. Patel? Trying to figure it out? Be fair, Corby. When you were seeing her those times, I didn't ask you what you two were talking about. What I discussed with her is private. No, you're right. But just tell me, are you leaning one way or another? Because I know your mother's probably weighing in on... She looks up at me. Stop it. My mother doesn't get a vote, and how about me? Do I get one? She gets hives when she's stressed, and there's a splotch blossoming on her neck now. Stop pressuring me, Corby. I haven't decided anything, all right? I'm just living day by day, doing what I have to do. I don't have the luxury of focusing on the future, so I need you to stop this right now. Got it. Sorry. So tell me, she interrupts me to ask whether I know why she was the last one to enter the visiting room. I shake my head. Because I kept triggering the stupid metal detector. Her voice is shaky, and the splotch on her neck is spread. He kept making me go through it again and again, and I kept telling him it was the machine, not me, but it was me. There was a Hershey's Kiss in my pants pocket, and the foil kept triggering it, so I felt like an idiot. Oh, geez, I'm so sorry, babe. But that stupid guard didn't have to treat me like I was trying to sneak something into you. Plus, he was getting way too personal. Don't get your panties in a twist, Emily. If your bra's underwired, maybe you should take it off and try again. Ugh. But he was saying shit like that? And calling you by your first name? That's way out of line. Now I'm shaking. My hands are fists. Did you get his name? Check out his name tag? No, but another guard said his name. Perkins, maybe? It began with a P. Picardi? Young guy in good shape, blonde, military-looking haircut. That sounds like him. He's one of the newer ones, but he's already proven that he's a total dick. Struts around here letting everyone know he lifts competitively. I hear the muscleheads who hang out in the weight room can't stand him. Maybe I should write up a complaint. Let staff know the kind of stuff he was saying to you. She shakes her head. No, don't. It's not worth it. Let him get away with disrespecting my wife? No way. But it could come back to you. What if he retaliates? So what? There's a procedure for stuff like this, and if he tries to give me shit, I'll have 2 things to grieve him about. I'm not powerless, Emily. I'm not saying you are, but please, just let it go. I answer her with a slight nod, which isn't the same as promising her. Maybe instead of writing him up, I'll confront him directly. I look around the room, fuming, but trying not to let that jerk ruin our visit. That's when I notice what's going on with Angel and his girlfriend over there. With her back to the guards, she's managed to undo the top buttons of her blouse. She's got one hand still on the table, with the other she's fondling her breasts, fingering her nipples. Angel's got one hand on the table too, and one hand under it. Well, hey bro, if you want to risk it, then go for it. I just hope Emily doesn't notice. I look back at him and take a chance on another touchy subject. Oh, hey, before I forget, 2 Saturdays from now, they're having family picture day. They bring in a photographer, and I thought maybe you and... She shakes her head. She's not coming here, Corby. End of subject. Yeah, I figured you'd say no. Just thought I'd ask because I want to see her so badly. The separation's one of the roughest things about being here. You know what? Instead of thinking about what you want, why don't you think about how scary and confusing it would be for her? She's gritting her teeth. She's 3 years old. She doesn't need to see the inside of a men's prison, and do you really want to memorialize your time in here with a father-daughter photograph? The 2 of you posed against these cheerful gray cinder block walls, you wearing your prison scrubs? Not to mention that if I brought her here, she'd be exposed to hepatitis and MRSA and whatever else is in the air at this germ factory. Emily, kids visit here all the time, and I haven't heard any of them getting sick or traumatized. I mean, look at that little dude over there. He's not focused on this being prison. He's just happy to see his gramps and play with the toys over there in the kids' corner. I wouldn't want her touching anything in here, especially toys and books that every other kid's been handling. Let's change the subject. Babe, can I just tell you what I keep worrying about? That if she doesn't get to see me while I'm here, when I get out, she might not even remember me. That I'll say something to her and she'll hide behind your leg like I'm some stranger she needs to be afraid of. Oh, for Christ's sake, Corby, give me a little credit, will you? We look at pictures of you on my iPad and my phone, mention you in her bedtime prayers, and those drawings you've been sending to her, we put them in her daddy folder, take them out and look at them sometimes. And her favorite, the one of her and her dolls having their tea party, that one's scotch-taped to her bedroom wall. She insisted. Well, lucky you, Emily. You can use scotch tape. It's contraband in here. I had to swipe a couple of globs of Manny's Fix-It-Int so that I could stick my pictures of you and her to my wall. I don't think you understand how much it hurts not to see her. She straps her arm around herself, tight as a straitjacket. Oh, I think I can. I haven't seen my little boy since a year ago last April. Her remark lands so hard that I jump up from my chair. It falls back on the floor, making a racket. Hey, table 4, Goatee calls from up on his platform. Pick it up and sit back down. Yeah, no problem, sorry. Then Juvie, Solomon, starts up again. Shut up! Just leave and don't come back. He wanted me, but you never did. I wish you were the one who died. His screams are bouncing off the cinder block walls. The guards rush over and post themselves on either side of him. Visit's over, Clap, Goatee shouts. Get up, you're going back to your cell. When the kid refuses, they start pulling him off his chair. He resists, grabs hold of the table with one hand and tries taking a swipe at Butch with the other. Then Bacardi appears out of nowhere, grabs him from behind, and squeezes him so hard that the kid cries out in pain. As he's dragged toward the door, kicking and screaming, he yells, I hate everyone at this place, and when I get out of here, I'm going to get a gun and kill all of you and your dogs. The kid's mother is crying. Emily looks so stricken she may never come back here. Butch re-enters the room and announces that visiting time is over. Door! Everyone's company stands up. Mrs. Seek, Angel's girlfriend, Praise's wife, and the little guy, Juvie's stepmom, Emily. When she gives me a quick hug, I pull her closer, reluctant to let go of her. When I do, she joins the others, walking like sheep toward the opening door. Emily's arm is around the stepmom. "See you next time, Grampy," Cornell's grandson calls to him. He's the only one who doesn't seem upset. After the room has been cleared of visitors, Butch says, "All right, offenders, back to your units." "But we had 10 more minutes," the Sikh says. "You heard me," she says. "Back to your units." But she forgot a step. The required post-visit strip search before we go back. Solomon's already left the building, but the rest of us wait our turn to participate in the DOC humiliation ritual. At least this CO is one of the older ones who's probably counting down the days to retirement. They don't hassle you the way some of the younger ones do. They keep it perfunctory. You just do what you need to do and try to go someplace else until they're done. He points to the Sikh first, tells him to take off his turban too. After he searches him and sends him on his way, he examines Cornell, then Angel. I'm last. "You guys left early," he says. "Trouble in there?" As if he hasn't most likely watched what went down on that closed-circuit TV mounted to the wall, or seen them haul Solomon out of there. Without answering him, I take off my shoes and socks, flare out my toes, open my mouth wide to let him look down my throat, touch my tongue to the roof of my mouth so he can see under it, pull off my shirt, drop trow, cup my balls and lift them, turn around, spread my ass cheeks, cough when he tells me to. "Okay," he says. I put my clothes back on and he sends me on my way. Back in our cell, I flop down face first on my mattress. "Who'd you have visiting you?" Manny asks. I tell him my wife. "Yeah, I know you've been wanting to see her again. Good visit?" I don't answer. Chapter 23, October 2018, Day 429 of 1095. Officer Kyle Picardi arrived at Yates after his uncle, Deputy Warden Jeffrey Zabrowski, got him transferred here from the women's prison, the better to keep an eye on him. According to the jailhouse scuttlebutt, which is often more reliable than not, Officer Picardi, a newlywed not long out of the training academy, had been indulging in a little third-shift sex with one of the women in his custody. She was a pedigreed grifter who was open to a deal. Some strings got pulled somewhere, and an agreement was brokered. In exchange for staying silent about the fact that Picardi had knocked her up, she received a sentence reduction. I guess you'd call it a win-win-win situation. She waltzed out of prison and supposedly got the abortion. Picardi got to save his job and his marriage, and corrections dodged a front-page sex scandal. The only losers are the men of Yates CI, who now have to put up with Picardi. Picardi and his best buddy, Anselmo, are on shift tonight. Each is a dick, but when they're working a shift together, it's worse. Cavaliero's at the control desk, and when he pops open our doors, Picardi shouts, "On the chow, girls! Chop, chop!" Some of the other COs resort to name-calling, too, address us as vermin, losers, garbage. But Anselmo and Picardi's ridicule is usually gender-based. To them, we're ladies, bitches, pussies, cunts. One time something set Anselmo off, and he yelled down the tier that we should all tell our mothers we should have been abortions. Makes you wonder what kind of relationships these two have with the women in their lives. Manny pushes our door open and asks whether I'm coming. I've got to take a leak, so I tell him to go ahead, I'll catch up. Toss him a shoe to keep the door propped open so I don't get locked in. I pee, flush, remove the shoe. Leaving the cell, I run smack into Picardi. I haven't seen him since the night Emily visited, and the sight of him triggers my resentment about the way he treated her. "Propping open a cell door, Ledbetter? You looking for a ticket?" I bow my head and walk toward the others. "Hey, I just asked you a question. You think you can ignore an officer?" I stop. He catches up and puts his face a few inches from mine. Classic CO intimidation. "Sorry, officer, I thought your question was rhetorical, but no, I'm not looking for a ticket." "You thought my question was what?" "Rhetorical. It just means, I don't give a flying fuck what it means. You think your college boy vocabulary makes you superior around here?" Oh boy, here we go. "No, sir." "Hey, by the way, how's your wife doing, Ledbetter? How's Emily?" My brain tells me to keep my mouth shut, but his saying her first name has just made it personal. Tell her for me that the next time she comes here, she should remember to take the candy out of her pockets first. I feel my heart pound and my adrenaline spike from an impulse to wipe that smirk off his fucking face. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I know my body's in danger of overruling my brain. Yeah, she mentioned that you were hassling her, I tell him, making her go through the metal detector over and over and suggesting it might not go off if she removed her bra. I guess you'd call that sexual harassment, right? He snickers, but at the same time wraps his hand around his stick in case he needs to start swinging it. I guess I'd be paranoid too, if I knew a bunch of convicted felons would love to take a pop at me. Let me assure you, inmate Ledbetter, that your wife kept triggering the detector. My actions were 100% professional. If she told you otherwise, all I can say is I'm not responsible for whatever she was imagining, but I do feel sorry for the women whose men are here. They have needs too, so if Emily enjoyed her little fantasy, then no harm, no foul. I'm out on a limb, but I'm in it now, so I might as well finish. I'm warning you, Bacardi, if you ever... He grabs me by my shoulders and backs me against the wall. Better stop right there, Ledbetter. His face comes so close to mine, I can see his stubble and a small scar on his chin. Because if what's about to come out of your mouth is a threat, me and some of my fellow officers can make your life here a whole lot harder than it is now. He lets me go and backs up a couple of steps. It's all I can do to hold back from going at him. But I saw what happened to that con who threw his urine at a guard. They clubbed him so bad his face was unrecognizable. All I'm saying is, and this is a statement of fact, not a threat, all I'm saying is if you hassle her again, I'll write you up. It sounds pathetic even to me. Bother my wife and I'll squeal on you. Okay, you do that, big man. Make sure you spell my name right. There's 2 C's in Bacardi, and my badge number is 1537. Think you can remember that, or should I write it down for you? Up ahead, Anselmo's walking backward and watching us. Everything okay back there, officer? He calls. Yeah, there's an annoying little gnat flying around me, but it's nothing I can't handle. Turning back to me, he says, Now if I were you, Ledbetter, I'd catch up to your girlfriends before I send you back to your cell with one of those leftover court lunches that have been hanging around the office for a few days. I catch up with Manny just before we reach the chow hall. What was that about? He asks. I tell him I'm not in the mood to play 20 questions so he can blab it all over the place. He puts on his hurt face. Did it occur to you that I might have asked because I was worried about you? He says. I don't answer him. I'm not pissed at Manny. I'm pissed at myself for not just letting it go. In trying to defend Emily, I handed Bacardi an opportunity to mock her and me. By challenging that idiot's authority, I might have just stepped in it. Inside the chow hall, I go through the line, get a sad little chicken leg that's more bone than meat, plus rice, canned peas, white bread, and cake. I sit between Angel and Lobo, slouch over the table and shovel it in without really tasting it. What did Bacardi want back there? Angel asks. He wanted to suck your dick. No, seriously, bro, him and his sidekick keep talking to each other over there and looking at you. Not your problem, I tell him. Hope it's not yours either, but if I was you, I'd stay out of their way. Hey, Ledbetter, Lobo says. You gonna eat your cake? Back in B Block, I'm walking past the control desk when Lieutenant Cavaniero calls my name. I want to talk to you about something, but I've got to finish this paperwork first. I'll call you up in a few. Got it, I tell him. Is this going to be about my exchange with Bacardi? The squawk box clicks on maybe 15 minutes later. Come on up, Ledbetter, Cavaniero says. He pops the door and I walk up the corridor. Oh, shit. Bacardi's standing at the desk, too. What is this about to be? A trial? A slap on the wrist? But I'm wrong. It's just Bacardi showing Cavaniero what an asshole he is. Average body fat for a guy my age is 14 to 16%, okay? And you know what mine is? 6%. That's elite athlete range. The calipers don't lie. You don't get a number like that from eating pizza. Well, good for you, Bacardi, the lieutenant says, like he doesn't care one way or the other. He takes another bite at the pepperoni slice he's been working on and nods to me. Okay, Picardi, I've got to talk to Ledbetter here. Why don't you take your dinner break? Realizing that I've been standing behind him, Picardi sneers and tells Cavaniero that he's had to put me on notice. The trouble with Ledbetter here is that he thinks it's an equal playing field between custody officers and convicted felons. And with that, he walks away. What's that about? Cavaniero asks me. No, on second thought, don't tell me. I'm off shift in another 20 minutes, and I want to coast out of here without any complications, so change of subject. You know I supervise the grounds crew, right? I nod. Haven't you been looking for a job? I tell him I'm on the waiting list for a library job, but there haven't been any openings. Well, with Boudreau leaving, I'll have an open slot. We've got the big fall cleanup coming, and I don't want to be short-staffed. The others on the crew are good guys. I can see you fitting in. You interested? I think of Dr. Patel's advice, move your body. Yeah, definitely, thanks. You bet. We'll start you on Monday then. After breakfast, meet us at the barn behind the medical unit. I'll get you put on the list so they don't give you a hard time at the walk gate. Cool, I'll be there. Thanks again. Oh, and one more thing. Have you run into that young kid who's here, Solomon Clapp? I roll my eyes and tell him I have. He's been taking a lot of bullying down on Tier 2, so they're moving him. To this tier? Yeah. Boudreau's getting released tomorrow, so I thought maybe we could give Clapp his bed. Bunk in with Doherty, then? Uh-huh. Do you think that would work? I don't know Doherty that well. He's a little shifty, but I don't think he's the bullying type, so yeah, that would probably be okay. Better the kid becomes Doherty's headache than mine, which is where I thought Cavaniero might be heading. Okay, we'll give it a try then. Oh, and one more thing. Uh-oh, another one more thing. Brace yourself, Corby. The kid's really struggling. Probably never should have been placed here. That's a definite, not a probably, I say, if you ask me. So what I thought was I'd put him on the grounds crew too, keep him busy, get him outside, have him use up some of that negative energy he's got. And I figured you could keep an eye on him for me when, I'm not always in the immediate vicinity. And not counting you and him, I got 6 other guys I've got to keep an eye on. And when they're spread over a 10-acre property, I can't be everywhere at once. So I'm going to pair you and the kid up. I tell him no disrespect, but I think that's a bad idea. Explain that the only contact I had with Juvie was when we were waiting to go into the visiting room. He looked like he might have been cutting himself, and when I asked him about it, he told me to mind my fucking business. And then during his visit with his mom, he went off on her something fierce. Got so out of control that they had to drag him out of there, kicking and screaming. Yeah, everyone says the kid's a loose cannon. You know who might have more luck dealing with him? Praise. Praise? Who's that? Cornell Wiggins, Lester's son, janitorial? The lieutenant looks away, rubs his chin, then looks back. Yeah, I'm not asking you to do this, Corby. If you want the crew job, you partner up with the kid. Guess I misunderstood then. I thought you were asking me my opinion. He shakes his head. I'm an officer and you're an offender, not my consultant. What the fuck? First he consults with me about whether he should put this kid in with Doherty. Then I'm not his consultant? I don't expect you to be his shrink or anything. I just need someone I can trust who will supervise his work and watch out for him. Make sure he doesn't get bullied. So what do you say? You taking the crew job? Cavaniero and I have had a good relationship up to now. He's just called me by my first name, something no other CO has done. He said I was someone who could be trusted, and despite the strings he's attached, he's offering me a job. All right, I'll do it, but he's not going to like it. No? It might surprise you that when I told him I was putting him on the crew, and that I might match you two up as work buddies, he asked me if you were the one who looked like Jace Robertson. And I said, son of a gun, you're right, he does. So he said, yeah, all right. If he had to be on the crew, which he didn't want to be, then okay, you could be his buddy. Come on, Lieutenant, I said. I'm sure he doesn't know who I am. Yes, he does. He says he read it on your ID one night when you guys were waiting at the visiting room door. I shrug. So who's Jace Robertson? Guess you're not a Duck Dynasty fan, huh? He's one of the commander's sons, reddish-brown hair, bushy beard, Needs a haircut. He's a good-looking cuss under all that brush. Well, I guess that's better than looking like the Unabomber, I said. What? Nothing, just thinking out loud. Anything else? Yeah. Bacardi's pulling a double shift tonight. Whatever his beef is, just stay out of his way. I don't know him that well, but he doesn't strike me as the forgive and forget type. Someone you do not want to cross. That evening, about an hour before lights out, I hear a key in the lock. Manny and I are both stretched out on our bunks, reading. The cell door opens and, it's Bacardi and Anselmo. Room inspection, Anselmo announces. During third shift on a Monday, that never happens, Manny says. Does now, Anselmo tells him. After Bacardi orders me to unlock my storage box, he and his wingman start rummaging through my property, supposedly hunting for contraband. Bacardi grabs one of my grape Gatorades, twists the cap off, and helps himself to a couple of swigs. They toss everything onto the floor, but there's nothing they can nail me on. So far, they're leaving Manny's stuff alone, which is good for him. He's got lots of shit they could write him up for, but I'm pretty sure this performance is for my benefit. Anselmo grabs my books, fans the pages, and tosses them onto the pile on the floor. Bacardi starts leafing through the drawings in my sketchbook, including the ones I've been working on for Maisie. He watches for my reaction as he rips them out, throws them on the floor, and accidentally spills Gatorade on them. But I hold it in, keep my face expressionless. I'll be goddamn if I'll give him what he wants. Hey, those are for his kid, Manny protests. Yeah, which one? The dead one or the one he didn't kill? Bacardi says. The remark makes me jump off my bunk ready to fight. From the bunk above, Manny says, Let it go, Corby. Stay the fuck out of it, Twinkletoes, Anselmo warns him, unless you want us to rip into your shit. Bacardi crouches and looks under my bunk. Well, looky what we've got here, Officer Anselmo, he says. He pulls out the two 13-gallon garbage bags I've been using as part of my workout when we're in lockdown. As barbell replacements, they're kind of wobbly and take getting used to, but they do the trick as far as giving you a decent pump. Half the guys on the tier use water bags for exercise. Technically, they're contraband, but most of the COs let it go as long as they're kept out of sight. Pick up that one, Bacardi orders me, nudging the bag on the left with the toe of his boot. When I do, he unfastens the set of keys from his belt and slashes the bag. Water gushes out onto my feet and spreads across the floor. Now pick up the other one, he says. I don't. Something wrong with your hearing, Ledbetter? Anselmo says. Officer Bacardi just gave you a direct order. When I pick up the second bag, Bacardi rips a gash in that one too. As soon as the bag is empty, he nods at Anselmo, and the two of them slosh to the door. Have a nice evening, ladies, Bacardi says. And Ledbetter, tell Emily I said hi. There's over an inch of water covering our cell floor now, and half the property they've pulled out of my box will probably have to be tossed. It's going to be a bitch to mop everything up. My laundry just came back today, so it kills me to have to throw my 2 clean towels and my government-issued sweatshirt onto the mess to sop it up. I don't know whether this is the end of it or whether he's going to write me up for having the contraband bags. You just witnessed that whole thing. If I file a complaint about them, will you back me up? I asked Manny. He shakes his head. It's 2 officers against 2 offenders. Even if their superiors believe us, they won't admit it. It'll just get dismissed, and those idiots will ratchet up the retaliation. You can't win against them, Corbs. That's how it works in here. Let it go. When I look down at the mess Bacardi made of Maisie's drawings, a cartoon heron looks back up at me. Tell Emily I said hi. Which one, the dead one or the one he didn't kill? I have half a pad left, and 3 or 4 pencil stubs. After the ruined drawings dry off, I'll copy them, improve on them too. I'm not going to let Bacardi defeat me. Tossing and turning in my bunk after lights out, I think about how much I'd like a benzo and a chaser right about now. I recall that thing Cavaniero said about Solomon. The kid almost goes out of his way to get bullied. This grudge Bacardi has against me started when I defended Emily's honor after she told me not to. So maybe I went out of my way to ask for trouble too. Why? Isn't having to be stuck in here for 3 years punishment enough without kicking the hornet's nest? But can I ever be punished enough for having killed our little boy? Lieutenant Cavaniero is right. If it's not too late, my best bet would be to steer clear of them both. And Manny's probably right too. The way the system works in here, I couldn't win against Picardi, even if he wasn't the deputy warden's nephew. In my dream that night, I'm not in prison. Picardi is walking ahead of me on an unfamiliar street. I tap him on the shoulder, and when he turns around, I cold cock him. He staggers, then falls flat on his back. His arms and legs flail as if he's an overturned beetle. I wake up smiling. Chapter 24, October through November 2018, Day 443 of 1095. My new job on the grounds crew means 6 hours of freedom from the confines of our cell, fresh air to cleanse my lungs of the stagnant junk everyone breathes inside the block, October sunshine, and the reassuring sound of the river passing by at the back of the property. And since the work is physical, mowing and raking, picking up litter, sweeping and hosing down the walkways, I start sleeping better. Occasionally I'll make it all the way through the night now, a minor miracle. At noon, when Lieutenant Cavaniero blows his whistle, we walk back to the barn and he passes out our bag lunches. They're way better than the stale court lunches we probably would get otherwise. Cavaniero is friends with the culinary arts teacher who has his students make them for us. The day before, we got Italian hoagies, and the day before that, it was BLTs. Bacon at this place? I thought I was dreaming. Today, it's chicken salad on a roll, chips, and an oversized oatmeal cookie. I like the other guys I'm working with. Israel, Tito, Ratchford, Harjeet, Pacheco, and Spence. They're a good-natured bunch, easy to get along with, and of course Manny's got the scoop on all of them. Israel's a former drug trafficker, a federal prisoner being housed here while he waits for his trial to start. Harjeet, who's Indian, is in for credit card fraud. He's the grandson of an old movie star, Sabu the Elephant Boy. There's a John Prine song about Sabu, but Harjeet says he's never heard it. Ratchford's doing time for bigamy, 2 wives, 8 kids. Manny says that back in the 80s, Spence was promised he'd be the next big thing in professional wrestling. After his career tanked, he started doing heroin and drifted into porn. The sex crime cops nailed him after he performed in a film about a threesome with 2 sisters who turned out to be 16 and 17. Statutory rape times 2. Angel says Tito's a former gang member who turned Pentecostal. Angel was working the parking lot at some tent revival thing, he says, jacking shit from unlocked cars when he poked his head in the tent to see what the commotion was. And I seen the spirit coming over Tito. I'm telling you, that was some spooky shit. First he stands there shaking and baking, then he drops to his knees and howls like a motherfucking coyote. And when the preacher puts his hand on his shoulder, Tito starts babbling in some crazy language I never heard before. And I grew up in the Bronx. I didn't know there was a language I hadn't heard. When I suggested that Tito must have gotten paid for the performance, Angel said, "Hey, I seen what happened and you didn't, Ledbetter. What makes you the expert?" I feel appropriately chastised for sounding like my cynical father. "Yeah, well, if the spirit entered him, it must have left later on because he's in here for aggravated assault," Pacheco says. "Found out his girlfriend was cheating on him, tracked down the guy, and slammed his head against a wall a couple of times. They had to put the dude in a coma until the swelling in his brain went down." Someone at the table asks Pacheco how he knew all that. "Because the family offered to pay me if I fucked up Tito while he's in here. I wouldn't do it, though. I don't need commissary money that bad." So work-wise, things are good. Of course, I might be singing a different tune when Solomon joins us. Day 456 of 1095. Dear Emily, thanks for sending me those pictures of Maisie. I love that one of her in her bunny costume. Damn, that daughter of ours is a cutie. Hey, good news. I finally got the sketch pads and charcoal sticks you ordered from Amazon a while ago. When an inmate gets a package, it has to be opened and examined first, so whatever comes in can sit in the mail room for days or even weeks before you get it. The Pony Express probably delivered things faster back in the day, But anyway, now that I have the drawing stuff, I'm thinking about doing a bunch of sketches that I can make into a kid's book for Maisie. Does she still love giraffes? Maybe I'll draw her a story about a giraffe family and put her in it. She can be their next-door neighbor or something. Maybe best friends with one of the giraffe kids. I was thinking about putting Nico in the story too, but decided not to. I drew one quick sketch of him and had to stop. It was too hard. I started my new job a couple of weeks ago, and I like it a lot. Next week, this kid Solomon joins us. Remember him? The one who flipped out in the visiting room that time? Being his work buddy was a condition of my getting on the crew. The lieutenant who supervises us is a nice guy, not your typical CO. He actually treats us like we're humans. He says he thinks I'd be a good influence on the kid. I don't know about that, but I'm pretty sure Solomon's going to be a high-maintenance headache for me, especially if the other guys start busting his chops. He gets a lot of that in here because of what he did and because he's such a fish out of water. To be continued. Speaking of headaches, that dumbass CO who gave you a hard time at the metal detector has been riding my ass. I know you said to drop it, but I couldn't let him get away with disrespecting you like that, so I called him out. A couple of nights ago, he and his shift partner treated me to a surprise shakedown, an unannounced cell inspection. They didn't touch Manny's stuff, but they dumped all my property out of my box, threw it on the floor, and ruined some of it, including a couple of the drawings I'd started doing for Maisie. Nice guys, huh? I know it's useless to get into a pissing contest with the guards at this place because the deck is stacked in their favor. Still, if those two keep it up, I'm not just going to sit back and take it. Don't worry, though. Nothing I can't handle. How are your sessions with Dr. Patel going? I was thinking about that one time we saw her together. I remember when she asked you what you wanted to work on, you said you needed to figure out if you could ever forgive me, and if you couldn't, you didn't think we could stay married. I'll be honest, Em. It scares me to think you might be coming to that conclusion. Just remember, we have a history, and we've shared a lot of love through good times and bad before we lost Nico. I've always needed you more than you needed me, I admit that, but I hope it doesn't mean you don't need me at all. I'm getting ahead of myself, but let's say we stay together while I'm in here. Maybe when I get out, we could sell the house, pull up stakes, and move back to SoCal. Just a thought. I liked hanging out with your dad and his girlfriend, forget her name, when we lived out there. Do you guys still talk on Sunday nights? If you think of it, ask your father about the job market out there. Maybe if it's better than the East Coast, I can get something in my field that offers a decent salary and health insurance. I know you won't have a problem getting work. Schools always need good teachers, and you're one of the best. Halloween's this coming Wednesday, right? Next thing you know, it'll be Thanksgiving and then Christmas. No inmate visits on either of those days, same as last year, so that a lot of the staff can be home with their families. Nothing special about the holidays for us. They're just regular days. I wish to hell I could be with you and Maisie for Christmas, trim the tree and all that stuff. But after my 3 years are up, I'll be home again to celebrate. I hope you're having a good week, Em. I know it can't be easy covering all the bases while I'm stuck in here unable to lighten your load. By the way, have you gotten your oil changed yet? If that red light's still on, you don't want to risk blowing the engine. That's all you'd need. Well, anyway, happy Halloween. I'm glad you're not going to take Maisie trick-or-treating. Safer this way. Love you, babe. Corby. 440 days down, 655 to go. Dear Corby, hi, I'm sorry I've been missing your calls. I've been wanting to write back since I got your last letter. It's 4:45 on Sunday afternoon, and I finally have some time. My mother's taken Maisie to a performance of the Nutcracker, and after that to supper. My schoolwork is done. I've paid some bills, vacuumed the house, and washed the kitchen floor. Mom's made 2 remarks about it being sticky in spots. The only thing left on my to-do list is getting the oil changed. I'm not even sure those lube places are open on Sunday, let alone after 5. Don't worry, it will get done. I'm glad you finally got those drawing supplies. I love your idea about the giraffe family. Maisie will too. I hope you're still enjoying your outside crew work now that you're in charge of Solomon. That night he lost it and they made the rest of us leave early. His stepmother, Adrian, came up to me in the parking lot. She asked if I had a few minutes because she really needed someone to talk to. I just wanted to go home, but after what happened in there, how could I say no? So the two of us sat in my car for half an hour. Boy, did I get an earful. I hope he doesn't drive you crazy. Corby, I want to respond to some of the things you wrote in your last letter, but I hear my mother's car in the driveway. They're home earlier than expected, so I have to go. I'll finish this letter after Maisie goes to bed. Okay, I'm back. Mom said Maisie took a long nap during the Nutcracker, so I couldn't get her to sleep until after 9. Like I said, I need to reply to some of the things you wrote in your last letter, and if I don't get it done tonight, there'll be no time to finish it during the week. First of all, I guess I forgot to tell you that my father and Anna broke up last year. Dad relocated to San Miguel de Allende in Mexico. There are a lot of wealthy expats from the U.S. there, so he gets plenty of carpentry jobs. He seems happy. Corby, I'm not selling the house. Moving back to California with you and Maisie is off the table. Nico's death would be with us in California too. So would your record. You can't just drive away from that either. Sorry to be so blunt, but assuming otherwise is just magical thinking. You ask how my work with Dr. Patel is going? It's been worthwhile, but really challenging having to confront the fact that... Sorry, Corby, but I have to go to bed. I probably shouldn't have poured myself a glass of wine when I sat down to finish this. The next thing I knew, I woke up drooling with my head on the table. Not pretty. Okay, it's Monday morning and I'm at school. My class has back-to-back specials, music, and gym, so I have about 90 minutes. I usually use this time to correct papers, but I really want to get this letter finished and off to you. The kids' journals and their quizzes on adding and subtracting fractions will have to wait. As I started to say, my work with Dr. Patel hasn't been easy, but it's been helpful. She's getting me to face a lot of things I might prefer to avoid. Can I find a way to let go of the anger that still lives beneath the grief I feel about losing Nico? Can I forgive you, for Maisie's sake, and for yours and mine? I don't know yet. That's what's so hard about this whole thing, so freaking confusing. Until the day you did what you did, you were a great dad. Warm and loving, the fun parent. It was obvious how crazy the twins were about their daddy, and sometimes I envied that. I need to be honest with you about something else. After you went to prison, I met with a divorce lawyer. Just one time. I decided to postpone making a decision until after you're released. Whether or not I eventually pursue it will depend on some of the things I mentioned that I'm working on, and I will need proof of your continuing sobriety. If you start using or drinking again, that will be a deal breaker. But for now, and for the rest of your incarceration, you and I will stay married. I want to address something else you said in your letter, that you've always needed me more than I've needed you. I don't think in those terms, Corby, but I feel your absence, and sometimes it's painful. You're not in our bed, snoring. You're not in the kitchen making breakfast. You're not picking out something for us to watch on Netflix. Last week, after Maisie went to sleep, I was putting the photo album we'd been looking at on the shelf when an envelope of loose pictures fell out. Photos from that first summer when we started dating. One of those pictures has always been my favorite. We were at the beach near the end of the summer. You were standing at the water's edge, staring out at the waves. Just as you turned back and saw me, you broke into a beautiful smile and I snapped your picture. You've told me more than once that you knew you loved me and wanted to marry me from that very first summer. If you had said that back then, it might have scared me off because I was falling in love with you too, and it disoriented me. You were funny and cute, and the sex was amazing. I never felt like this with any other guy. But I was about to go back to the West Coast, so maybe this would just be a summer thing. Then back at school, in the middle of the semester, I opened the door and there you were. You had left school and driven all the way across the country because you needed me. And that was when I knew I needed you too. Since those pictures from that first summer fell out of the album, I've looked at them a bunch. They draw me back to those people we used to be. Just kids, really, with no idea how hard and complicated life can get. With a hug, Emily.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.